Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 301 to 350. Chapter 301 Vivi's Decision. This huge army of strong, speared warriors of sand is sure to sweep most of the army. But facing Smoker and Hina and Gaka and the others is another story. Under the hard work of the three people, the number of the Desert Death Army continued to decrease. Previously, the 5th Legion of the King's army fought desperately to kill nearly 200 spear warriors formed of sand. Now that Smoker and the others went out to battle, they quickly wiped out more than 200 spear warriors formed of sand. Only 70 or 80 spear warriors formed of sand were still fighting. But it is also a matter of time before they are wiped out. On the northern edge of the abandoned town, Crocodile observed the situation while smoking a cigar. He looked towards the huge position in front of him, and he didn't even look at the piles of corpses and blood. Those things were all too commonplace for him. The dead are nothing, and the crocodile was killed from the dead. But there are things that concern him. It's just that the Desert Death Army sent out is about to be wiped out. Those sand-formed spear warriors kept getting wiped out. What's the matter? Such powerful masters will emerge. Crocodile was a little surprised. Gaga, but Smoker and Hina made Crocodile never think about it. Now that you have a new enemy, you just need to strengthen your side. HMPH, it seems that my army is too small. Then I will add some more to you. Crocodile regained his strength and slammed his right arm into the desert below. This time the desert shook violently like an earthquake for a while. After the shaking was over, there were bulges of small sand dunes in the desert. Then it grows tall and then takes human form, and finally takes shape into those strong spear warriors. There were 500 of these strong spear warriors. It wasn't over yet. Crocodile continued to concentrate the strength in his body, shaking the desert again. Another group of sand-formed spear warriors took shape. This wave is also 500. Two groups of 1,000 sand spear warriors prepared to charge with their spears in hand. Crocodile looked at the 1,000 spear warriors of sand. My legion, crush all enemies that stand in your way. Crocodile said in a voice that resonated with the desert. This time it was more of a strict order than before. The spear warriors of this mighty desert army of death hold their spears high. Ooh! Accompanied by a roar that shook the world for a while. 1,000 spear warriors raised their 4-meter-long spears and charged like horses. The spear warriors charging this time far outnumbered the spear warriors of the previous wave of attacks. Crocodile looked at the distant army, waiting for their performance. I'd like to see how good you guys are, Crocodile said. 1,000 spear warriors rushed through the previously breached trenches like horses. The messy corpses of the king's army on the ground were even more bloody when they were trampled further, and they were even smashed into flesh-chan. The first wave of the Desert Death Legion had fought fiercely against the Smokers. At that time, there were more than 300. In this wave, 1,000 spear warriors went into battle. Smoker and the others finally wiped out the first wave of spear warriors. Gaka stomped the last of the spear warriors underfoot, officially ending the battle. Finally, the last one. Gaka kills the last spear warrior and turns it to sand. Hina also threw away the black gun in her hand and moved her fists. Although the battle just now was no problem for her, it was still a little intense and she needed to relax. Smoker turned his 10 hands twice, then put his back on his back. It's a little bit of a fight, Smoker said. These sand-formed spear warriors are not that scary for Smoker, but to deal with the average Marine or National Army can be said to be a death army from hell. But Smoker looked into the distance. The previously captured King's army position was surging for a while. Here again. Smoker said. Hina and Gaka also looked forward. I saw countless spears straight forward in the dust. This time, it far surpassed the last Desert Death Army to attack. Before, Smoker and the others only faced the spear warriors who were consumed to only 300 people. Now it is facing far more spear warriors than before, and the scale of the leveling is comparable to a large square. Another fierce battle. Gaka looked forward. Gaka stabilized the giant jackal, ready to engage the enemy again. It's really annoying, but you need to fight harder. Hina stepped forward. She has always been unhurried in battle, but she can kill people in an instant. The king's army in the rear of the back hall also saw this magnificent view. These spear warriors were far larger than before. But at this time, Vivi gave orders to the commander of the artillery unit. The commander of the artillery unit quickly dispatched his troops to set up the 200 heavy guns they were carrying. 200 heavy artillery pieces were placed in front of the king's army. At the same time Vivi dispatched officers to communicate with Gaka and the others. Everyone, His Majesty Vivi has instructed to bombard these enemy troops. Please, Lord Gaka and the two colonels, go back first. The officer in charge of the order rode on the horse and said to the three hurriedly. Smoker, Hina, and Gaka all looked at the officer and the heavy artillery units prepared by the king's army. What a spoiler, Smoker said. Then it's just a good time to take a break. Hina said. His Majesty Vivi would command like this, Garka said. Gaka didn't expect Vivi to have such a command. I can say it's really good. In this case, the use of heavy artillery shelling can actually destroy the enemy. What are these sand-formed spear warriors most afraid of? It is the explosive damage caused by the shelling. The explosive damage is extremely effective against them, ripping them apart as a whole, never recovering, and turning them into ordinary sand. Gaka, Hina, and Smoker quickly left the position. Back at the rear of the hall, I saw that 200 heavy artillery pieces were already ready. 200 heavy artillery the size of a football was aimed at the front. These heavy artillery pieces are capable of firing high explosive shells with enormous power. Vivi rode on horses and personally commanded the heavy artillery. Smoker looked at Vivi, feeling that the princess was still very capable. Prepare. Vivi said while waving and commanding. 200 heavy guns were aimed forward. The gunners had already loaded the heavy guns, and now they pulled the rope in their hands. The Desert Death Army galloping like a horse is getting closer. Chapter 302 Hand in Hand. These spear warriors formed of sand with spears are already only nearly 300 meters away. Fire! Vivi waved his arms down and gave the order. The gunners of the 200 heavy artillery pulled the ropes apart. Boom, 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 boom. 200 high explosive shells the size of footballs were fired. Intensive hits of the Desert Death Legions. The Desert Death Legion was shrouded in smoke and dust from the impact of the explosion. The spear warriors, numbered in the dozens, were torn apart by the explosion. In the end it became the dust of the explosion. After the 200 shells were fired, the spear warriors were severely wounded. Hundreds of spear warriors were directly wiped out. Reload and prepare for the second bombardment. Vivi ordered quickly. Gunners are trained to reload the second wave of shells. The high explosive shells were quickly installed into the heavy artillery. But at this important moment of reloading, suddenly a group of spears flew out from the sand and dust that had not been dissipated after the explosion. What? Vivi said in shock. These spear warriors, who had not been destroyed, actually threw spear attacks. Some spears quickly followed the gunners. Ah! Hidden. Many gunners were killed outright. And a spear swooped at Vivi. Vivi immediately asked the royal horse to dodge. But the spear fell quickly. It is already impossible to escape. At this moment, Vivi suddenly saw a figure leap over her. It was Sanji. Air kick. Sanji kicked the spear aside with one kick. Then the handsome guy with curly eyebrows turned somersaults and fell. Sanji, Vivi said. Your Majesty, it's time for the knight to show Kamui. Sanji said with a heavy-duty expression on his face. At the same time, Gaka also rushed over. He blocked Vivi with his huge body. Several spears also hit him in the body. Yaka. Vivi shouted worriedly. Garka said indifferently. Don't worry, my body basically doesn't feel anything about this. Gaka looked at Sanji again with the huge jackal's head. Thank you very much for protecting His Majesty Vivi. Sanji, Gaka said gratefully. Don't be like this, this is what a knight should do, Sanji said. There were constantly thrown spears, and the gunners of the heavy artillery unit were so frightened that they quickly hid under the heavy artillery to avoid being killed. At this moment, suddenly 2 black guns shot out. Directly blocked the 2 spears thrown over. At this time, Hina was spreading her arms and shooting black spears from both arms to intercept the spear. Chong, chong. Hina actually used the black spear she created to intercept the spear thrown by the opponent in midair. Look, it's so strong. The soldiers of the king's army were shocked that Hina was able to resist the opponent's attack like this. Being able to throw a spear is already infinitely powerful. However, being able to use a spear-like weapon to intercept a spear thrown by the opponent is even more incredible. But Nina did it. Above the heavy artillery troops raining spears, a white smoke suddenly traced its path. At the same time more than a dozen spears disappeared. It's that Colonel Marine. Smoker turned into smoke while flying when Vice Admiral Spears grabbed. He now holds a bundle of more than a dozen spears in his hand. Smoker tossed the spears into the desert below. Hey, keep reloading your shells. I'll cover you. Smoker said in a strong voice. Gunners saw that Smoker slid past, and they grabbed all the spears that came. Okay, go ahead and reload. The revitalized gunners continued to reload the heavy guns. More than 20 gunners were killed because of the spear thrown over, but they were quickly replaced by someone. 200 heavy artillery pieces were loaded again. Vivi was notified that he was ready, he gave the order again. Fire! 200 heavy artillery angrily fired heavy high-explosive shells. 200 heavy artillery shells hit the remaining spear warriors. The violent explosion shook the desert ground. Even the king's army in the rear of the palace felt a violent tremor under their feet. After this second wave of shelling, hundreds of more spear warriors were blasted to the sand. There is hardly much left. However, when the second wave of bombardment went out, it was only less than 100 meters away. Therefore, in front of the artillery unit was a cloud of sand and dust that covered the sky and the sun. When the visibility was extremely poor, Vivi looked forward and felt that the crisis was not over. Ow! Suddenly a group of spear warriors burst out of the dust. They quickly used the cover of sand and dust to break into the artillery positions like galloping horses. These sand-formed spear warriors wielded their spears fiercely and swiftly to assassinate the artillerymen one by one. The spear penetrated the body of the artillerymen, passing them through the chest, or through the abdomen, and some even pierced the spear from the neck and head. Blood quickly stained the heavy artillery and the desert below. Vivi and Gaka and Sanji all looked at the spear warriors who rushed in. There are more than 100 of these spear warriors. Also all the remaining sand is formed of the spear samurai. Okay, annihilate them, Garka said. Sanji looked at these spear warriors and said with great anticipation, just right, I haven't fought with them yet. Sanji dashed swiftly towards a spear warrior formed of sand. The spear samurai also spotted Sanji rushing towards him. He wielded a spear and assassinated Shang Sanji. But Sanji's movements are more flexible. First meet. Sanji's right leg swiftly kicked the spear samurai in the head. Sanji's feet are extremely powerful, no less powerful than many artillery pieces. The head of the spear warrior was kicked to pieces, and his body smashed into ordinary sand. Sanji looked at the spear samurai who had changed back to ordinary sand, and said, so weak. It's disappointing. Sanji rushed to the other 3 spear samurai again. Banquet table, kick package. Sanji put his hands on the ground, his feet spun up and kicked the upper body of the 3 spear samurai. The power of Sanji's feet severely damaged the upper bodies of the 3 spear warriors. But a round of kicks couldn't completely defeat these spear warriors. Sanji came again and again for 3 laps, for a total of 4 kicks. The 3 spear warriors were completely kicked into sand. These guys actually have a certain recovery ability, but if they are kicked in the head or the whole kick is broken, they will completely turn into sand. Sanji also understood the recovery ability of these spear samurai. Gakka was also covering for Vivi, seeing how flexible Sanji was. Gakka also admired how Princess Vivi found these powerful partners. Chapter 303 The Skill of Fu Rocks. Some soldiers of the king's army also began to fight back, and many fighters who wielded machetes and axes fought bravely. The king's army participating in this battle are almost all elites, and many are masters of using swords and fists. Although the spear warriors turned from these sands were very strong, with their hard work, the soldiers of the king's army also eliminated some spear warriors. But more of the king's army soldiers were no match for the spear warriors these sands turned into. Every time a spear warrior formed of sand is eliminated, the king's army will lose 3 or 4 men. Even CP3 was attacked by these spear warriors. Ow! A sand-formed spear warrior rushed in front of Fu Rocks. Fu Rocks was so frightened that he almost fell. "No, don't kill me," Fu Rocks said nervously. The usual grace and bureaucratic composure was completely gone. This spear warrior has no breath of life, but like a powerful warrior, he only knows how to fight. The spear in the hands of the spear samurai stabbed Fu Rocks. Kami-e. The spear stabbed in front of Fu Rocks. A shocking thing happened. Fu Rocks' body fluttered as lightly as soft paper, making it impossible for the spear to stab him at all. Kami-e is a type of marine rokushiki. It can make the body flutter like soft paper and dodge attacks. Fu Rocks is the chief, he is also able to do this. As expected of Mr. Fu Rocks. CP3 operatives who hid in the distance complimented. Fu Rocks continued Kami-e, stroking his graceful slender beard and said, "Haha, I'm the officer. Of course I need some skills." "Sir, you fight back quickly," said an agent. Fu Rocks was a little embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, I only have this ability among rokushiki. After all, is Kami-e the best at saving lives?" The agents were instantly embarrassed. The only skill that Fu Rocks knows is life-saving. As for offensive and combat use, he absolutely does not know. Of course, there are only 6 core agents who can fight in CP3. These agents, as well as Fu Rocks, are not good at combat. 5 of the 6 core agents were killed earlier. Only the most powerful Zeros was left injured. Just as Fu Rocks used Kami-e to deal with the spear warrior. A figure suddenly appeared behind the spear warrior. PFF'd. Zeros suddenly appeared behind the spear warrior with a shaver, and partially ironed his fist, aiming at the spear warrior's head with a punch. The head of the spear warrior was smashed, and the strength of Zeros, combined with the hardness of the iron fist, was as powerful as a cannonball. The attack of this combination of strength and hardness smashed the head of the spear warrior, and the body of the spear warrior collapsed into sand. "Sir, are you all right?" Zeros asked. Seeing this strong and scary strong man, Fu Rocks said with a sigh of relief, "You shot too late. I can be said to be exhausted from using Kami-e continuously." Although Fu Rocks can Kami-e, it is not long-term use. Someone with a strength like Zeros can use the abilities in Rokushiki for a long time. Zeros deliberately asked Fu Rocks, and said, "Sir, since you want to save your life, why don't you learn iron blocks? Iron blocks can be used as a defense and localized body as a weapon. Although Kami-e is life-saving, it doesn't. Fighting power." Fu Rocks was left speechless when asked. A person like Zeros, who is hard-working and powerful, just obeys the bureaucratic arrangement of Fu Rocks. But still very arrogant. The only thing that binds Zeros is the status of Fu Rocks, chief. Zeros then continued to fight, albeit with physical injuries. But Zeros' inner will to fight is still strong. These strange spear warriors that he has never seen before are extremely powerful, but they arouse Zeros' desire to fight. Zeros looked at the spear warriors formed from the sand. Shave. In less than a second, Zeros stepped on the ground dozens of times in a row. The body moves rapidly. To others it looks like it just disappeared. Fu Rocks helplessly looked at Zeros, who was fighting far away, and said, "What an arrogant guy in his bones." CP agents of the world government, there are actually many people who are mavericks. But because of this intelligence work in the dark, they appear to be colder on the surface. Zeros moved quickly to the side of a spear warrior. The fist was another punch to the head of the spear warrior. After the head was smashed, the spear warrior quickly collapsed into a mass of ordinary sand. After the spear warrior was sanded, a spear warrior suddenly came from behind Zeros and stabbed him with a spear. Shave. Zeros moved away again. In less than 2 seconds, he used shave 3 times in a row to move behind the spear samurai who had attacked him. The iron fist smashed the head of the spear samurai with another punch. Ow! 2 spear warriors stabbed from both sides. This time, Zeros still stepped on the ground continuously with his feet, but unlike shaved, his body slightly used the reaction force of the ground to bounce his body into the air. Moon step. Zeros jumped 10 meters in the air. The spears in the hands of the 2 spear warriors pierced into the air. As a rokushiki, moon step's largest range of mobility is the extension of shaving. Shave is to move on the ground, and moon step is to move directly into the air. The first step is in the air, and the moon step after that is a test of human ability. The moon step after that applies the force generated by the rapid movement of the feet to the air to generate thrust. 'Cause it's like flying. Zeros continued to move after the moon step reached the air. But every moon step is the same as creating an airflow that tears the air. Of course, no matter how flexible Zeros' moon step is, it can't compare to Smoker's incarnation of smoke flying. However, in the rumored CP9, there is a legendary agent like Fukuro who can reach the level of ecstasy only with moon step. That speed and agility are comparable to Smoker's incarnation of smoke flying. When Zeros used the moon step to fly, his fists were still iron. Zeros suddenly flew above a spear warrior and hit him in the head. Flying fist. Zeros' right fist slammed into the head of the spear warrior. The head and upper body of this spear warrior were shattered. The rest is also turned into dust. While flying, use the fist of the local iron block. This is Zeros' ace move. The flying iron fist attacks from the air, combining strength, speed and hardness to give the opponent a powerful blow from the air. Zeros took out another spear warrior with the same attack. Chapter 304 Legendary Monster, Sphinx. In addition to the King's Army, Gaka, Sanji, and Zeros, Smoker and Hina is still on display. Smoker is especially powerful, moving with ease with its body smoke. With each strike of 10 more hands, he smashed the head of a spear samurai and killed him. More than 100 spear warriors are still not enough to consume, and they will be completely annihilated soon. After the battle, Vivi and Sanji, as well as Gaka and everyone else, checked the battlefield. "We won," Vivi asked. "Your Majesty Vivi, we have indeed won. This incomparably powerful wave of enemies was completely annihilated just now," Gaka said. Looked at Vivi appreciatively and said, "Vivi, you were really handsome when you were in command just now." Vivi was in command just now, he also acted decisively, quite admirable. Gaka added, "But your Majesty, you need to know. For artillery fire, it needs to be divided into several rows of artillery to shoot alternately. The power can be maximized. And there will be no firepower fault." Vivi was also a little ashamed after hearing this, and said, "Yaka, you were right." Vivi was commanding 200 heavy artillery shells just now. Dividing the artillery array into 4 or even 2 rows would produce better results. When the platoons are bombarding, the alternating platoons can keep the fire uninterrupted. Vivi shot all the shells in one wave just now, and when they reloaded, it gave the enemy a chance to penetrate the defense. After this round of battle, 1,000 spear warriors of Crocodile were wiped out. On the side of the King's army, not only the main men and horses did not lose. Even the soldiers lost less than 200. After the first wave of 500 spear warriors charged, they lost less than 200 but killed 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers of the King's army. The second wave was quickly eliminated, which was a failure for Crocodile. On the northern edge of the abandoned town, Crocodile observed his 1,000-spear warriors being wiped out. This second wave of attacks was highly anticipated by Crocodile, but it was wiped out so quickly. Crocodile took the cigar out of his mouth, which was then sucked dry and turned into powder. Everything in the world contains moisture, even as dry as a cigar. If the moisture is absorbed, it will turn into powder. Really, there are two brushes. Crocodile said unhappily. Crocodile used all his strength again. To destroy Vivi they need more powerful force. Crocodile was constantly gathering on the right arm. Finally Crocodile slammed his right arm into the desert below again. Sphinx. Crocodile infuses the desert below. The desert shook violently. It was far more shocking than when those desert death legions were created before. Crocodile injected power into the desert below for 3 minutes. When he finally stopped, a large sand dune suddenly bulged out of the desert. The size of this dune is enormous, comparable to a hill. Finally, the top of the dunes began to solidify, but this time it was a huge monster shape. The body of the monster became more and more like a lion, and the wings of a vulture grew out of its back. The head is constantly changing, and finally becomes a majestic human face. It looks like a sphinx. This giant sand monster is 10 stories high. This sphinx-faced vulture-winged giant monster is the ace monster sphinx created by Crocodile. Bell, who had been circling and investigating in the sky, was shocked when he saw the huge monster suddenly appearing below. How could it be like this? Bell, who was 2,000 meters high, was still able to clearly see the huge monster created by Crocodile. After the sphinx was formed, the huge mouth opened to the sky, and it was an earth-shattering roar for a while. Ow! The roar was earth-shattering, and everyone heard it. The sphinx lowered his head and looked at Crocodile. Bowed its head to Crocodile like a tamed lion. Good. Crocodile was also happy to see that the huge monster he created was very obedient. Such a powerful monster is just one weapon of his. Crocodile. Crocodile first arrived in Alabasta many years ago. He heard a legend in the country. Alabasta from thousands of years ago had a giant sphinx-shaped vulture-winged monster named Sphinx. Sphinx has long been guarding a desert outstretched road, and whenever a traveler arrives here, it will release a problem. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs at night? Anyone who can't answer will be swallowed up by him. But in the end, a warrior answered correctly. Human. Because of the correct answer, the Sphinx was so ashamed that he committed suicide. The ancient legend of the Sphinx is a symbol of the mystery and history of the Alabasta Desert. Crocodile stayed in Alabasta for a period of time. He further developed his fruit ability and researched new combat skills. A description of the shape of a monster according to myths and legends. Crocodile eventually created this giant monster and named it the Sphinx. Crocodile looked at the Sphinx and said, "Okay, Sphinx. That's my enemies. Destroy them for me." The huge monster Sphinx nodded. The 10-story behemoth turned around and started to move towards Vivi and the king's army. The Sphinx stepped forward with 4 huge feet that could crush the house and began to going towards the north where Vivi and the king's army were. With every step the Sphinx took, the surrounding desert was like an earthquake. Bell in the sky was shocked to see this huge monster. He also knew that Crocodile had unimaginable power. The previous Desert Death Army had shocked Bell. Now Crocodile has created such a behemoth monster again. Need to report to Vivi and Gaka as soon as possible. Bell quickly used the phone bug to make contact. The position where the king's army and Vivi and the others were standing after the fierce battle. Vivi and Gaka, Sanji and others all heard the earth-shattering roar just now. What scary thing? Sanji looked at the direction from which the direction came. It's like something is moving. Garka has returned to human form, but he still has keen senses. Smoker looked into the distance, looked at it for a while, and said, like a monster. Still huge. Chapter 305 Terrifying Behemoth. At this time, an officer suddenly reported very urgently, "Your Majesty Vivi, Lord Gaka. Lord Bell has information to report." Vivi looked at the officer and took the phone bug. "Your Majesty Vivi, things are bad. Crocodile has just created a huge monster that is heading north in your direction." Bell's voice came from the opposite side of the phone bug. Vivi looked into the distance while listening to Bell's communication. "There is indeed a huge thing moving, and it is coming here." "Got it, Bell. We'll be careful, but please keep watching Crocodile and the abandoned town," Vivi said. Then Vivi hung up the phone. Vivi and everyone looked at the huge monster that was approaching. Sanji also looked at the approaching monster. This time, not only Sanji, but Smoker and Hina also vaguely felt that this monster was unusual. The Sphinx kept approaching Vivi and the others. This 10-story high behemoth is like a moving sand sculpture, lifelike and majestic. When the Sphinx finally reached a position of about 200 meters, everyone could see it clearly. "My God," Gaka said in shock. "This behemoth is a huge monster with the body of a lion, the wings of a vulture, and the head of a human being. Like the previous spear warriors, it's also made of sand." Vivi saw this huge monster, and the other side shocked her except for the huge size. That walk and movement like a real creature is perfect. The previous spear warriors had terrifying strength, but that was also supported by numbers. This sandy sphinx vulture-winged monster is as big as a hill. In terms of momentum, it is like a very beautiful sculpture. Crocodile actually created such a monster, Vivi said with great fear. Sanji looked at the huge monster that was getting closer and closer. So huge. Sanji also lamented the hugeness of the Sphinx. The 10-story high monster made the earth tremble as it walked. Smoker looked at the approaching giant beast. "I have never seen such a monster. Although I have seen many sea kings that are even bigger than this one," Smoker said with emotion. "It's really huge, and I think the combat power must be unbelievable," Hina also said when she saw this behemoth. CP 3 feet S Fu Rocks and Zeros were also amazed when they saw the Sphinx. The Sphinx finally came to a position only a few dozen meters away from everyone. The behemoth lowered its head and looked forward. Compared with the 10-story high Sphinx, Sanji and the others in front were simply the difference between the unicorn and the lion. The Sphinx looked at the countless royal army and Vivi, and opened his mouth. Ow! An angry roar ripped apart the air, as if a strong wind was blowing. This wasn't a fight, just a roar from the Sphinx. "Everyone beware of this monster," Gaka said loudly. Vivi hurriedly ordered that the previous royal army artillery was ready. "Fire!" Following Vivi's order, the 200 heavy artillery fired alternately. Boom, 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 boom. Swarms of cannonballs hit the giant monster. The sound of the explosion was earth-shattering. Smoke and dust were everywhere. This time, the 200 heavy artillery pieces did not shoot all together, but after every 10 heavy artillery pieces fired, another 10 heavy artillery pieces fired. Intensive shells hit the Sphinx, and it continued. And the continuous shooting allowed the Sphinx to be bombarded with more saturation. Vivi and Gaka and the others were all nervously watching the Sphinx's movements. How much effect can such a powerful platoon of artillery attack produce? Crocodile had previously created were capable of fighting ordinary human soldiers by 1 to 10. The 10-story high Sphinx certainly wouldn't have been killed so easily. However, Vivi and the others all hope that even if these heavy artillery bombardments fail to kill Crocodile, they can still kill and weaken Crocodile to a certain extent. The 200 heavy artillery shells are all high explosive shells, and once they hit the target, they will explode quickly. Even if the opponent is sand, it will not be sucked in. Because of the continuous platoon bombardment, every 10 heavy artillery bombardments are quickly loaded. When the other 10 heavy artillery are bombarded in a group, reload quickly and use it again to have combat capability. In this way, the bombardment of the powerful heavy artillery platoon continued. It doesn't give the enemy time to rest at all. The violent shelling continued, and after 1,000 heavy artillery shells were fired in a row, the shelling finally stopped. The Sphinx had already been beaten, and the dust was thrown into the sky. Smoker and Sanji looked at sand dust with great vigilance. Everyone here firmly believes that the Sphinx will not be wiped out so easily. Everyone be careful, Vivi said. Smoker took the lead, quickly turning his body into smoke and flying over. Smoker flew towards the dust that had not yet dissipated. Explore and scout in the dust. Everywhere is to pay attention. In this extremely low visibility of sand and dust, if the opponent is not destroyed, they may attack at any time. Damn, is it still alive? Smoker flew for a while and still couldn't find a trace of the Sphinx. How could such a behemoth disappear? Unless it's destroyed to sand. Just as Smoker felt strange, suddenly a huge claw below grabbed him. Smoker's body is smoke and of course it can't be caught so easily. The huge claw grabbed the air, and Smoker turned into smoke and flew higher. This is... Smoker looked down and saw a huge claw reaching up in the dust. Below is a pair of giant glasses full of ferocious flashes of UV light. Sure enough, the Sphinx was not bombarded by the shells. Ow! The Sphinx roared violently. The wind generated actually blew the dust away. Everyone now sees the Sphinx body climbing up from the desert below. The powerful shelling Sphinx just now dug a hole and hid in the desert below. It used this method to successfully evade the bombardment. This monster is really tenacious. Smoker, who was flying in the air, said while observing. This time, the Sphinx looked at the king's army, Vivi, Gaka, and Sanji with their huge human-faced heads. The huge human face looked very much like a human face, but it lacked some vitality. It is the materialized monster of Crocodile's will. Chapter 306 Puff Desert. The Sphinx lowered his head this time, opened his mouth and began to inhale sharply. The huge suction sucked a large amount of sand into his body. What a powerful suction! Gaka said in shock. Under the powerful suction, many royal troops found that their bodies began to move. It was sucked into the mouth of this gigantic monster along with the sands of the desert. Help! Many of the king's army who were sucked in screamed desperately. Vivi was also sucked by the huge suction, and her body began to be sucked into the Sphinx's mouth along with the underground sand. Your Majesty Vivi, Garca changed his body suddenly and quickly. Transformed from a human shape into a giant jackal. Gaka quickly rushed to Vivi's side and grabbed Vivi's body. The Fu rocks of CP3 were also attracted by the huge suction force and began to be sucked into the mouth of the huge monster along with the sand. Save me, Zeros! Fu rocks shouted desperately. Zeros used the moon step to fly, and approached Fu rocks and grabbed him. Zeros then quickly used the moon step to leave. However, these suctions are really huge, and Zeros feels that it is very difficult to hold up like this. Iron block. Zeros decisively turned his body into iron blocks, his body became very heavy, and he froze firmly. Fu rocks was held to his chest by Zeros. Thank you, Zeros, said Fu rocks. Zeros looked at him and said, don't thank me, sir. But I still think iron blocks are more useful, don't you think? Yes, iron blocks are more practical than Kami-e. Fu rocks said quickly. Sanji resisted the suction with his strong physical strength. It's a terrible suction, but Miss Nami is okay. Her body is so light, but she can't resist this suction. Sanji said a little worriedly. In fact, Nami had already run to the rear of the First Army's main unit, watching the battle from a distance with a telescope. When she first supported this place before, Nami realized that the enemy was terrible, and immediately hid far away. Nami, who was behind the First Corps, saw the current battle with a telescope and said with emotion, "My God, what a terrible battle. Crocodile actually created such a huge monster." She was very fortunate that she was at the rear of the Legion the first time. The powerful suction of the Sphinx sucked in a large amount of sand and many soldiers of the Royal Army. Smoker, above the Sphinx, decides to attack. Smoker first took the 10 hands off his back, and then his body quickly fell on top of the Sphinx's head. Sand has turned into a huge monster, but I want to see how resistant you are. Smoker's hands were slammed down quickly. Smoker's 10 hands hit the Sphinx in the head. 10 hands as if pierced into the sand. Moreover, the strength generated by Smoker's 10 hands was diluted by the Sphinx's huge body. Dealing with the enemy also depends on the size of the opponent. Like a normal spear warrior, Smoker is capable of smashing his head with a combination of speed and strength whenever he strikes with 10 hands. This huge monster 10 stories high. When 10 hands attacked him, it was as ineffective as acupuncture. Damn, this guy is so big, Smoker said. The Sphinx noticed the smoker on the head. He closed his huge mouth. That terrifying attraction finally stopped. Vivi and Gaka, as well as many of the king's army, were relieved. The Sphinx shook his head sharply, throwing Smoker away. Smoker turned into smoke and fell back onto the desert floor in front of the Sphinx. What a powerful monster, said Smoker, looking up at the giant monster. The Sphinx in front of him is a powerful monster for everyone. Whether it is its huge body or its unfathomable ability, it is difficult to deal with. The Sphinx held back his strength and opened his mouth again. This time it was an astonishing dust storm that spewed out of its mouth. This is. Smoker put 10 hands in the sand, struggling to hold on. This time the Sphinx no longer uses suction, but blows. A powerful dust storm overturned the king's army. What a strong storm, Sanji said while trying to support the ground with his legs. This round of dust storms blowing from the Sphinx's mouth is actually more powerful than the previous ones. All the sand that the Sphinx inhaled directly was spit out. This dust storm has been going on for a few minutes, and after the dust storm, the king's army has been in a mess. Many people are buried in sand. PFF'd. Gaka's body stood up from the sand. He guarded Vivi with his body. Are you all right, Your Majesty Vivi? Garka asked. I'm fine, Gaka, Vivi said. The others also stood up one after another from the sand. These goddamn sands. Zeros also stood up from the sand, his body still pressing Furox. Furox quickly jumped out to catch his breath. Fu, finally come back to life, Furox said, panting. He then quickly stroked the long, graceful beard that Furox was proud of. In addition to life, he is the most like his graceful slender beard. Furox looked at Zeros again and said gratefully, thank you very much, Zeros. Zeros said indifferently, don't thank me, sir. Sanji stood up from the sand and looked around. Many buried royal troops also rose from the sand. Colonel Hina had already come out of the sand and slapped the sand on his body. It's annoying, Hina said after tidying up her clothes. Seeing Hina's unhurried appearance, Sanji immediately smiled. As expected of Colonel Hina, his gestures are so charismatic, Sanji said. Smoker also stood up from the sand. Damn, what happened to that monster? Smoker looked forward and saw the giant Sphinx striding forward. But the target of this behemoth is not on anyone. The Sphinx came to the place where the 200 heavy guns were. This huge monster lifted its foot and stepped on a heavy gun. Under the tremendous force, the heavy artillery was trampled. The Sphinx kept stomping down the cannons one by one with their feet. Gosh, our heavy artillery, Vivi said. Gaka looked at the giant beast and said, he wants to destroy all these heavy artillery with powerful firepower. For the Sphinx, these cannons are annoying. Destroying these heavy artillery will greatly facilitate their operations. 200 heavy artillery pieces were all destroyed after being trampled by the powerful feet of this giant beast. Chapter 307 Flying Giant Monster. After destroying the heavy artillery, the Sphinx raised his head and roared into the sky. Ow! The earth-shattering roar seemed to show its power. The Sphinx lowered his head again and looked at everyone. This gigantic beast has only used a part of its abilities just now, and now the real terror is about to begin. The Sphinx flexed and stretched back slightly, which is the posture of the beast when it was about to run. The same goes for this sand behemoth. Just when everyone was highly focused, the giant beast moved violently. Its huge body dashed like a moving hill. Gaka, Sanji and Smoker all evaded quickly. But those tens of thousands of the king's army were miserable. The Sphinx's huge body ran quickly. On the road, the king's army could not be avoided, and they were swept up and down. Gosh, run! We'll be crushed. It's too late to escape. Fight him. Large numbers of the king's army began to flee desperately, but some of the king's army fought back with weapons. But some of the threatening heavy artillery units were eliminated. The remaining king's army bombarded with shoulder-mounted artillery and light artillery at most. These weapons simply blast out bursts of gunpowder smoke, but they don't have much killing effect. As for some of the king's army rifles and machine guns, they were completely useless at all. Several soldiers of the king's army fired their rifles at the charging Sphinx. The giant feet of the behemoth quickly reached over them. Fighting with him, the 7 king's soldiers used the rifle to shoot. Bang, 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 bang. The dense bullets were of no use at all. These bullets couldn't kill even the human-shaped spear warriors before, let alone this huge monster 10 stories tall. Boom! The Sphinx's foot stomped the 7 king's soldiers into bloody flesh-chan. The Sphinx's huge body continued to run wildly across the desert, trampling countless king's troops to death. Screams, the shaking of the earth resounded above this desert. Vivi saw the king's army with heavy casualties. The king's army of the First Legion has suffered extremely heavy losses. Hordes of the king's army were trampled to death. The rest fled. It's all Crocodile's reason, Vivi said bitterly. Don't worry, Your Majesty Vivi. Gaka suddenly stood in front. His body changed again, becoming that huge jackal. Jaka, Vivi said. Your Majesty Vivi, I will do my best to destroy it. Leave it to me. Gaka said with an imposing manner. After saying that, Gaka is ready to sprint. Wait, let me hitch a ride. Suddenly Sanji jumped over, and then jumped onto Gaka's back. Gaka looked at him and said, Okay, Sanji. Gaka started to charge with Sanji on his back. Vivi looked at Gaka and Sanji who were far away. You must succeed. Vivi prays for Gaka and Sanji. Gaga holds Sanji and travels like a cheetah. Sanji stood on the back of the galloping Gaka and looked at the huge monster Sphinx that was raging on the battlefield. What an evil monster. It takes a lot of strength to deal with it, Sanji said, lighting a new cigarette. Just as the two flew towards the Sphinx, Smoker was not to be outdone. Smoker turned into smoke and flew from the sky to the raging Sphinx. Smoker was even faster, flying quickly above the Sphinx. Smoker runs alongside the behemoth from above, watching each other at the same time. He can't be without weaknesses. It looks like I need to use my real skills too. Smoker accelerated further and flew several hundred meters in front of the Sphinx. Then Smoker quickly turned around and flew towards the galloping Sphinx. White smoke spiral. Smoker's body spun 360 degrees quickly. Like a drill bit like a screw. The drill headed toward the Sphinx at a speed that surpassed that of a cannonball. The Sphinx roared violently, opening his mouth to meet Smoker. Boom! A loud bang, the smoke spiral of Smoker's incarnation hit the Sphinx's mouth heavily. This attack was extremely powerful, and the Sphinx who was running wildly trembled for a while and then fell to the side. Smoker's incarnation flew to the nearby desert ground again and materialized into a human form again. Smoker looked at the fallen behemoth, and after struggling for a while, the 10-story tall beast rose to his feet again. HMPH, the blow just now was strong. But it still won't kill you, Smoker said, looking at the behemoth. Sphinx looked down at Smoker, growling angrily. This huge monster fanned the huge wings on its back this time, and the two pairs of huge vulture wings were more than 30 meters long, comparable to many medium-sized ships. A huge wind began to fly, blowing the surrounding sand and dust into a storm. Smoker stood stubbornly on the ground, looking at the huge monster. I don't know what the other party is going to do. The next thing that shocked Smoker happened. The 4 huge feet of this huge monster actually began to slowly lift off the ground. The Sphinx actually flew. Smoker looked at the flying Sphinx. It's unbelievable. It's capable of that, Smoker said. The Sphinx is so huge that it can fly. Of course, as a monster with a Sphinx face and vulture wings, those huge vulture wings could not be decorations at all. Gaka and Sanji, who were about to approach immediately, also saw the Sphinx flying into the sky. Gaka also stopped and looked at the huge monster flying into the sky with Sanji on his back. My God, how could this be? Sanji said with emotion. It actually can fly, Garka said in shock. The king's army, who had been defeated before, looked up to the sky again. The Sphinx continued to soar at this time, and this terrifying giant monster was already on the ground, leaving the king's army helpless. Now flying above the sky is even more powerful. The king's army all felt despair. The Sphinx who flew into the sky looked down at the ground. The body of this behemoth leaned downward. The huge vulture's wings were flattened and rushed downward. Some of the king's army on the ground fled quickly, while others were so frightened that they collapsed. But the behemoth attacked Smoker first. A loud noise that shook the sky. The desert where Smoker was located was smashed by this huge monster from the sky. Chapter 308 Smoker vs Sphinx. The Sphinx flew up again, and there was nothing left in the desert pit below. Your attack is really powerful, but I can't be attacked so easily. Smoker is already flying in the sky in the form of smoke. Sphinx looked at Smoker and roared angrily. Ow! The behemoth then quickly chased after Smoker. Smoker is even better at flying in the sky. Although this behemoth can fly, it is still not as fast as the Smoker. In the desert below, Sanji, Gaka and the others all looked up at the chase in the sky. I saw that the huge Sphinx was spreading its 2 huge vulture wings with all its strength, chasing a trail of white smoke. It's really evil, but can that smoke ghost hunter knock it down? Sanji said as he watched. Colonel Hina, who was also in the desert, looked up at Smoker in the sky. Smoker, show your strength, Hina said. Smoker in the sky launched a fierce chase battle with huge monsters. Smoker is extremely fast and flexible. But Sphinxes with Sphinx vulture wings aren't fuel-efficient lamps either. The Sphinx keeps chasing Smoker. His huge mouth kept opening, trying to bite Smoker. After being chased for a while, Smoker found an opportunity. Whoosh! Smoker's body made a sharp U-turn upwards, straight up to the Sphinx's back. On the Sphinx's back, Smoker reverted to a human form. It was spectacular, quote. Smoker said as he saw the scene around him. Although he flew a lot, standing on the back of such a huge monster saw the sky and the earth quickly passing by, and enjoyed the feeling of the wind blowing from his body. This is an extremely rare thing to encounter. The 2 huge wings of the Sphinx tens of meters long swayed constantly on both sides. Ow! The Sphinx's body suddenly turned over. Smoker was also unable to stand, and quickly turned back into the smoke and continued to fly. Smoker quickly flew through the sky. However, the Sphinx behind him chased after him again. Smoker kept accelerating. At this time, the Sphinx opened his mouth again. Its huge mouth suddenly produced a powerful attraction. This ability was used in the desert before. Now the Sphinx uses this ability again in the sky. But now it is impossible to inhale the sand, but the air in the sky is inhaled. Smoker also felt a strong pull behind. Oops! Smoker felt that he couldn't escape this powerful attraction even by flying at full force. Smoker was sucked in by the strong pull behind him. The Sphinx's huge mouth finally failed to let Smoker escape. Smoker was sucked in all over. The Sphinx then closed his mouth. Smoker, who had drawn a white trail in the sky before, disappeared, leaving only the Sphinx with the wings of a huge sphinx and vulture. Inside the Sphinx's belly. Smoker returned to human form, but the surroundings were pitch black. This dark place must be inside the Sphinx's belly. It's hilarious to be eaten. Smoker himself was a little spit on himself. When it passed through the Sphinx's throat after being swallowed just now, there was also an amazing squeeze. If it wasn't for Smoker's smoky body, it would have been squeezed into flesh Chan long ago. Now it's in the stomach and it's turned into a human again. Smoker still felt his surroundings shake for a while now. It's like riding a fast-flying airship. Now that Smoker is in the opponent's belly, he thinks it's better to do some damage. Smoker quickly smoked his body and continued to attack with his fists and feet irregularly in this huge belly. This place is really huge, comparable to a small house. Smoker's fists and kicks ricocheted from the belly of the gigantic monster around. Every time, it is extremely powerful, comparable to artillery shells. Outside, the Sphinx's huge body is still flying in the sky. Suddenly, the inside of the stomach was injured for a while, and this behemoth began to fly irregularly in the sky. Finally the Sphinx began a very chaotic flight, spinning around in the sky. This behemoth finally lost the ability to control the direction, and finally accidentally hit the desert below. But it flew again quickly. On the ground, the king's army, Sanji, Gaka and the others stopped moving, but watched this huge monster flying over and over in the sky. Is the Smoker actually attacking in the stomach? Is that the daring guy? Hina said after seeing the Sphinx's flight. Although the Sphinx constantly tossing and flying. But it still hasn't been significantly knocked down. Smoker in the belly of the Sphinx finally felt the need to use a stronger attack, and he needed to get out. Here, Smoker begins to rotate his body rapidly, feeling the position of his feet according to gravity. White, smoke spiral. Smoker's body spun like an auger. Then he drilled down violently. This attack is powerful. The Sphinx's stomach gradually collapsed from the inside out. Smoker maxed out his body and finally burrowed through the Sphinx's stomach. A trail of white smoke rushed out from under the Sphinx's stomach. Smoker burst out of the Sphinx's belly like a drill with great force. A handsome white smoke trail flew across the sky. Anyone who sees this scene feels that it is entirely possible to write a modern myth. The Sphinx looked at Smoker angrily. The wound on its stomach healed quickly. Like the sand-formed spear warriors, the Sphinx's body is capable of self-healing. The belly of this huge monster soon recovered. The Sphinx flies quickly towards the Smoker again. Smoker continued to fly at high speed. The Sphinx opened its huge mouth again at Smoker this time. "Oh, isn't it good enough to be punched in the stomach?" Smoker said. But the Sphinx didn't use the powerful attraction this time. For a while, a dust storm blew over. The storm was so powerful that it blew Smoker far away. Smoker has lost control of his direction. The Sphinx waited a while before stopping using the ability. Smoker was blown down, lost his sense of direction, and finally smashed into the desert. Smoker stood up hard in the desert. PFF'd. Smoker also ate a lot of sand in his mouth. He also vaguely heard the smug howl of the Sphinx. Smoker stood up again and looked up at the giant monster in the sky. "Okay, I must beat you down." Chapter 309 Sphinx Wings Fall. Smoker's efforts. Finally, the body suddenly changed into smoke and flew. Smoker soared into the sky again, and even the air was torn apart making a harsh sound. His body suddenly flew to a position more than 2,000 meters in the sky, where the Sphinx hovered. "Ow!" Seeing him fly up again, the Sphinx roared provocatively. White, smoke spiral. Smoker's body twirled rapidly, then swooped toward the Sphinx. But he didn't attack the Sphinx's head and swept past, and flew directly behind. Smoker turned into was aimed at the position where the left wing of the Sphinx connected to the back like a drill, and slammed down. Boom! The Sphinx was torn at the base of its left wing where it joined its back. The huge wings of tens of meters long fell from the body. In the end, it quickly turned into scattered sand. The Sphinx's huge body began to lose its balance and fell quickly. But at this time, the left side of the back of the Sphinx began to quickly grow a wing. How can it be like this? Smoker was shocked. The other's body can also regenerate. The Sphinx uses the sand within itself to heal. It soon grew another wing. Two huge wings dozens of meters long helped this huge monster continue to fly in the sky. Smoker turned again, this time to the right of the Sphinx. If it doesn't work by destroying one of its wings the first time, try destroying two wings at the same time. Smoker has a new way of fighting. White, smoke spiral. Smoker's body spun again, like a drill. He was spinning faster this time than before. Smoker turned into a spiral of smoke that quickly flew towards the Sphinx. This huge monster also recognized the great strength and speed of Smoker, and hurriedly avoided it. However, its size makes it impossible to dodge the Smoker's attack at all. Smoker's body turned into a smoke auger that hit the base of the right wing of the Sphinx's back. However, in less than a second, the smoke spiral formed by Smoker's body also hit the root of the newly grown wing on the left side of the back of the Sphinx's body. Both wings were separated and fell, and at the same time, the huge body of the Sphinx fell. Smoker hasn't let up, he hastened to keep attacking the part of the back of the Sphinx where the two huge wings could grow. This resulted in the Sphinx not being able to grow wings. Soon after the two huge wings left the body, they quickly turned into sand and fell from the sky, forming a burst of dust. The Sphinx's huge body fell head down. The king's army below quickly escaped. This huge monster smashed down like a meteorite. Ow! The Sphinx roared angrily before landing on his head. Boom! The huge sound shook the sky, and the huge body of the Sphinx hit the ground. This behemoth was like a meteorite hitting the ground, stirring up thousands of meters of dust. Sand and dust are like volcanic eruptions, obscuring the sky. Smoker pulled up and took off higher in the air, and finally reached a position of more than 1,000 meters. The next thing is the dust that has been raised up. Smoker looked down and said, "It's your fault this time." Crocodile, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw the sight of the huge sand and dust rising. Crocodile just saw whether it was the Sphinx falling or the powerful sand that hit the desert afterward. It's an accident. Even the Sphinx are beaten like this. These enemies are really not to be underestimated. Crocodile is also a rare sci. Crocodile rarely praised others, but the performance of the other party today really surprised him and even a little surprised. Crocodile looked at the trail of white smoke that was flying in the sky. Could this guy be Marine's smoke hunter? He's still quite famous, mainly because of the Logia smoke fruit ability he has. If I deal with it myself, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to defeat. Crocodile said. Crocodile's most powerful moves is the Sphinx, a massive sand beast that devours the sky and the earth. It's a powerful weapon. But now it's beaten like this. Crocodile should also consider enhancing some of his own combat power. Crocodile quickly concentrated the power in his body again, the palm of his right palm facing up. He concentrated his power on the palm of his right hand, and quickly a swirling desert storm formed. Crocodile loves seeing this little desert storm. Just like a lot of people love pets. Little guy, in the past, I created countless of your kind, and when they grew up, they turned those places into ruins. But you will be more powerful than them. Crocodile brings more power into this small desert storm. This desert storm has become more intense. Super Shalon, go. Crocodile put down the extreme desert storm in his right hand. This Super Shalon is different from ordinary Shalon. Ordinary Shalon can eventually grow into a desert storm, but it will take a long time. Super Shalon can grow into a more powerful desert storm in a very short period of time. This Super Shalon began to rotate towards the north-facing battlefield. Along the way began to geometrically increase in scale. On the battlefield fighting with the Sphinx, the dust that soared into the sky finally fell. Smoker also fell to the ground, reverting to human form. Sanji and Gaka looked at the burly man. Smoke Hunter not only loves smoking, but is also a strong man with extremely high mobility and attack power. He's just being a colonel in Marine's headquarters, and he's treated him badly. If Smoker was appointed as a higher-ranking general and entrusted to him, it would bring unimaginable and amazing rewards to the world government and Marine. In fact, Smoker had the opportunity to be promoted many times. But his character was such that the upper Marines did not dare to promote him. Smoker's character is upright and rebellious. If he gets to a higher position, I am afraid that he will have a serious conflict with the bureaucratic upper Marine. Smoker and the others were watching where the Sphinx's body fell. A huge desert crater was smashed out here. Enough to be comparable to several stadiums. Smoker was looking forward to how much damage the Sphinx had just fallen to the ground. No matter how powerful the Sphinx is, such a heavy fall is somewhat lethal. Chapter 310 Super Shalon. Just when everyone wanted to see the situation clearly, a huge roar suddenly sounded. Ow! Smoker said helplessly, he's really unusually strong. The Sphinx's huge body crawled out of the desert pit. This huge monster still looks so majestic. Sanji observed this huge monster and suddenly discovered something. Don't you think this guy has gotten smaller? Sanji asked. Smoker and Gaka heard it. They both looked at the Sphinx's huge body. Now the Sphinx is still huge, but it does seem to be smaller. The Sphinx used to be 10 stories high, but now it seems to be less than 8 stories high. Gaka and Smoker found these problems. The Sphinx's body has indeed become smaller. The Sphinx suffered a lot from being attacked continuously and falling. Does each attack reduce the sand on the Sphinx? This is indeed the case. The Sphinx, and even those human-sized spear warriors before it, relied on the crocodile's infused strength and will to maintain their bodies and fight their enemies. They themselves require strength to maintain their shape. Or the sand that they are made of is the part of the sand that crocodile fused with power in the first place. Although it can be recovered after damage, it is to supplement the damage of the body with the sand that has not been knocked off the main part of the body. Once the sand is knocked down from the trunk of the body, it loses its strength and fuses into ordinary sand. There is no way to fuse other ordinary sand into a body part afterwards. Unless crocodile uses force to fuse the damaged part himself. So even if it is such a powerful monster as Sphinx, once it is consumed for a certain period of time, the sand on its body will become less and less. It is also possible to finally get to a cat size. Smoker looked at the gigantic monster and said, then it's going to be killed sooner or later by constantly attacking it to reduce the sand on its body as a whole. I think so too, Sanji said. Gaka looked at the Sphinx, and sure enough, there is no absolutely invincible existence in the world. Garca itself looks like an immortal body with its super healing power. This giant monster Sphinx formed of sand is also when the sand with its body is exhausted. Smoker aimed 10 hands at the Sphinx and said, well, it looks like a war of attrition. Just as Smoker was about to continue his attack, someone suddenly shouted. Desert storm is coming. Everyone looked to the south. I saw a huge desert storm moving towards the north like a rotation. The huge desert storm is getting bigger and bigger. And move in a straight line this way. Looking at the posture and power of the huge desert storm, it is enough to destroy everything. Smoker said, what a disappointment, want to keep fighting this guy. I have to get out of here too. It must be Crocodile's move again. He saw that his beloved monster was about to fail, so he came to support him again. Sanji said very much. Gaka saw this desert storm that was getting bigger and bigger, and suddenly said, oops. Now this huge desert storm is getting bigger and bigger, and there are many king's troops on its way. It's miserable, I need to hurry up and tell these people to leave. Gaka hurriedly ran towards the place where the king's army was nearby, and a loud voice shouted, hurry up and retreat, retreat to the left and right sides. Smoker and Sanji continued to observe the approaching and growing giant desert storm. There is also a huge monster sphinx here. Sanji said, I have a great idea. For this winged guy. Smoker glanced at him and said, what? Sanji looked at the approaching desert storm and said, use it. Smoker looked at desert storm, then at the sphinx and said, well, good idea. Smoker turned and walked over to the sphinx defiantly. His body turned into smoke and flew into the air again. Smoker said in front of the sphinx's head, you can't beat me, bastard. The sphinx roared in irritation. Then the behemoth started charging towards Smoker. Smoker flew quickly. This time, it did not fly higher, but kept flying at a relatively low altitude of more than 20 meters. Smoker with its powerful lion body and limbs. Sanji glanced at Smoker and the chasing sphinx. It's almost like a lion chasing a bee. By the way, I also want to pay attention to Miss Vivi, Miss Nami, and Colonel Hina, but she should be able to escape quickly with her high skills. Hero Sanji's mood to save May suddenly burst into action, and he acted quickly. Colonel Hina has been observing the situation on the battlefield. When she saw the approaching huge desert storm, she quickly led dozens of Marines to evacuate. Nami had already gone to a farther and safer place, chatting with the soldiers of the King's army while observing the situation on the battlefield. CP 3 feet Fu rocks, Zeros and more than a dozen agents quickly evacuated. Vivi was picked up by Gaka on his back, and he shouted loudly with Gaka, ordering the King's army to quickly withdraw to both sides. Although this desert storm is constantly getting bigger, its marching is straight line and does not change. This is also a weakness of Crocodile Shalon. Shalon will eventually form a super desert storm, even beyond the control of Crocodile. But under this powerful destructive force, Crocodile also has no control over its direction. The resulting desert storm light will travel in a straight line. On the already embarrassed battlefield, Gaka in the form of a giant jackal carried Vivi on his back, and the two continued to convey orders. Because of the Battle of the Sphinx before, the command and deployment of the First Army on the battlefield was completely disrupted. The surviving soldiers were unable to get proper communications. Everyone quickly evacuate from the left and right sides. Gaka and Vivi shouted. The embarrassed remnants of the First Army Corps quickly left from the left and right sides. In the straight direction to the north, there is no doubt of death. Gaka kept running, and Vivi on his back shouted desperately. Although Gaka was worried about Vivi, at this time he also knew that if Vivi was not allowed to behave like this, Vivi would not be able to bear it in his heart. Because in this battle, so many soldiers died on the battlefield. Vivi still has to shout to her heart's content to give psychological encouragement to these surviving soldiers of the King's army. Only in this way can Vivi feel at ease. Chapter 311 Goodbye. The people on the battlefield were quickly withdrawing to the left and right. The Smoker is constantly leading the Sphinx to the huge desert storm. Come on, Kitty. Smoker continued to defiantly said. The Sphinx roared angrily. But they are getting closer and closer to the huge desert storm. Smoker finally brought the Sphinx to the front of this huge desert storm. It's only 100 meters away now. Now this huge desert storm has become extremely huge. Enough to destroy a town in one fell swoop. Countless sands were involved in the storm. It looks like a cloudy towering tower. And it keeps spinning. Seeing this scene, even Smoker's heart trembled. Seeing the Sphinx before has not been able to make him feel scared. Compared with the Sphinx, this behemoth is completely a towering tree and a kitten. Especially if this huge desert storm sucks Smoker into it. Even if Smoker will not be destroyed, he will be exhausted during the rotation. Kitten, you're not really a creature after all. Don't be intimidated. Smoker turned to the Sphinx. The Sphinx still growled to attack him. The Sphinx lunged quickly towards Smoker. Smoker's body seized the moment and swerved and flew out. The Sphinx also wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Its huge body just hit the huge desert storm. Ow! Smoker only heard a roar, and then turned to see that the huge desert storm had completely devoured the Sphinx. "Goodbye," Smoker said. At the same time, it flew quickly to the west, which is to the left of the straight line of desert storm. The huge desert storm was still heading north and sucking in more sand. Vivi and Gaka shouted desperately, and finally most of the survivors of the First Legion were ordered to retreat. Of course, some people were injured. Vivi and Gaka also found some carriages and tied them behind Gaka with ropes, and then put the pile of injured people on it and quickly evacuated. "Everyone must hold on. Gaka, hurry up," Vivi said eagerly. "Look at me." Gaka, who was in the state of the giant jackal, galloped quickly, even pulling several carriages behind him. Gaka and Vivi also led the wounded soldiers of the king's army out of the battlefield. A huge desert storm swept across the battlefield, engulfing the sand and the bodies of the soldiers of the king's army who had died before. Sanji was on a horse, and he was on the left, or west, of the great desert storm. Looking up at this huge desert storm, Sanji was also filled with emotion. What terrifying power the crocodile would have. At this moment, the phone bug that Sanji was carrying with him rang for a while. "Hey, Rog, is that you? Now it's finally Arubana. It's at the west gate of Arubana. You guys hurry to the southeast outside the city now. Remember, it's the southeast outside the city. Here we are fighting the enemy," Sanji said. "Okay, we'll be there soon," Roger said opposite. After a long journey, Rog and his party finally arrived in Arubana and began to travel to the southeast outside the city. West of Arubana. After Rog and the others got the specific information, they quickly rode their horses and continued toward the southeast area outside the city of Arubana. A group of people rode on horses and first detoured from outside the city to the southern region of Arubana. Here you can see the city on top of this huge cliff, but the city wall to the south has collapsed. "It's spectacular," said Usopp, looking at the scene. "War is brutal," said Chopper behind Usopp. Luffy saw the collapsed city wall and said, "It's scary." "What a terrible fight it was," Roger said. "But the battle that everyone is waiting for will be more terrifying." Zoro and the Ninja King both looked at the collapsed city wall to the south and said nothing. Continue to gallop in front of the horse. Ace rode on the back of the desert jackal he had subdued, and when he saw this scene, he stopped for a few seconds, then turned his head and continued to move. Izumi, the water goddess, remembered something when she saw this messy collapsed city wall. On the Great Route, there have been many people who have suffered from wars and disasters. Alabasta's tragic civil war was the worst she'd ever seen. The group didn't care about so many things. Instead, it continued toward the southeast outside of Arubana. Rog and the others walked for more than 10 minutes, but they saw a huge desert storm rising into the sky in the southeast. "What is this?" Roger said with a serious face. "It's so big," Luffy said in surprise. "It's horrible." Usopp and Chopper were so scared they were about to cry. They knew very well that it was there to fight Crocodile. But what happened to that huge desert storm, which must have been created by Crocodile? Crocodile actually has such ability, Ace said with a slightly more serious expression. To be able to make Ace, who has always been cynical, sigh like this, the other party also has some strength. Of course, even Crocodile, who has such a strong ability, is the defeat of Whitebeard, who is in the world. Once upon a time, Crocodile once challenged the mighty and incomparably admired Great Pirate and was regarded as the closest person to the position of One Piece, King of Pirates. Rog and his party kept approaching the southeast area. Finally came to the battlefield. Of course everyone is to the west of the Great Desert Storm. It's still pretty safe here. Don't worry about being hit by a huge desert storm. I saw a desert storm like a towering tower swept across this messy battlefield in a straight line to the north. This is an unprecedented spectacle. Rog sighed after seeing it. In fact, many spectacular sights have been seen on the sea. But this is the first time the spectacular sight on land has been seen. Zoro saw a familiar figure at this time. The figure, also on the horse, saw him. The other party came quickly. Rog and Usopp saw a man running over on a horse. He has short blonde hair and a curly eyebrow above his right eye. Sanji. Rog, Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy shouted excitedly together. Zoro also kept his eyes on Sanji, even though he seemed calm. At last we meet again. My friends. Sanji shouted happily. Sanji reunites with everyone after a long absence. I miss you. Chopper happily jumped from his horse quickly onto Sanji and acted like a spoiled child. Don't be like this, it's not long before we separated. Sanji said quickly. Chapter 312 Strange Encounter. Zoro suddenly asked Sanji with a serious face, curly eyebrows, what about Nami and the others? Looked at Zoro and said, Myoto, you're still safe. Nami is observing from a distance. As for Vivi, he's helping treat the wounded there. Rog breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and said, it's so dangerous here, everyone is fine. Under the leadership of Sanji, Rog and the others hurriedly joined Vivi and the others. Rog and Usopp went to Vivi's side. I saw that the surviving officers and soldiers of the king's army in the desert were urgently treating the wounded. Vivi is treating the wounded at one of them. Vivi, Chopper and Luffy shouted first. Vivi heard a familiar voice and quickly stood up and looked over there. A rare smile appeared on Vivi's face. Roger, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Zoro. How are you all? Vivi said happily. Vivi, I miss you. Chopper rushed over to Vivi first. The crowd burst into tears for a while. It's the happiest thing that good friends meet again. Vivi then turned to look at Ace and Izumi, the water goddess and the king of ninjas. You guys have new friends? Vivi asked. Roger said quickly, these are the friends we met on the road. Vivi looked at them and said, nice to meet you. But this fight is brutal. In that case, you don't have to worry, I'll take part in this fight, Ace said. I want to help everyone. Izumi Water Goddess said. I'm going to punish Crocodile. He and his men have no principle at all, said the Ninja King. At this time, Vivi felt infinite warmth. It seems that countless people are trying to help her. At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone is here. The voice was so sweet and familiar. Everyone saw Nami running over on a horse. After Nami arrived here, she quickly dismounted to join the crowd. Nami, miss me. Chopper pounces on Nami. Luffy and Usopp cheered too. Everyone is here now. Everyone is here now. Together we can fight the enemy, Rog said. Wait, in fact, it's not just your side that has more helpers. We also have more helpers here. Although it's a bit unexpected. Sanji said suddenly. At this moment, a trail of white smoke suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone was startled. Rog, Usopp and Luffy saw the smoke quickly turn back into human form. He is a burly and tall man, and his sturdy chest and abdominal muscles are as textured as steel. The short white hair. He also had 2 cigars in his mouth. Her eyes catching prey quickly stared at the crowd at the scene. What? Usopp said in shock. It's him. Luffy also recognized the other. It's the Smoker Hunter, Smoker. Roger said in surprise. Smoker looked at the crowd and said, long time no see. Zoro looked at each other and said in surprise, why is he here? Isn't he chasing him all the way? You're right, Chlorella, Sanji said. Actually, there is a reason for this. Nami quickly explained to Rog and the others. Smoker looked at Rog, Zoro, Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper. He didn't know that reindeer. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, but aside from Ace's unique aura that made Smoker feel unusual, he didn't care. Smoker looked at Roger and said, boy who can manipulate plants. He looked at Luffy again and said, rubber boy. He said to Zoro again, the swordsman that Tashigi never forgets. Next, he looked at Usopp and said, nobody. Smoker concluded, don't worry, I won't arrest you right now. However, The expressions of the four were very surprised. Of course, the expressions of Zoro and Usopp were about to explode. Usopp wailed and said, "Nobody." This liar king was about to burst into tears. Chopper hurriedly helped him. Zoro's face was very ugly, and he asked Smoker, "Tashigi, I can't forget." Smoker said to him again, "Yes." Tashigi kept saying that he wanted to find you, the pirate swordsman, and take back the sword in your hand. And he came here with me too. Zoro's face became extremely ugly. He whispered, "That woman." Zoro's image of Tashigi kept popping up in his mind. If Tashigi suddenly appeared in front of him, he could dig a hole and jump in. Roger hurried forward to Smoker and asked, "You just said you wouldn't arrest us." Smoker looked at Roger and said, "Yes. I made a deal with this curly brow. I won't shoot you until I beat Crocodile." Rog looked at Sanji, and Sanji said helplessly, "It's hard to say. But anyway, he won't shoot us before we beat Crocodile." Next, another tall woman in a marine uniform came over. It was Colonel Hina. Hina looked at Rog and the others, and then asked Smoker, "Are they the pirates you're chasing?" Smoker glanced at her and said, "Yes." Rina looked at Rog, Usopp and the others, and said somewhat unexpectedly, "It's actually a little boy. These people can make you work so hard. It can be seen that their strength is really not bad." Sanji said quickly and lovingly, as expected of Colonel Hina, "Vision is accurate." Rog looked at Smoker and said, "That's it. Then we are not opponents for the time being. This way, we can deal with Crocodile with confidence." "It's good to know. I'm just going to declare. I'm going to deal with Crocodile too, because his actions trampled on justice. As Marine's colonel, I need to deal with him. But that doesn't mean I'm cooperating with you. I'll do my own thing. Plan against him," Smoker said solemnly. Smoker said what he had to say. He took a few steps away to look at the giant desert storm. Looked at Smoker and said, "You really stick to your principles." Smoker said, "Pirates are always pirates. Crocodile is, and so are these boys." Smoker really hates pirates, shichibukai, or all kinds of idealistic pirates. He is dismissive. In his opinion, what kind of lofty is the evil representative of pirates? Rog and others also looked at this huge desert storm. Now everyone's goal is one, and that is to defeat Crocodile. The huge desert storm continued northward from a straight line. However, this cloudy tower-like thing suddenly surged from the side for a while. Everyone was surprised that something was moving. Smoker's eyes grew serious. Chapter 313 Indestructible Sphinx. On the flank of a giant desert storm, something gushed out. The last thing that is not small in size rushed out. This thing fell heavily to the west of the huge desert storm. Smoker and the others were shocked when the thing stood up again. Except for Rog, who didn't know the situation. The Sphinx hadn't been wiped out yet. The Sphinx stood up again, Sphinx vulture wings. This huge monster seems to be indestructible. Even if they were involved in this huge desert storm, they were able to escape successfully. "It's the most powerful thing I've ever seen," Smoker said. "It's not that big anymore," Sanji said. "Looking at it now, I saw that the Sphinx's body was only the size of a 5-story building. At the beginning, it was a full 10-story building. And you can't just look at the height. Every time the Sphinx gets shorter, the whole body shrinks in the same proportion. Now the height is only the same as before, but the volume is only 1/7 or 1/8. It's like the gap between a lion cub and a male lion. Although it is still a lot bigger than humans, it is already a monster whose strength has been greatly reduced." Roger saw the Sphinx, a monster of sand. But the Sphinx-faced vulture wings are vivid. It and this giant desert storm are probably crocodile masterpieces, right? Rog asked. "Exactly," Sanji said. Usopp recovered from the blow he had just been called a no-one by Smoker, and when he saw this monster Sphinx formed from sand, he was instantly refreshed. "My god, what kind of monster is this?" said Usopp in surprise. Haven't Captain Usopp been seen? Chopper asked. Usopp is no longer so pretentious, and said calmly, it's the first time I've seen it. Chopper nodded, continued to look at the Sphinx, and said, this is the rarest monster in the world. The Sphinx growled at the crowd. Ow! This monster is greatly reduced in size, but still continues to execute Crocodile's order to destroy the enemy. The Sphinx came again. Vivi suddenly looked at the wounded and said, damn it. Now the wounded are piling up around here, and they can fight here, and these wounded are sure to die. Gakka quickly shook hands with the scabbard at his waist and rushed forward. Have to stop him. Garka prepares to fight again. Although Rog and other people who came later were not very clear, they also judge the problem from the situation at the scene. Oh, since we're here, let's deal with this monster, Roger said. Zoro put his hand on the scabbard of the samurai sword at his waist and said, I see and ask for it. The King of Ninja also touched the ninja scabbard on his back. Don't miss me, said the Ninja King. Zoro fights, how can he be without him? Izumi also placed 3 axes, a golden axe, a silver axe, and an iron axe, on her left arm, ready to be used at any time. I will give everyone strong magical support, Izumi Water Goddess said. Luffy waved his fist and said, okay, we can finally knock the enemy into the air. Ace threw off the cloak he was wearing, revealing his sturdy upper body, and said, I also want to practice my hands. Everyone is going to attack. This Sphinx, who has been severely shrunk, is just trying to be brave at the end. Zoro and the King of Ninjas led the way. The two rushed over quickly. Zoro pulled out all 3 katana swords, and Yuki bit it in his mouth. He Daoyi Zuin and Ghoster in his hands. The 3 sword-style swordsmen quickly approached the Sphinx. 3 swords. 6 points. Zoro slashed 3 horizontally, 1 horizontally, and 2 diagonally. In total, the goals are crossed by 3 knives and divided into 6 points. The power of the 3 knives was huge and directly hit the Sphinx's body. PFF'd. Although the Sphinx's body was not completely smashed, it was knocked to the ground heavily. This was not over. The Ninja King moved quickly and ghostly footwork to the fallen Sphinx. Ninja knife cut quickly. Although this knife is only a blow, it is powerful enough to kill cattle and horses. The Sphinx was stabbed hard. The Sphinx stood up angrily. He swings his huge claws to attack the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King quickly took out 3 explosive shuriken from his waist pack and threw them out. 3 exploding shuriken hit the Sphinx in the body. Boom, boom, boom. 3 exploding shuriken produced 3 explosions. These 3 explosions blasted a lot of sand out of Sphinx's body. Ow! The Sphinx fought back angrily, but this time Zoro and the Ninja King quickly ducked. The other side is huge, but they are small and nimble. After Zoro and the King of Ninjas attacked, Rog also joined the fight. Okay, desert monsters, taste the power of plants. Rog has 3 walnuts in his hand. Immediately, the energy of plants and fruits in the body is injected into the 3 walnuts. These 3 walnuts have also been transformed, and now they are further expanded. Come out, walnut heavy armor. The 3 walnuts changed shape rapidly. One of them turned into a lower body armor, one became an upper body armor, and one became a head armor. The 3 armors covered Rog's body. Except for Rog's eyes, everything else was protected like a heavy armored knight. Again, Chopper and Usopp said in shock. Rog had used this powerful protective armor when he fought in the rain before. Now Rog will be used again in the next battle. Smoker looked at Rog and said, there are so many new tricks for manipulating plants. Rog was wearing walnut heavy armor, and changed the 2 weapons again. One is a tree stump. After the stump was injected with the energy of the plant fruit, it changed rapidly, and the root grabbed the top of Roger's left arm. At the front end, there was a 20-centimeter hole. Stump air cannon. The additional weapon on Rog's left arm is the stump air cannon. This is also used in the battle in the rain. In addition, the right hand holds a handful of iron birch saplings. Iron birch is a rare plant in the world, and their wood is harder than steel. Of course this plant Alabasta did not grow. Instead, it was purchased from foreign merchants in the rainy land. A lot of makeovers in going from the rain. Now quickly inject plant fruit energy into the iron birch saplings. This iron birch sapling grows rapidly. And according to Rogs will to change the form. In the end it turned into a sharp sword. Iron birch. Great sword. Rog held the iron birch greatsword in his right hand. Now the iron birch greatsword is extremely sharp. Originally, the hardness of iron birch was harder than steel, but it has been transformed to become even harder. Rog has a stake air cannon in his left arm and an iron birch greatsword in his right arm. Both arms are powerful weapons. At this time, Luffy also rushed out and said, "I want to fight too." Rog said, "Okay, beat him up personally." The two rushed towards the Sphinx. The Sphinx growled and charged towards the two. Roger and Luffy took the Sphinx away from the place where the wounded had gathered. It's too dangerous there after all. This way, Vivi and Gakka can continue to command and treat the wounded. Chapter 314 Crocodile's Strategy. Gakka looked at the wounded and said to Vivi, "Your Majesty Vivi. I quickly informed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th regiments in the east, west and south of the cavalry and carriages to come and help transport them away." Wounded. Vivi said, "Okay, let's do it now." Gakka quickly communicated with the officers, while Vivi continued to command and personally assist the wounded. In the series of battles just now, the 5th Army lost 5 or 6,000 people, and of course they were already retreating. The 1st Legion that came to support lost as many as 7,000 people. Now there are less than 3,000 troops left here. Among them, there were 800 or 900 seriously wounded. More than 1,000 others were slightly injured. The only ones holding the battlefield together are Smoker, Sanji, and Roger and Luffy who arrive later. Chopper and Nami also came over. Chopper walked over to Vivi and said, "I'll help treat them." Vivi looked at Chopper and nodded, "Okay." Then she ordered the officers. All aid to the wounded must be obeyed by Dr. Chopper. The officers looked at the little reindeer in surprise, but immediately accepted the order. "Yes, Your Majesty Vivi." Officers rushed to rescue the wounded under Chopper's command. Chopper was in command like a doctor, and Nami was helping Chopper like a nurse's assistant. Chopper's medical skills made these king's troops amazed. Crocodile on the northern edge of the abandoned town saw a huge desert storm spiral out of control and still failed to clear the enemy. And the Sphinx was in turn used by the other side to deal with Desert Storm for a while. "Well, I didn't expect it. They're pretty smart," Crocodile said. But thinking that Cobra is basically about to be psyched out by a psychedelic drug, Crocodile felt the need to hold off a little longer. After all, his purpose is to open Pluto, not to fight the opponent endlessly. Now that the other party has the person Smoker, it must be until the year of the monkey and the horse. Crocodile didn't bother to spend so much, and now he just needed to keep dragging the other side. "I don't have that much time to spend with you," Crocodile said. He concentrated the strength in his body and concentrated it on his right arm again. This time, he aimed his right arm at the desert in front of him again. The desert ahead shook violently. Small sand dunes are constantly bulging on the top of this desert, although they become very high and finally transform into human figures. In the end they again formed the spear-wielding samurai. A total of 500 spear warriors stand by here. "You just need to hold on here. I'll give you orders later," Crocodile said. Even if the spear warrior takes out 500,000, it is far less than the combat power of the Sphinx. But these spear warriors are agile and dispersed, and can properly create chaos for their opponents. Crocodile's body quickly turned to sand and floated away. Bell in the sky has been circling and monitoring here. After Bell saw the previous Sphinx and the huge desert storm, he was deeply shocked. Now Crocodile doesn't know what's going on. He still felt that he should continue to monitor. Crocodile couldn't catch him, but he couldn't beat Crocodile either. Among the abandoned towns below, Mr. Point 4 and Rasu have snacks and drinks together. Crocodile brought some food and drinks here and they were both enjoyed it. Ms. Merry Christmas is thinking about problems beside them with a sad look. Mr. 4, you and Kwong and your dog have eaten. Now we are facing a very critical situation. The other party is very strong. Of course, the boss is holding it up now. Ms. Merry Christmas said worriedly. Mr. Point 4 and Rasu looked at him. A person and a dog are all silly expressions. Ah, this. Like, son. Ah, Mr. Point 4 said slowly. Ow, Rasu cried. After seeing Merry Christmas, Ms. said helplessly, forget it, I didn't say it. At this time, suddenly the sand floated over and quickly turned back into a human form. Crocodile looked at them with a gloomy face. Boss, Ms. said Merry Christmas. Crocodile looked at the two and said, okay, you now have a new mission. Ms. Merry Christmas, with some odd premonition, said, new mission. Crocodile said, you need to command the Legion 1 created to defend this town. But remember that my troops are not unlimited consumption. So use it with caution. Command the troops. Ms. said Merry Christmas. Mr. Point 4 looked at Crocodile stupidly. You'll know when you come with me. Crocodile didn't say much, and directly transformed into a sandstorm, rolled up two people and a dog and took them to the north of the abandoned town. Here Crocodile puts two people and one dog down. Ms. Merry Christmas said angrily, Boss, if you don't make it clear. Her eyes were quickly drawn to the hordes of strong, spear-wielding warriors above the desert. These spear warriors are made of sand, but they are so vivid that they are almost like the real thing. Are these what you call legions? Ms. Merry Christmas asked in shock. Crocodile said, yes, this is the army of the Desert Death. Now I will hand over command to you right now. Crocodile stepped forward again and gestured to these Desert Death legions. 500 warriors with spears formed of sand were all half kneeling and giving salutes. As if a group of warriors worshipped their king. Okay, now these two are the generals assigned to you. You have to listen to them, Crocodile ordered. So 500 spear warriors listened to Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. 4 Feet's orders. And Mr. 4 is so stupid. In fact, it can be said that Ms. Merry Christmas is solely responsible for the command. I can now command this regiment. Ms. Merry Christmas said. Crocodile looked at her and said, of course. You are a general now. Although they are few in number, they can be said to be extremely powerful. Ms. Merry Christmas and came closer and looked closely at these sand spear warriors. These spear warriors are extremely strong. Although the spears they hold are made of sand, they are now made of steel. Okay, boss, Ms. Merry Christmas said. Crocodile looked at her with a look of trust and irreverence in her eyes. Okay, you have to defend here. Hold on to those enemies. Most of the king's army is already unable to fight. But there are still a few difficult guys to deal with. You and Mr. 4 have to do your best. Crocodile said. Ms. Merry Christmas was speechless, and said respectfully, desperate to get the job done, boss. Crocodile's body then sanded and floated away. Ms. Merry Christmas to the Desert Death army of this spear warrior. I really want to taste what it's like to be a general. Or maybe a princess can command the 3 armies like this. Ms. said Merry Christmas. Mr. Point 4, who served as a general with him, was still looking at the powerful army in front of him in a silly manner. Ms. Merry Christmas suddenly remembered something. By the way, where is Mr. Point 2 at such an important juncture? I haven't seen him since I left Arubana. Ms. Merry Christmas said. In fact, Mr. 2 was in the surviving royal army who helped Vivi treat the wounded at this time. After the Shemale defeated Zeros in the city, he suddenly realized that he had the ability to imitate and didn't have to run for his life. Immediately imitated the royal army and mixed into it. When Vivi led the 3 armies to attack, he was also mixed in. Originally, Mr. 2 moved to observe the timing. But the strong will of the king's army and Vivi actually infected him. It made him unwilling to continue to do damage. Even he began to endorse the sacrifice and ideals of Vivi and the king's army. Chapter 315 Admiration of Mr. 2. Army sacrificed so much, fighting desperately for Alabasta's future. Vivi's strength and bravery make Mr. 2 full of admiration. Mr. Point 2 turned into a King's Army soldier with a rifle and walked among the group of King's Army wounded. Vivi is in it to help heal wounded soldiers of the King's Army. Come on, bring the bandages here, Vivi said. Beside a soldier with a wound in the chest, Vivi is intensively treating him. Vivi took the bandage and quickly continued to help the King's Army soldier heal the wound. Princess Vivi. The King's Army soldier reluctantly raised his head and said to Vivi. Vivi looked at him with a serious face and said, "Don't move, your wound has finally stopped bleeding. You lie down quickly, and I will help you bandage it." Princess Vivi, who was working hard for him, with tears in his eyes. Mr. Point 2 is all watching. What a princess who cherishes her people. Mr. Point 2 turned into a soldier with twitching cheeks and was deeply moved. Mr. Point 2 has traveled to great routes and many countries and regions on the 4 seas with his imitation ability. I have also seen many large and small rulers. Some of them are brutal and arrogant, some are strict and conscientious, some are ambiguous, some are only profit-seeking, and some are fond of false names. But almost all rulers have one thing in common, for profit. Some so-called Shengming Kun masters are also sanctimonious pseudo-Kun sons. Their goal is only the interests and reputation of their own ruling group. But at this time, Princess Vivi, whom Mr. 2 saw, was so serious about treating the wounded ordinary soldiers. This is not a show for others to see. And it is indeed the kind of love that comes from the heart for the people. At this moment, continue to look around. Everyone, whether it's Princess Vivi, those soldiers of the King's Army who fought and died side by side, as well as the Minister of Guard Gaka and Dr. Chopper. All are helping each other. Seeing this situation, Mr. 2 couldn't help thinking. Baroque Works Room really doing it right. Now that it is close at hand, Mr. 2 can save Princess Vivi's life as long as he takes a shot in time. And his ability is completely able to quickly evacuate here after assassinating Princess Vivi. Would you like to do this? Mr. 2 lowered his head and thought. Unlike the rest of the Baroque Works Room. Although he is a she-male, Mr. 2 worships those who have principles in his bones. People with their own goals and ideals. That's why he would join the Baroque Works Room. Crocodile promised to build a great utopia. Every veteran member of the Baroque Works Room will be one of the heroes. This is also an ideal. But what is placed in front of Mr. 2 represents the ideal of a princess, even a girl, to make Alabasta better. The same is ideal, why must one party's ideal be shattered? Mr. Point 2 is in the midst of a painful choice. During the swing, after thinking for a while, Mr. 2 was still undecided in his inner choice. Here, please bring me the bag next to you. Suddenly Vivi's voice sounded. Mr. Point 2 raised his head and looked forward. I saw Princess Vivi looking at him, her eyes full of friendliness. Mr. Point 2 looked at the bag beside him and picked it up subconsciously. It's filled with water. Okay. Mr. 2 took the bag to Princess Vivi's hands. Vivi took the water bag and said, "Thank you, soldier. But what's your name?" Mr. Point 2 stammered and said, Ben Sam. Princess Vivi said kindly, "Thank you, Sam. There are many other wounded here, please take care of them. Will you?" Mr. Point 2 nodded and said, "Okay." Vivi said politely, "Thank you very much." Then the princess continued to feed the wounded with the water bag she had just taken. Mr. Point 2 took a few glances at Vivi, then stepped back. Mr. Point 2 trembled all over. He gritted his Kiba teeth and whispered, "I'm really useless." Vivi can also be so polite and caring to ordinary soldiers, which really makes Mr. 2 admire from the bottom of her heart. Few princesses of any country are so strong and gentle. Mr. Point 2 wanted to assassinate such a princess many times before. Mr. Point 2 turned into a soldier of the king's army and left amid the busyness and chaos. Front of the Sphinx, the giant monster created by Crocodile that hasn't been killed yet. Rog, who was wearing walnut-heavy armor, and Luffy, who was alive and kicking, rushed over. "Wow, what a big monster," Luffy said happily as he charged. "This rubber-bodied Straw Hat Boy is full of energy. After coming here for thousands of miles, I can finally fight quickly." Rog looked at the Sphinx, with only 2 eye holes left in his walnut-heavy armor. He wears a stake air cannon on his left arm and an iron birch sword on his right arm. Offensive and defensive, complete near and far attack. While charging, Rog thought about the weakness of this huge monster. The Sphinx, a huge, sandy, sphinx-like vulture-winged monster. According to Sanji and the others, this huge monster was able to truly defeat it only by constantly knocking the sand off its body from the hole. Ow! The Sphinx opened the huge lion's mouth and roared fiercely at the 2 of them. Along with the roar, the huge sandstorm also blew over. Although the Sphinx is greatly reduced in size, the demonstration of sound alone is so powerful. Rog and Luffy are facing the wind and sand. Rog quickly charged the stake air cannon on his left arm. Continued to approach the Sphinx at the same time. Finally, it was less than 20 meters away from the Sphinx. The Sphinx pounced on Roger. Roger aimed the stake air cannon on his long-charged left arm at the Sphinx. "Try this." The stake air cannon on Rog's left arm fired a powerful blast of air from the air cannonball. The Sphinx was hit directly in the head. Suddenly its head exploded violently, and a large amount of sand was blown away. The Sphinx, who had been hit, had just recovered. Luffy jumped into the air again. Rubber, tempest. Luffy punched in rapid succession in midair. Dozens of fists hit the Sphinx within 3 seconds. The behemoth Sphinx was hit hard by 2 consecutive huge blows, and his body suddenly fell to the ground. Huge sand was splashed. Luffy fell to the ground again and jumped up excitedly when he saw the Sphinx like this. "Okay, it's knocked out," Luffy said happily. Roger looked at the fallen Sphinx and said, "No. This monster couldn't have been killed so easily. This giant sand monster could never be wiped out so easily." Chapter 316 Fight Against Monsters Together. Although Rog did not see the battle between Smoker and the Sphinx before. But after arriving here just now, Roger and others saw the Sphinx rushing out of the terrifying desert storm. To be able to rush out of the terrifying desert storm and continue to move, it can be seen that the opponent is a strong and unimaginable monster. Sure enough, the Sphinx shook violently for a while and stood up again. Although this Sphinx-faced vulture-winged monster is less than 5 stories tall, it is still extremely powerful. This time the Sphinx looked at Roger and Luffy with angry faces. Ow! The Sphinx rushed forward. The huge beast swung its huge claws at Rog. Rog was caught off guard and was hit suddenly. The whole person flew out. Hit the desert. "Wow, that's amazing," Luffy said in surprise. The Sphinx quickly hit Luffy with the other paw. Luffy jumped to his feet, then quickly reached his hands over the Sphinx's head. Then he quickly brought his body over, dodging the attack of this huge monster. Luffy got on top of the Sphinx's head and started standing there and looking around. "That's cool," Luffy said, looking around. Standing on top of this gigantic monster and looking around is shocking. The Sphinx swung its claws to the top of the head again. Luffy quickly stretched out his hands again towards the back of the huge monster. "I'm leaving," Luffy said happily, and quickly brought his body over. The Sphinx's huge claws hit the top of the head with a bang, but it was empty. "Ow!" The Sphinx growled angrily. Luffy stood on the back of this huge monster and said cynically, "So comfortable, a lion's back made of sand is really open." The Sphinx continued to find a way to throw Luffy off or attack. Rog, who had just been blown away, stood up again from the desert, shaking his body and shaking the sand from the walnut-heavy armor. What a tough monster to deal with. Roger looked at the Sphinx, driven mad by Luffy, who was moving around him like a flea. Although Rog is wearing walnut-heavy armor, his defense is amazing. But it lacks flexibility. And Luffy has always been the best at nimble fighting. This rubber man's body can stretch like rubber, and can completely turn the Sphinx around in battle. Rog looked at the huge Sphinx, thinking about how to deal with this huge monster. Sphinx needs to be eliminated faster. Then it is necessary to give priority to cutting off its limbs and even its wings. After thinking of a good way, Rog rushed towards this huge monster. The stake air cannon on Rog's left arm charged again, sucking in the surrounding air. The muzzle of the stake air cannon sucks in a lot of air like a stream of Uzumaki. The iron birch greatsword held by Rog's right arm is also always ready to swing, fighting fiercely with Luffy, who surrounds him. Wow, haha, catch me, Luffy said happily while exercising. Although the Sphinx is huge, it is overwhelmed by Luffy's small strokes. However, the Sphinx is a behemoth after all, and it also has some special fighting abilities. Seeing that the Sphinx couldn't shake Luffy off, he quickly rolled his entire body. Luffy was run over the desert. Luffy was pinned to the desert, looking up in dismay. The Sphinx swung its huge claws to smash it down. Yeah, knocked down, Luffy said. The Sphinx's huge right front paw slammed down on Luffy. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. Boom! A strong airflow hit the Sphinx's right front paw. This air cannon was so powerful that it hit the Sphinx's right front paw with sand. Luffy looked to the side, and Rog was rushing towards him. Although he was wearing walnut-heavy armor, Rog rushed towards this side with the greatest strength. Look, monsters! The iron birch greatsword held by Rog's right arm slashed fiercely from the side of the Sphinx's right front paw. PFF'd. The incomparably sharp iron birch greatsword slashed the right front paw of the Sphinx with a sword that surpassed the hardness of steel. The location where it was chopped was nowhere else, it was the place where it was hit by the stake air cannon before. After the iron birch greatsword slashed, the Sphinx's right front paw fell off. The huge right front paw fell from the main body and quickly lost its strength support, dispersed into ordinary sand. Ow! The Sphinx raised his head and let out an angry growl. Rog looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, let's attack together. Luffy said, okay. Luffy immediately stood up from the desert again and fought alongside Rog in walnut-heavy armor. The other sand on the Sphinx's body quickly replenished the severed right front paw. Quickly its right front paw returned to its original shape. But this comes at the expense of the Sphinx's reduced body proportions. Of course, cutting off a right front paw just now won't completely wipe out the Sphinx. And us. Zoro and the Ninja King also rushed over. Rog, Luffy, Zoro, and the Ninja King team up against the Sphinx. Zoro first prepared all 3 knives, and then rushed to the front. His arms and the katana in his mouth spun like his body. A powerful sword chi storm formed for a while. 3-knife flow, desert tornado. Zoro formed a huge tornado-like sword chi storm with himself at the center. But because the sword energy raised the surrounding sand, it obscured Zoro inside. Like a desert tornado. Full of rage, the Sphinx took on the desert tornado. In this desert tornado, countless sword chi slashed the Sphinx, and even Zoro's 3 samurai swords directly slashed this huge monster countless times with their blades. The Sphinx roared loudly in the sky, its body was hit hard, lost its balance and fell heavily on the desert. This is not over, the King of Ninjas is also quickly approaching the Sphinx. This ghostly ninja quickly took out a bamboo tube with a thick arm from the burden on his waist while moving. There is a drawstring on the bamboo tube. The King of Ninjas approached the fallen Sphinx and quickly jumped onto its body. And to the right vulture wing on its back. The King of Ninjas pulled the rope of the bamboo tube away, and the sound of thorns rang out for a while. This is a bamboo tube filled with specially made explosives. Chapter 317 The Strength of Izumi Water Goddess. The king of ninja stuffed the dynamite bamboo tube into the position where the Sphinx's right wing connected to the back, and then jumped away quickly with a few somersaults. Ow! The Sphinx quickly stood up again. At this time, the dynamite bamboo tube on its back where the right wing connects to the body has already burned to the end. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the sand flew off the Sphinx's back. The huge vulture wing on the right fell off and quickly turned into sand. The giant monster lost another wing. The Sphinx growled angrily. Ow! However, this mighty monster did not give in. It continued to use the sand on its body to quickly restore the huge vulture wings on the right side of its back. The loss of a wing this time was a bigger loss to the Sphinx than Roger's previous attack. Because the Sphinx lost more sand this time. Sphinx was attacked by Zoro and the Ninja King in a row. He repaired himself again. But Luffy had already twisted his right arm into a twist. Luffy spiraled his right arm into the Sphinx's head. Rubber. Screw gun. Luffy's fist is powerful, and it has a spinning force. Nor did the Sphinx's huge body dodge. Boom. Luffy's fist slammed into the head of the giant sand monster. The Sphinx's huge human face was hit in the head. Huge sand flying. The head of this huge monster was wounded. It's not over yet. At this time, Roger suddenly aimed the stake air cannon on his left arm at Sphinx's head. The stake air cannon has once again accumulated a formidable power. Boom. This shot is fired. A powerful air cannonball hit the Sphinx in the head. Luffy was hit in the head by the air cannonball. Violent sand flew up. Take advantage of this time. Zoro rushed to Roger's side and said to Roger, Roger, can you find a way to throw me up? Rog looked at Zoro and said, no problem. The stake air cannon on Rog's left arm charged again. The strength accumulated this time is enough. Zoro jumped up quickly, and Roger aimed the stake air cannon at Zoro's feet. Boom. The stake air cannon fires an air cannonball with Zoro on it. Zoro was blown up by the impact and thrust of the air cannonball from below. The impact of this air cannon was not particularly huge, but it was enough to knock Zoro into the air. Zoro quickly flew to the position around the Sphinx's head. Here Zoro wields 3 katana swords and begins to perform sword moves. 3 knives. Great Buddha slash. Zoro's hand is walking, goosh, and the word. The 3 katana swords slashed 9 times in a row. 9 sword chi cut Sphinx's head horizontally. The Sphinx's damaged head exploded for a while and scattered into sand. Beautiful. Quote. The always silent king of ninjas praised. Zoro's body twirled in the air for a while before falling back to the ground. Rog and Luffy also praised Zoro's powerful attack. He's so handsome. Luffy exclaimed happily. Rog looked at Zoro and said, what a powerful attack. Zoro also said calmly, your cooperation is very good. However, the 4 immediately turned their attention back to the Sphinx. The Sphinx now has its head destroyed. All that remained was the lion's body and a pair of huge vulture wings on its back. Ha ha ha, my head is gone. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Don't be too happy, Roger said with serious eyes. I saw that the headless Sphinx quickly flowed sand on his body and gathered towards his head again. The head quickly grew out again. The Sphinx with the wings of the Sphinx and the vulture has been restored. But this time the Sphinx is further reduced in size. The Sphinx now has a series of blows and is less than 4 stories tall. Okay, let's keep attacking it. Destroy it completely, Rog said. Okay, Luffy shouted along with Zoro and the Ninja King. The 4 were preparing to continue their attack. Suddenly, a force formed by the wind flew over and hit the Sphinx's head heavily. The force of this wind was so powerful that it hit the Sphinx's head with sand flying. Seeing the attack, Rog quickly turned his head and looked to the side. It's her, Roger said. The 4 of them also looked to the side and rear. I saw the water goddess Izumi holding an iron axe and casting magic. Izumi with long blonde hair is pure and elegant, and raises the iron axe high in her right arm. Izumi chanted a spell in her mouth, and along with the magic spell, a strong wind formed around the iron axe. The wind blows the sand around the water goddess Izumi, and the white dress on her body flutters along with the sand. Wow, so cool, Luffy said with his mouth wide open. As expected of a goddess, Roger said with emotion. The wind around the iron axe raised by the right arm of the water goddess Izumi grew stronger. Finally the wind forms a magic force entity like a bow and arrow. Bow of the wind, Izumi said in a high-pitched voice. The 3-meter-long wind bow and arrow shot at the Sphinx. The Sphinx has just recovered its head. But the bow and arrow of the wind is already close at hand. However, the bow and arrow of the wind did not hit the head of this huge monster. The bow and arrow of the wind and the whistling of the gust of wind hit the Sphinx's neck. Boom! The bow and arrow of the wind hit the Sphinx's neck, and the huge force ripped apart the Sphinx's thick neck. The neck was completely torn in just a second. The Sphinx's huge head also fell. The huge head detached from the main body quickly turned into sand. Izumi unleashes such a powerful attack with the iron axe, an ancient magical weapon. This shocked Roger and the others. It's really powerful. No, it's powerful magic, Rog said with emotion. Zoro looked at the decapitated Sphinx and said, Enchanted Island, there is such powerful magic. I really don't know what will happen when we get there in the future. The Magic Island is a mysterious island in the depths of the Great Root. There is the most mysterious magical country in the world. Almost all the magic in the world comes from there. Izumi just shows the iceberg part of the Magic Island magic. The Sphinx, whose head was destroyed, used the sand on his body to restore his head. Sand from the body of the Sphinx vulture-winged monster began to gather toward its head. The head grew back. Chapter 318 The End of the Sphinx. Izumi also took this opportunity to put away the iron axe again, and then switched to the golden axe. Izumi raised the golden axe high with her right arm. A spell was whispered in her mouth. Sparks began to erupt around the golden axe, followed by a burst of flames. The golden axe began to burn. These flames are getting bigger and bigger, and even seem to have life. The flames began to spread from the golden axe and formed a bird-like entity. This is, Roger observed carefully. I saw the birds formed by the flames are like a phoenix born from the flames. Izumi looked at the Sphinx, and the fire phoenix created by the golden axe in her right arm was also aimed at the Sphinx. Fire phoenix. The phoenix formed by the flame was 5 meters long, and it quickly dragged the flame to the Sphinx. During the flight, a large number of sparks shot down from the phoenix's body. It's like shedding a bird's feathers. The fire phoenix quickly flew to Sphinx's body. The gigantic monster was hit hard in the chest. The explosion of flames dissipated, knocking the Sphinx's massive body down. Dwarfed by even Marine's heavy artillery. 10 heavy artillery shells with a diameter of 1 meter are not necessarily able to have this attack effect. What a powerful force, Rog said in shock. The Sphinx was knocked to the ground by the fire phoenix. How handsome, Luffy said excitedly. Zoro looked at the fallen Sphinx, then at Izumi, the water goddess. Magic can be so powerful, Zoro whispered. The king of ninjas is no surprise. He knew the details of the Izumi water goddess better than anyone else. Ace in the distance also saw the fire phoenix that appeared just now. He combined with Izumi's identity as a magician of the water goddess. After he joined the Whitebeard pirates, he often got reports on the Great Root and all kinds of strange things in the world. The Magic Island is really full of talents, Ace said with emotion. After the Sphinx was knocked down, he tried to get up again. This huge monster started to recover again using the sand on its body. The Sphinx's body recovered once again. However, its volume has become smaller, and now it is only about 10 meters high. Izumi Water Goddess picked up the silver axe again. She raised the silver axe high above her head, and began to whisper a spell in her mouth. The ancient spell was whispered. Frost started to appear around the silver axe. There was more and more frost, and snowflakes and ice began to form. Ice formed a huge condensed blue ice mixture on the silver axe, like a football-sized puck, but spinning rapidly. Ice blast cannonballs. Izumi Water Goddess said in a high-pitched voice. The sphere-like ice blaster shot out and flew towards the Sphinx. Ow! The Sphinx growled. The ice blaster hit the Sphinx in the body. The amazing ice energy contained in it was released. It quickly wrapped the huge monster formed of sand. The Sphinx's body was quickly wrapped by ice block. The 10-meter-high behemoth quickly turned into an ice sculpture. It also maintains the shape of the Sphinx vulture wings. After the Sphinx turned into a giant ice sculpture, it stood firmly on the desert. A giant ice sculpture stands above the desert, and the contrast is unimaginable. Rog looked at the Sphinx who had turned into a giant ice sculpture and sighed, "It's an unimaginable attack. Izumi Water Goddess's magical attack is so powerful." At this moment, the Water Goddess Izumi suddenly said, "You guys hurry up and smash it. These ices of mine will still melt." Rog and the others quickly recovered after hearing this. Good. Rog, Zoro, Luffy, and the King of Ninjas attacked together. Pile air cannon. Cut the mountain. Rubber. Machine gun. Exploding shuriken. The four of them violently attacked the Sphinx who turned into a giant ice sculpture. A burst of screeching explosions and cuts and strikes intertwine. The huge ice sculpture began to shatter. This time, the main body is not divided, and the whole is broken into hundreds of broken ice blocks. Broken ice block is filled with frozen sand. Even if the ice block melted, the sand was completely turned into ordinary sand. The Sphinx was completely wiped out. Zoro, Luffy and the Ninja King who finished the battle looked at the broken ice blocks in the desert. He had fought such a powerful monster before, but in the end he ended up like this. Finally done with it, Zoro said. But we haven't completely ended the fight, Rog said. The Sphinx just killed is just a powerful weapon for Crocodile. To really beat Crocodile, that's the real victory. Crocodile is very powerful, and a very tough battle awaits everyone. At this time, the Izumi Water Goddess suddenly knelt down. Rog and Zoro looked at Izumi, the Water Goddess. Izumi Water Goddess has become a lot weaker now. The use of magic attacks just now consumes a lot of money. Especially the previous Fire Phoenix and the more powerful Ice Blast shells are extremely energy and magic consumption. Izumi Water Goddess is now half kneeling, and she looks up at Rog and them. I'm fine, I'm a little tired. Izumi Water Goddess stood up again and said. Now in any case, the Sphinx has been completely wiped out. You guys are really good. A deep voice sounded. I saw Smoker come over. The muscular steel-like man walked in front of the smashed ice block. These ice blocks are the mighty Sphinx before. Of course, being able to defeat the Sphinx was the result of many people fighting fiercely. Smoker naturally made a lot of effort. If it weren't for the Sphinx being weakened by Smoker and Roger and Luffy and Zoro and the Ninja King in turns, Izumi wouldn't be able to use the ice blaster to freeze the giant monster in one hit. Roger looked at Smoker and said, Okay, we can move on. Smoker said, Yes, Crocodile hasn't been solved yet. The crowd also has a strong enemy Crocodile to deal with. Just the Sphinx and the huge desert storm were so powerful and even terrifying just now. Crocodile itself is really powerful enough to be unbelievable. North of the abandoned town. Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. Four command the 500 Sand Spear warriors created by Crocodile. This small but very elite force was quickly deployed to the northern edge of the abandoned town under the command of Ms. Merry Christmas. Ms. Merry Christmas is actually the real commander. Chapter 319 Enter the abandoned town. Listen, now we need to hold on to this abandoned town. Absolutely hold on here. Don't charge blindly, Ms. Merry Christmas ordered loudly. This fat old woman has always been irritable, and now she is a general, and she is even more domineering. Mr. Point 4 on the side looked at Ms. Merry Christmas foolishly with his pet dog Lasso. Ms. Merry Christmas continued, "You have to use the houses in the abandoned towns as fortifications to fight against the enemy. My deputy, Mr. 4, will serve as a powerful fire support." Mr. Point 4 looked at Ms. Merry Christmas and said slowly, "What? What? Ah." Ms. Merry Christmas gave him a look and said, "You just keep shooting cannonballs with your dog. Bombing your opponent." Mr. Point 4 continued to say slowly, "Original. Come, yes. For Ms. Merry Christmas, these sand-formed spear samurai are tough to fight. But it needs more powerful fire support. And Mr. 4 plus the barrel dog Lasso is definitely comparable to an artillery unit. Mr. Point 4 feet's metal bat and the shells spit out by Lasso are enough to surpass countless advanced artillery. Start deploying," Ms. Merry Christmas ordered. 500 sand spear warriors quickly began to deploy. These spear warriors, under the command of Ms. Merry Christmas, began digging fortifications and destroying terrain. There are also many old houses in the abandoned towns, which are used to start a lot of renovations and prepare for battle. And Ms. Merry Christmas didn't just order these spear warriors to prepare, she dug the burrows herself to assist in the battle. Many burrows and tunnels have been excavated in the abandoned town, which can be used to assist Ms. Merry Christmas in their upcoming guard battle. Tunnels and burrows extend in all directions, quickly excavated beneath the abandoned town. Mr. Point 4 and Lasso didn't have time to spare either. Mr. Point 4 picked up Lasso and asked Lasso to spit out some shells every time he went to a place. Not only high explosive shells, fragmentation shells, incendiary shells, smoke shells and various special shells are readily available. During the battle, Mr. 4 doesn't have to worry about the lack of shells due to problems such as Lasso fatigue. In previous battles, Mr. Point 4 feet's pet dog, Lasso, was exhausted from shooting too many shells, which made it difficult to provide enough shells later. In this way, the cannonballs are prepared in advance in the battle, and they can be used whenever they arrive at a place. For this reason, Mr. 4 gave Lasso delicious food and drink whenever he spit out a group of shells in a place where the shells were stored. Lasso also kept spitting out cannonballs in high spirits. Ms. Merry Christmas commanded a strong fortification throughout the abandoned town. The north is still the focus. In the northern part of the abandoned town, Garka gave orders to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th legions encircling the abandoned town to the east, south, and west, respectively. Each of the 3 legions sent 3,000 troops to the north for support. The north of the abandoned town, which had suffered heavy losses, was once again surrounded by nearly 10,000 elite soldiers of the king's army. The 1st Legion, which had been nearly destroyed before, and the earlier 5th Legion had completely withdrawn from the battlefield. However, among the nearly 10,000 elite soldiers of the king's army, there were 3,000 elite cavalry troops. They all have good mobility and field capabilities. Vivi, Gaka, as well as Rog, Zoro, Smoker, Hina, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, Sanji and Ace, as well as CP3 feet's Furox and Zeros and his party, a mighty remake after the army was reorganized, it approached the abandoned town from the north to the south. Bell hovering in the sky has been reporting various situations. In the phone bug, Vivi and Gaka get Bell's intelligence. His Majesty Vivi, I have noticed that the enemy has begun to deploy large-scale defenses in abandoned towns. You must be careful, Bell Hui reported. We got it. Thank you, Bell. Please continue to investigate, Vivi said to the phone bug. Yes, Your Majesty Vivi, Bell said to the phone bug. Then the two sides hung up the phone bug. Vivi rode on his horse and looked at the abandoned town ahead. Now she, her friends and the army behind her are about to break into the abandoned town and free her father. Is danger ahead, and here is the crocodile. Attacking from here, I don't know what a huge sacrifice it will be. But all difficulties cannot stop the will of the people. This is not only Vivi's will, but everyone's thoughts. Gaka, who was also on the horse, said to Vivi, Okay, Your Majesty Vivi, hurry up and give the order. Vivi nodded and said, "Okay, now the cavalry unit is the first to cut into the abandoned town. The infantry unit will follow." A cavalry force of more than 3,000 people was ordered. These cavalry units on the backs of horses and camels began to march towards the abandoned town. Rog and Usopp looked at each other, also going. Smoker and Hina also entered the abandoned town. After all, both Rog and Smoker are foreign forces. Vivi and Gakka have no way of ordering them. So Rog and Smoker decide when to fight based on their own judgment. Cavalry troops began to enter the abandoned town. On the northern edge of the abandoned town, Ms. Merry Christmas is hiding in an old house. Observe the incoming cavalry troops from the windows here. They're coming in. Then greet them well, Ms. Merry Christmas said. She is proud and nervous now. After all, there are still a lot of enemies. Then Ms. Merry Christmas quickly got into a hole below. In this abandoned town, Ms. Merry Christmas has dug countless burrows and tunnels in all directions. Many lead to old houses or some streets. With these burrows and tunnels, Ms. Merry Christmas is able to constantly shift and fight. The King's Army cavalry troops who entered the abandoned town were armed with rifles and sabers and kept an eye on their surroundings. Now there is a crocodile hidden here, and I don't know what danger it will be. When a large number of King's Army cavalry entered here, among the old houses and the streets, masses of sand-formed spear warriors are preparing to shoot. Rog and Zoro are traveling here. But for safety's sake, everyone dismounted. Usopp looked very nervous, and the slingshot was always ready to attack. Captain Usopp has entered the depths of the enemy and is always ready to fight. Usopp looked around and aimed at all times. Chopper followed Usopp very carefully. The little guy was very cautious about his surroundings. And the nose constantly smells some odors. The enemy is made of sand, so I'm afraid it's hard to smell, Chopper said. Chapter 320 Ambush. Zoro is constantly looking around, his hands on the scabbard at his waist. The 3 katana swords were ready to be unsheathed. Although the katana wasn't really unsheathed, Zoro's eyes kept looking around, and his face was calm. But the eyes see 6 ways and ears hear all directions. As long as there is movement around, Zoro will wield his katana and kill the enemy. There seems to be something wrong here. Rog looked around cautiously. It's been a while since I came in, but I haven't seen any enemies appearing to meet them. That said, the enemy may have set a trap. Luffy happily walked down the streets of the abandoned town. Ah la la la, how come there are no enemies here? It's like a trip, Luffy said as he walked. Ace looked around. He served as a cadre under Whitebeard all the year round, and his intuition for battle and danger was extremely keen. For some reason, I didn't feel the murderous aura emanating from the creatures. Of course, the opponent may be an enemy formed by sand, which is not surprising. Smoker walks down the street with his chest bare. Smoker himself can elementalize his body, coupled with his ability to fly with smoke, making him extremely survivable in this environment. Smoker glanced at Ace from time to time. When Rog and the others first arrived, Ace was faintly exuding an unusual and powerful aura. Smoker looked at Ace now, the more he remembered the wanted order. Madara in front of him seemed to be a young and promising pirate. Made a name for himself on the Great Route. He even came close to being recruited by the world government as King Shichibukai. He is Portgas. Ace. Smoker recalled this, but now was not the time to be too concerned about these things. Hina seems to have discovered something, but her mind is not on this matter. Fuku Rocks and Zeros of CP3, as well as Nami and Sanji continued to be by Vivi's side. Gakka is by Vivi's side, always protecting. Be aware of dangers that may arise around you at any time. Suddenly, a cannonball flew from a house in the abandoned town and hit the crowd. This is exactly what Mr. Four shot with a metal bat. There is an attack, Garka shouted when he saw it. Garka quickly blocks in front of Vivi, protecting Vivi with his body. Be careful, Your Majesty Vivi. Gakka protected Vivi with his stalwart body and said. Zoro quickly pulled the snow out of his waist. The body jumps into the air. A knife light flashed, and the shell was cut in half. The two halves of the shells fell to the ground in the distance, with 2 explosions. Zoro successfully intercepted the incoming shell. But then a voice sounded for a while. Suddenly, a large number of spear warriors formed of sand rushed out from many houses and from the streets. "There are enemies!" suddenly screamed. The spear warriors wielded their spears to pick the king's cavalry off their horses. The king's army was caught off guard, and many of the cavalry were quickly killed. "Destroy the enemy with the whole army," Garka hurriedly shouted. The spear warriors kept appearing and began to attack the king's army. Many king's cavalry began to maneuver in the streets, but the spear warriors were as fast as horses, and quickly caught up with the king's cavalry and killed them. But Rog and Zoro and Smoker quickly got into the fight. Rog was wearing walnut-heavy armor, his left arm was powered by a wooden stake air cannon, and his right arm clenched the iron birch sword, and charged bravely. A spear warrior stabbed Rogue with a spear. The spear warrior was extremely fast, and the spear in his hand stabbed the walnut-heavy armor on Rog's chest with one blow. But the opponent's powerful strength only scratched the walnut-heavy armor. The stake air cannon on Rog's left arm was aimed at the spear warrior's body. Fire! The muzzle of the stake air cannon fires a powerful air cannonball. The air cannonball hit the spear warrior's upper body. Boom! With an explosion, the upper body of the spear warrior burst. His entire body also quickly turned into sand and scattered. After Rog eliminated the spear warrior, 2 more spear warriors rushed over. One attacked from the left and one attacked from the right. 2 spears stabbed Rogue from left and right. Clang, clang, the walnut-heavy armor on Roger's body stabbed by the spear made a harsh rubbing sound. But they were all unable to pierce the extremely hard walnut-heavy armor on Rog's body. It's my turn. Rog swung the iron birch greatsword with his right arm, first slashing at the spear warrior on the right. PFF'd. Rog's iron birch greatsword chopped off the head of the spear warrior. When the opponent's head fell, the body of the spear warrior quickly turned into ordinary sand. After the spear warrior on the right was eliminated, Rog quickly swung the iron birch sword to the left. The spear warrior on the left quickly blocked with the spear in his hand. The spear turned from this sand is actually comparable to steel. The iron birch tree slashed the spear in the hands of the spear warrior heavily, making a harsh sound for a while. The spear was actually cut off. Iron birch is inherently harder than steel. After Rog's transformation, it surpassed ordinary steel. Comparable to steel. This blow directly cut off the spear in the hands of the spear warrior. Rog took advantage of the situation and slashed the head of the spear warrior with an iron birch sword. The head of the spear warrior was chopped off. The spear warrior's body quickly disintegrated into sand. After killing the 2 spear warriors, Rog quickly resumed the fight. Luffy was in high spirits during the battle. 4 spear warriors in a row besiege Luffy. Wow, Sand becomes a samurai! Luffy exclaimed excitedly. The spear warrior kept stabbing Luffy with his spear. Luffy dodged hard, dodging the opponent's attack many times. However, these spear warriors attacked very quickly, and Luffy quickly used his rubber power to reach the top of a house before he could continue the fight. Okay, look at me. Luffy quickly thrust his right fist back. Then it rotated for a long time and became like a twist. Rubber. Screw gun. Luffy's right fist quickly slammed into a spear warrior below. This punch, with its spin and power, shattered the spear warrior's body in one blow. The other 3 spear warriors quickly waved their spears and threw them at Luffy. Wow! Luffy quickly got down. Luffy is not afraid of shells and bullets, but is very afraid of these spiked weapons. The 3 spears were dodged, and Luffy took a breath to get back to his feet. Huh, it really scared me to death. Luffy said with a lingering fear. But 3 spear warriors quickly jumped to the top of the house. 3 spear warriors lashed out at Luffy with fists. Boom! Luffy was beaten to the ground, and 3 spear warriors attacked Luffy violently with fists and feet. It hurts. It hurts. Luffy shouted. Chapter 321 Mr. Point 4 Shot. Luffy, who was being beaten, suddenly came up with a plan. Rubber balloons. Luffy took a sharp breath. His body inflated violently, like a giant balloon. In this way, the 3 spear warriors were caught off guard and were bounced off by the balloon. Luffy quickly exhaled the gas and fell to the ground below. Okay, it really hurts me, Luffy said. The 3 spear warriors rushed over quickly just now. The 3 spear warriors roared towards Luffy at the same time. Luffy jerked his hands behind his back, then quickly pushed towards one of the spear warriors. Rubber bazooka. Luffy's blow knocked the spear warrior out of the way. In the end, the spear warrior fell to one place and the roof of the house was smashed into pieces, completely turned into ordinary sand. Luffy quickly jumped into the air again, and aimed his feet at a spear warrior. Rubber spear. Luffy's feet stretched out like 2 spears and attacked the spear warrior's head. PFF'd. The head and upper body of this spear warrior were smashed by Luffy. The rest of the body also turned into sand and scattered on the ground. With the last spear warrior left, Luffy fell to the ground. Luffy like a horse. Rubber machine gun. Luffy punched more than a dozen punches in less than a second. A fist like a machine gun hit the spear warrior's body. The spear warrior's body was smashed into loose sand. 4 spear warriors who besieged Luffy were eliminated. After the spear warriors were eliminated, Luffy continued to fight other enemies. Zoro is powerful in battle. More than a dozen spear warriors rushed towards Zoro. Zoro held Yukigami and Onishi in his hands. The blades of the 2 katana swords reflect the sun's rays. Zoro was approached by a spear warrior, who stabbed Zoro in the chest with a spear. Zoro's right arm blocked the opponent's spear, and Gito on his left arm took the opportunity to slash horizontally at the spear warrior's neck. PFF'd. The head of the spear warrior was chopped off. The entire body of the spear warrior began to rapidly collapse into ordinary sand. 2 more spear warriors rushed over and stabbed Zoro in the stomach with their spears. Zoro waved Snowwalk and Ghost, and jumped into the air. Knife flow. Rhinoceros. Zoro's swords rotated 360 degrees, slashing the heads of the 2 spear warriors. The bodies of the 2 spear warriors also quickly turned to sand. Zoro was surrounded by 12 spear warriors. They stabbed Zoro with their spears. Zoro yanked out the word, harmony, from his waist. Bite with your mouth. 3 swords flow. Sword and wolf flow. Zoro's body fluttered like a willow leaf in the wind, dodging the spear attacks of the spear warriors. After dodging the attacks of the spear warriors, Zoro gathered strength in his arms and body. 3 knife flow. Tornado. Zoro's 3 samurai swords spun along with his body. Like a tornado. The 12 spear warriors were all attacked by the sword energy in turns. However, although the tornado is a large-scale attack, but Zoro focused on slashing the heads of the spear warriors. The heads of the spear warriors were shattered by the intense sword energy and direct slashing. These spear warriors quickly turned into ordinary sand. Killing these spear warriors, Zoro continued to gallop on the battlefield with 3 katana swords. Smoker is very powerful in this battle, and the smoker hunter turns into smoke. Those spear warriors had nothing to do with him. Every time the spear stabbed, it was like the assassination in the smoke. And Smoker's fist and 10-hand attacks are enough to destroy these spear warriors in one blow. In the heat of battle, what made Smoker even more unusual was that Ace showed great fighting power. Although it was only Iceberg, Ace smashed the heads of the spear warriors with his flaming fists. Ace is now waving a pair of flaming fists, aiming at the attacking spear warrior. Although Ace wiped out the spear warriors with just one punch, he has yet to show his true skills. Of course, these spear warriors are far stronger than ordinary people, but to Ace they are just some unsightly enemies. Ace's fire fist punched the spear samurai's head with a punch, and the opponent's head quickly exploded like a grenade hit. Smoker and Ace were among the most efficient at eliminating spear warriors. Colonel Hina was also strong in battle. With her strong fist and foot martial arts skills and the ability of Threshold Fruit, she eliminated a large number of spear warriors. In addition, the soldiers of the king's army fought bloody battles and annihilated a large number of spear warriors. Ms. Merry Christmas poked her head out of a hole in an alley. She looked at the situation on the battlefield. Although their own use of raids and ambush killed some of the king's army cavalry. But there are many masters on the other side, and although the king's army is not as powerful as the spear warriors alone. However, it is still possible to annihilate some spear warriors by virtue of their numbers. Not long ago, the spear warriors lost more than 150. That's not the way. Well, Mr. 4, it's your turn to use your power. Ms. said Merry Christmas. Mr. Point 4 is also in the cave below at this time. Long for Mr. 4 to stick his head out of a hole in the ground. He swung a cannonball into the air, and swung a 4-ton metal bat into the air. Boom! The shell flew towards an alley where the king's army was located. The shell hit there, and it exploded violently for a while. The two king's cavalrymen flew with their horses. Vivi, Gaka and Sanji, who were not far from here, saw this scene. It's the cannonball just now. The cannonball attack outside the king's palace was also a group of cannonballs flying like this. Could it be? Vivi suddenly remembered something. After she broke into the Baroque Works room, she inquired about various information inside the Baroque Works room. Especially the information of those high-level agents. After the king's palace was attacked by shells and no shells were found nearby, Vivi was suspicious of the powerful high-ranking agent. He's Mr. 4, and his cannon-barreled dog, Vivi said. Gaka looked at Princess Vivi and said, Your Majesty Vivi, do you understand this enemy? Vivi nodded and said, Yes, this agent can hit the cannonballs like a baseball with a metal bat. Sanji looked strangely at the cannonballs that continued to fly afterward. As expected, these cannonballs were hit like giant baseballs. And I can't hear the sound of the gun, but I can vaguely hear the sound of some blows. So that's how it is. Sanji said. Chapter 322 Sanji vs MR.4. Suddenly a cannonball flew over again, just about to hit here. Sanji stepped forward suddenly and jumped. The right foot kicked the cannonball. The cannonball flew to an old uninhabited house in the distance, and it exploded violently. Sanji also hurried over there by relying on the position where the cannonball came. I'll take a look, Sanji said. Plus card is to protect Vivi. Sanji quickly rushed to the starting position where the cannonballs were hit just now. By judging the flight arcs of the shells, it is possible to determine which direction the shells came from. Sanji finally reached an alley where Sanji didn't see anyone. Just found a dark hole in the ground. Sanji walked to the side of the cave and observed it. Could it be that they hid here? Sanji said. Sanji looked at the cave and said nothing. Just jump in. After the attack just now, Mr. 4 also quickly went to the exit of a cave. Here, Mr. 4 picks up another Yuhi-colored cannonball. This is an incendiary shell. Mr. Point 4 threw the Yuhi-colored incendiary shell and swung the metal bat in one blow. Boom! The incendiary shell was fired. Incendiary shells hit a house where the king's army cavalry had gathered. There was a violent explosion for a while, and the royal army cavalry was enveloped in flames. The king's cavalry struggled in the flames, and then fell to the ground screaming. After shooting this incendiary shell, Mr. 4 picked up a group of black shells and swung the metal bat out continuously. After these shells hit the king's army, they exploded, and there were countless nails flying through the blast. The king's army suffered heavy casualties, and the nails were as fast and penetrating as bullets under the impact of the explosion. While Mr. 4 kept attacking, it was in the burrow below him. Sanji was already approaching him. When Sanji saw this fat figure fighting here, Kick against etiquette. Kicked Mr. 4, who was attacking from the hole below with amazing force with one foot. Mr. 4 feet's fat body flew out of the hole. It fell heavily on an old house and collapsed the old house. Sanji jumped out of the hole and looked at Mr. 4 with a cigarette in his mouth. At this time, Mr. 4 was embarrassed to get up from the ruins of the old house. Mr. 4 is now covered in dust. He stood up and raised his head to look at Sanji. Is now able to clearly see the shape of Mr. 4. This is a big, burly man like a big boy. Beneath the short blonde hair is a face like a fat pig. Cute and funny, but no one would have thought that this was the murderous, unblinking agent in the Baroque Works room. Hey, you're the Baroque Works agent, aren't you? Sanji asked. Mr. 4 looked at Sanji fiercely. The big boy's anger was really scary at first glance. He raised the 4-ton metal bat in his hand and pointed it at Sanji. Bastard, kill you. Mr. 4 was not slow at all when fighting. Mr. 4 clenched the metal bat with his right arm, and shoved his left thumb into his mouth and let out a very loud whistle. After this loud whistle, a dog bark sounded. Wong. Sanji saw a dog rushing over quickly. This dog looks like a combination of a cannon and a dog. It's a barrel dog, Sanji said. Mr. 4 looked at Sanji angrily and continued. Don't talk nonsense, this is my dog Lasu. Lasu and the master also have a tacit understanding, and shouted, wow. Mr. 4 then asked Lasu to aim his mouth at him. Okay, let this curly brow boy taste our power, Mr. 4 said. Mr. 4 asked Lasu to point his mouth at him. Now Rasu is in a good state of mind and can spit out countless and various shells. Sanji looked at the combination of one person and one dog. What tricks do you want to play? Just come. Sanji said calmly. Okay, Lasu shoots a high explosive shell for him to see. Mr. 4 said. Lasu's body was brewing for a while, its mouth opened, and a black cannonball shot out and flew towards Mr. 4. Mr. 4 swung a 4-ton bat and determined the direction to hit the black high explosive shell. Boom. The black high explosive shell changed its orbit and flew towards Sanji. Sanji kicked his right leg sharply when the cannonball flew in front of him. The black high explosive shell flew out. It ended up in a nearby street and exploded. Mr. 4 looked at Sanji and found that Sanji was relying on his legs to eat. No wonder he was kicked out of the hole just now. Looked at Mr. 4 and said, go ahead. Mr. 4 said to Lasu again, Lasu, shoot the incendiary shells. Lasu's body trembled for a while, and was rapidly brewing cannonballs. Then it opened its mouth and a Yuhi-colored incendiary shell was spit out. This time, Rasu did not shoot it out, but spit it out normally. Mr. 4 took the cannonball and weighed it in his hand. This shell will definitely make you walk away without eating Kabuto, Mr. 4 said. Seeing his opponent so confident, Sanji was also a little strange. Mr. 4 threw the Yuhi-colored incendiary cannonball up and hit it with a metal bat. Boom. This Yuhi-colored incendiary shell flew towards Sanji. Sanji saw the cannonball getting closer. The opponent's artillery shells kept approaching, but Sanji suddenly felt a sense of danger. Sanji jumped away at the last minute, instead of kicking the cannonball away with his foot. The shell hit the ground behind Sanji. Boom. Soaring explosions and flames raged. This incendiary projectile exploded with amazing flames. Sanji saw the flames after the shell exploded. Luckily I just escaped in time. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Mr. 4 saw Sanji's behavior and said, how strange. How did you know that this incendiary shell was exploding on time? Sanji's face became serious and he asked, timed explosion. Mr. 4 said, the projectiles spit out by Lasu have contact explosions and timed explosions. The touch explosions require the projectiles to undergo a certain impact before they can be detonated. The timed projectiles will explode when the time is set. I have already calculated your distance, and fiddled with the scale on the shell before striking. Quote. Sanji said, so it is. Mr. Point 4 waved the metal bat again and said, okay, I have more types of shells for you to taste. Lasu is also preparing to brew new shells. Lasu, fragmentation shells. Give me 3 at once. Mr. 4 said. Lasu brewed for a while, its body twisted for a while, and then spit out 3 black cannonballs from its mouth. The 3 black shells looked indistinguishable from the usual high-explosive shells. But it was full of deadly nails. Chapter 323 Mr. 4 Unleashed. Mr. Point 4 adjusted the 3 fragmentation shells well. Then he swung a metal bat to blow all 3 shells into the air. 3 fragmentation cannonballs flew towards Sanji. Sanji evaded quickly. All 3 shells exploded halfway. Groups of nails flew around under the impact of the explosion. Sanji was also quickly affected. Sanji jumped away quickly, but was hit by more than 10 nails quickly. The dozen or so nails had penetrated into Sanji's body. Sanji quickly got behind an old house to avoid possible further attacks. These nails are really powerful, and their lethality is even greater than that of high-explosive shells. Fragmentation shells are anti-infantry shells with a large number of nails inside, which can cause great damage to infantry. For example, although high-explosive shells are very powerful to destroy buildings after they explode, they are really not strong enough for infantry. Damn! Sanji urgently found all the nails in the wound on his body. The nails penetrated the body like bullets. Sanji quickly took out a small knife from inside his clothes. Using the small table knife as a scalpel, Sanji quickly dug the nails out of his body. Sanji's face was dripping with sweat, but he didn't say a word. As a man, this pain is nothing. But after digging out more than 10 nails, Sanji looked at the small knife in his hand. It was covered with blood that belonged to him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used you, Sanji said apologetically. As a chef, the most cherished thing is tableware, but now there are special circumstances. Had to use this knife. Sanji took out a white napkin from the black suit and wiped the knife clean with it. Under the sunlight, Sanji repeatedly observed that the knife was clean and reflective. He quickly put away the small knife. Sanji wiped off the blood on his suit with a napkin as much as possible. Okay, it's time for a gentleman to really show his strength, Sanji said. Sanji lit a new cigarette, tidied up his tie and moved his ankle, just to really show his strength. Now is the time to really show strength. How could the handsome chef Sanji be humiliated by a fat pig? Quickly walked in front of Mr. 4 and Rasu. Mr. Point 4 saw Sanji coming back. He waved the metal bat in his hand. Looks like you haven't had enough shells, Mr. 4 said. Sanji looked at him disdainfully and said, don't be complacent if you haven't taught a gentleman to get angry. Mr. Point 4 threw another cannonball and said, I'll make you stubborn. He threw the shell up and hit it with a metal bat. The cannonball was blown away with a thud. But Sanji didn't stay where he was, but quickly ran towards the direction where the cannonball was flying. He jumped up and his feet were already on top of the cannonball. Give it back to you. Sanji kicked the cannonball violently and flew towards Mr. 4. What? Mr. Point 4 said in shock. He swung the metal bat violently in an attempt to block, but it was too late. The shell hit him in the body. Boom. With an explosion, Mr. 4 was covered in shell explosions. This cannonball is also a fragmentation cannonball, and hundreds of nails have been driven into Mr. Point 4's body. Ah! Mr. Point 4 shouted like a pig. Sanji looked at the fat opponent coldly. Now he is also feeling disgusted in his heart, but of course he has not finished it completely. Just now, Sanji was planning to do it. Since the opponent's shells were exploding at regular intervals, he would take the lead in attacking and kick it back. Blew up Mr. 4 instead. Mr. Point 4 is in great pain now and keeps crying. The end, Mr. 4 finally stopped. His body is fat and tall, he can still bear the damage. Mr. Point 4 looked at Sanji with a convulsive expression on his face. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Mr. Point 4 growled. Sanji didn't say anything, and rushed directly to Mr. 4, who was a little panicked. Don't worry, I'm not targeting you. Sanji rushed towards Rasu quickly. Mr. Point 4 looked at Sanji and Rasu in horror and said, Rasu, run away. Sanji rushed in front of Lasu, and the barrel dog also reacted and wanted to flee quickly. But it was too late, Sanji's foot was already kicking Rasu. Air Force. Sanji kicked Rasu with astonishing force, and the barrel dog screamed and flew into the sky for a while. Rasu. Mr. Point 4 roared with tears in his eyes. He watched Lasu fly to the sky, and then fell to the ground in the distance. Seeing his pet dog being attacked like this, Mr. 4 fell to the ground in despair. Looked at Mr. 4, who was kneeling down. This burly and fat boy was in pain now. Said to Mr. 4 naturally, don't be like this, isn't it just a dog? Mr. Point 4 raised his head and looked at Sanji with eyes full of anger, surprise and hatred. 1. Dog. Underscore. Mr. Point 4 was so angry that he was trembling when he spoke. Lasu is Mr. Point 4's pet dog. For Lasu, Mr. 4 regards it as a wealth above all else. Any money, status, power, all make Mr. 4 look badly. But only Lasu is enough to make Mr. 4 feel loved and regarded by him as something more precious than life. The burly, fat boy stood up quickly. The right arm firmly grasped the metal bat. I'm going to beat you to meet Chan. Mr. Point 4 growled angrily. His right arm pressed the mechanism on the handle of the metal bat, and the metal bat quickly grew many sharp spikes. Transformed into a metal wolf kiba stick. Looked at the mighty metal wolf kiba stick in Mr. Point 4's hand and said, oh, your weapon still has a mechanism. Death. Mr. Point 4 roared angrily, his whole body rushed over. Kiba that he clenched in his right arm hit Sanji in the head. Jumped away quickly, and Mr. Point 4's metal wolf kiba hit the ground heavily. 3 o'clock. Sanji's leg strikes quickly, kicking the opponent in the throat, chest and abdomen. Asshole. Mr. Point 4 angrily wielded the metal wolf kiba stick and hit Sanji sideways. Sanji jumped away quickly. Mr. Point 4 violently attacked Sanji with a metal wolf kiba stick. Sanji's constant movement jumps to avoid. Mr. Point 4 frantically attacked Sanji all the way. Sanji kept jumping and running to avoid. But Mr. 4 couldn't really attack the flexible Sanji with his brute force attack. First meet. Sanji's foot swiftly hit Mr. Point 4's chin. After a period of harsh cracking sound, Mr. Point 4's kiba teeth cracked several times. Mr. Point 4 was even more angry, clenching his arms with the metal wolf kiba stick and attacking frantically. Sanji jumped and ran quickly, his body jumping into the air. Superlative ground meat. Sanji kicked Mr. Point 4's head and upper body intensively with both feet. Mr. Point 4 was attacked intensively, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and his fat and burly body also fell to the ground suddenly. Chapter 324 Ms. Merry Christmas Sneak Attack. Okay, get up and continue. Sanji said after falling to the ground. Mr. Point 4 suffered continuous losses. He was still quite resistant due to his burly and fat body. Mr. Point 4 stood up again, waving the metal wolf kiba stick in his hand and said, suffer to die. Sanji jumped into the air and kicked his leg from the opponent's left side. Fast forward. Lard pot. Leg facing Mr. 4 from the side was a serious blow. Mr. Point 4's body was hit hard and rolled to the ground again. Bastard, I want you to taste my last trick. Mr. Point 4 continued to get up from the ground and growl. Mr. Point 4 clenched the metal wolf kiba stick with both arms, and then aligned it horizontally to the side. His feet are together. Then Mr. Point 4's body spun rapidly. Wolf kiba stick spinner. Quote. Mr. Point 4 spins like a top. Sanji looked at the huge spinning top, and it was true that the other party was also very fast. If you get hit, the consequences are very serious. I didn't expect you to still have a whole card, so I can't just bang. Sanji quickly distanced himself. Mr. 4 feet's wolf Kiba stick spinning top quickly followed Sanji's actions. Sanji dodged all the way and jumped over an old house. The wolf Kiba rod top quickly destroyed the house. Mr. 4 continues his action, destroying 8 old houses one after another while chasing Sanji. After a fierce battle, Mr. 4 was already very violent. Sanji has actually been caught in the middle of the battle now, but he doesn't know it. Boom! Mr. 4 turned into a wolf Kiba stick spinning top and destroyed another house. At this time, Sanji had already jumped to the top of Mr. 4 feet's head. Sanji's right foot is facing down, and his left foot is parallel to the ground. The body spins rapidly. It is exactly the same as Mr. 4 feet's previous action, and it also rotates like a top. What? Where did that curly eyebrow go? Mr. 4 continued to spin in this wolf Kiba spinning state but found that Sanji had disappeared. At this time, there was a whistling sound above him for a while. Mr. 4 looked up from the corner of his eye. I saw Sanji smashed down like a spinning top. Skewer. Quote. Mr. 4 feet's head below with his right foot that was spinning at a high speed like a drill. Gaba. Was a piercing sound of skull shattering for a while, and Mr. 4 fell to the ground covered in blood. Sanji also landed perfectly on the ground nearby with a somersault. This attack is still perfect. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. If the location of the attack just now is not accurate, it is also very dangerous. Sanji turned around and looked at Mr. 4, who fell to the ground, and the metal wolf Kiba who was lying on the side. The battle is finally over. It's finally over, by the way. There are Miss Nami and Princess Vivi waiting for me to protect. You wait, the night is coming. Sanji quickly turned around and started looking for Vivi and Nami. Mr. 4 was defeated, the battle in the abandoned town continued. The king's army and the ambush warriors with spears fought fiercely. Rog, Zoro, they are still destroying spear warriors. The spear warriors have been consumed from the initial 500 to less than 200. Ms. Merry Christmas also used the caves and tunnels to fight, but she could only kill a few King's Army cavalry. The current battle situation is very unfavorable, Ms. Merry Christmas, seeing that the current battle is really going to collapse. In addition to the huge number of the King's Army, there are also these powerful masters. It just made her feel overwhelmed. The spear warriors under him were quickly eliminated. Now Ms. Merry Christmas feels very dangerous, but it's just a matter of defending for a while. Taking advantage of this time, she can try to kill some key figures of the other party. What to do, where to find the target now? Ms. Merry Christmas found that the enemies are not easy to deal with now. However, she used the tunnels and burrows to conduct constant actions and investigations, and finally found 2 suitable objects. I saw Usopp and Chopper hiding next to an old house. See this long nose as well as the reindeer. Ms. Merry Christmas suddenly felt happy for a while. Finally found the right target. Ms. Merry Christmas said. At this time, Usopp and Chopper were hiding beside the old house. The two were constantly observing their surroundings, always on the lookout for danger. Usopp, have you found the enemy? Chopper said, looking around vigilantly. No, no, Usopp swallowed his spit forcibly, holding back his fear and looked around. The slingshot in his hand was pulled tightly all the time. Usopp is terrified now. Suddenly, a figure came out. It was a spear warrior with a spear. Come out, Chopper yelled in horror. The spear warrior charged towards the two with a spear. Don't be afraid, look at me. Usopp aimed at the head of the spear warrior with astonishing speed. Slaying, flame star. Usopp's slingshot fired a pellet of gunpowder. The gunpowder projectile hit the spear warrior in the head and exploded in a quick burst. The spear warrior was blown to the head, but quickly began to recover. It's useless, Chopper yelled in horror. It's not over yet, flame triple star. Usopp fired 3 gunpowder projectiles with astonishing speed. 3 gunpowder projectiles hit the spear warrior's head in a row. One was not enough, but 3 consecutive explosions shattered the head of the spear warrior. The spear warrior's head would explode and his body would quickly melt back into sand. Ahahaha, Captain Usopp is invincible. Seeing that he had won, Usopp gasped and said happily. Chopper's expression also changed greatly, and he looked at Usopp with admiration with a sigh of relief. As expected of Captain Usopp, Chopper said admiringly. After the two of them had just dealt with the spear warrior, there was another movement. The movement came from the ground. Usopp and Chopper looked at the ground seriously. Suddenly, 2 mole-like claws stretched out from the ground and grabbed Usopp's feet. Ah, monster! Chopper exclaimed in surprise. OMG! Usopp was quickly grasped by the pair of mole claws, and then began to grab and move on the ground. Usopp was grabbed like a doll by Ms. Merry Christmas's pair of mole claws and started to move. Don't panic, I have a way. Usopp suddenly came up with a method. Usopp quickly took out a rotten egg and threw it over the pair of mole claws of Ms. Merry Christmas that grabbed his feet. The rotten eggs were smashed and covered with the mole's claws. The stench was overwhelming, and Usopp quickly covered his nose. Ah, so disgusting. A voice came from below, with extreme disgust in it. Usopp's feet were released, and the mole claws retracted into the sand below. Chapter 325 Whack the Gopher, Ms. Merry Christmas. Usopp finally got out of trouble, and Chopper quickly caught up. Usopp, are you all right? Chopper asked. I'm fine, but where is that guy just now? Usopp looked around vigilantly and said. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground ahead. Something that looked like a mole combined with a human appeared. Ah, that's disgusting. Ms. Merry Christmas said in disgust. Now Ms. Merry Christmas is in mole form and looks like a giant mole. She looked at Usopp and Chopper angrily. Usopp and Chopper looked more surprised at Ms. Merry Christmas. The fat mole man looked eerie. I didn't expect that your long nose would use such a disgusting weapon against me. Ms. Merry Christmas said with disgust. Usopp looked at Ms. Merry Christmas and said, so it was you who attacked me. You did it like that. A sneak attack from the ground. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at Usopp in disgust, and said contemptuously, fuck. I tell you, attacking from underground is my superb ability. Others haven't. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Baroque, Senior Agent in the Works Room, Ms. Merry Christmas. Senior Agent. Usopp and Chopper turned serious. 2 people know how powerful the senior agents are. In the rain there is experience. Now facing a senior agent in the Baroque Works Room. Usopp thought, the other party can still dig the sand to travel under the ground. This can be said to be really difficult to deal with. Ms. Merry Christmas continued. Okay, now it's time for me to use my skills. You don't complain about dying too badly. Usopp tried his best to pretend not to be afraid and said, come on, Captain Usopp will show you how awesome it is. Ms. Merry Christmas quickly waved her 2 mole paws and jumped into the burrow again. Usopp looked around. Suddenly, Ms. Merry Christmas burst out of a hole dug in the ground nearby. Seeing this opportunity, Usopp quickly took out a black hammer. Okay, Usopp hammer. Usopp hits Ms. Merry Christmas with a hammer. Ms. Merry Christmas quickly shrank back into the burrow. She actually escaped, Usopp said. There, Chopper said quickly. Usopp turned his head and saw that Ms. Merry Christmas had dug a hole in the ground again. Come hit me, Ms. Merry Christmas defiantly. Usopp quickly ran towards the hole. Rushing to the hole, Usopp smashed the Usopp hammer down again. This time, Ms. Merry Christmas escaped again. Then Ms. Merry Christmas dug a hole again like this, constantly attracting Usopp to attack. Usopp wielded his hammer like a whack-a-mole. However, Ms. Merry Christmas is extremely flexible, and is simply a mole that Usopp can't hit. Chopper also helped Usopp, who transformed into a humanoid and began to attack with his fists. But the 2 of them tried their best to attack together, but still couldn't hit Ms. Merry Christmas. Huh, it's exhausting, Usopp said. No matter how you hit, you can't hit, Chopper said with a sweat on his face. The two of them tried their best to whack the moles, but they couldn't hit. At this moment, Chopper suddenly asked, "That's weird. Why can she keep coming and going in so many different burrows like this? And appearing in the same burrow multiple times?" Hearing this, Usopp suddenly flashed a thought in his head. Could it be that these burrows are together? I have a solution, Usopp said suddenly. He quickly took out a bag of rotten eggs and threw them into the hole hard. There were more than 20 holes in the surrounding ground, and Usopp threw more than 30 rotten eggs into them. Okay, they're all thrown in. All the rotten eggs in Usopp's bag were thrown down. Chopper has a keen sense of smell, and now he can smell a lot of rotten eggs in the surrounding burrows. It smells bad. Chopper quickly covered his nose. Usopp quickly took out 2 simple gas masks, handed one to Chopper and said, "This is my homemade gas mask. It's still very effective when worn. Put on a gas mask, and sure enough, the smell is much better." At this time, an amazing scream came from the caves. "It smells so bad, so disgusting." Ms. Merry Christmas rushed out of a hole in the ground and ran in a panic. But all the holes she dug around were exuding that stench of rotten eggs. The mole man who seems to have a cleanliness is now insane. Usopp saw the crazy Ms. Merry Christmas. As long as the other party is not underground, it is easy to deal with. Okay, I'll give you a taste of what I'm really good at. Chopper, would you please turn into a reindeer? Usopp said. Chopper looked at Usopp and said, okay. Chopper is in reindeer form again. Usopp first took out a special projectile. Put it on the slingshot. Death. Sticky star. Usopp shot the projectile with a slingshot. The projectile hit Ms. Merry Christmas. The projectile burst and quickly turned into a pile of glue holding Ms. Merry Christmas. These adhesives are extremely sticky enough to hold the masonry of a building together. Sticking to people's bodies is naturally not a problem. Slimy, disgusting. Ms. Merry Christmas shivered and collapsed to the ground. Although she has experienced many battles, she has seen many dangerous battles in the world. But he is extremely afraid of sticky things. Usopp's gooey star was enough to give her a nervous breakdown. Okay, it's not over yet. That's the big deal. Usopp quickly took out another large rubber band and slipped it between Chopper's 2 antlers. And pulled a hammer like a projectile. Death. Usopp's hammer. Usopp pulled the hammer away and ejected it like a projectile from a giant slingshot. Ms. Merry Christmas without a doubt. Boom. Ms. Merry Christmas was hit by a hammer, and the whole person flew out. It slammed into the wall of an old house heavily, and smashed through the wall 2 floors to the inside. Beautiful, Chopper admired. Usopp patted his chest and said, "Of course, I'm Captain Usopp." Usopp and Chopper then went to the old house to check on Ms. Merry Christmas. The other party is already seriously injured and unconscious. The gopher was not hit in the hole from above, but was hit by a flying hammer. At this point, another member of the Baroque Works room, Admiral, was damaged. Whether it was Sanji, Roger, Luffy, Smoker, or the soldiers of the King's army, they quickly wiped out the remaining spear warriors. Chapter 326 Location of Hades. While Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. Four lost. But they still dragged their feet. In the room south of the abandoned town, Crocodile joined Ms. All Sunday to observe King Cobra, who was already at the breaking point with psychedelics. Cobra looked haggard now. Those eyes have become very lackluster from the previous strength and struggle. Crocodile took the cigar in his mouth and finally took it away. It looks like Cobra has been controlled by a psychedelic drug. Now I have the information I really need. Ms. was on the sidelines all Sunday, and she had been strictly observing Cobra. Now it can be said that there is absolutely no problem. As long as Cobra was asked, he would give them all the answers they needed. Okay, Your Majesty, I ask you now, do you know about the ancient weapon Pluto that Alabasta hid? Crocodile asked. Cobra stared blankly, and his lips quivered. I know, Cobra said dully. Crocodile smiled and said, okay, so is Hades hiding in Alabasta? Replied, Pluto is here. 900 years ago, the Nefertiti family officially became the Kun Lord of this land. Then, in the next 100 years, there was a bloody storm, and the whole world changed. A powerful force buried its masterpiece, a super powerful weapon, Pluto. Here. Crocodile listened carefully, and now he could tell that Hades was indeed here. But it seems that the legendary Hades was built by some ancient superpower. But that wasn't his concern. He just needs to hurry to get the Pluto position. After all, time is running out. Okay, Your Majesty, I'm glad you cooperated with my inquiry. But I want to ask the most crucial point. That is the location of Hades. Tell me, where is Hades? Crocodile asked. Cobra's expression was still dull, but what he said was extremely important information. Pluto, right under the middle of the 3 ancient pyramids northwest of Arubana, Cobra said. This news is Crocodile's dream news. He spared the years of planning to form Baroque works. It is for this sentence that there is a bloodbath in Alabasta. Hearing this news, even Crocodile, who has always been conspiratorial and calm, couldn't help shaking his lips with excitement. Pluto, there, under the one in the middle of the 3 ancient pyramids, Crocodile said. Ms. looks to Crocodile all Sunday to get the information she really needs. She looked at Cobra again. Your Majesty, I want to ask you. Where is the historical text? Ms. said hurriedly. All Sunday. Said in a dull tone, the historical text is in the tomb of the Nefertiti royal family north of Arubana. Hearing the news, Ms. was relieved. All Sunday. Also got what she wanted. Crocodile glanced at Ms. All Sunday. He knew very well that this woman was very scheming. Always looking for what I want. Ms. received very important information. All Sunday. Once hidden in Alabasta or in royal tombs in northern Arubana. Crocodile stood up and turned the cigar into ashes. He looked at Cobra and said, I'm really glad. Your Majesty the King, you can give me such important information. But I don't like your fake Kun son who always pretends to be the Lord of Righteousness Kun. So I will end your life. Crocodile was about to start, and he had already exposed the going Sasori needle on his left arm. For things you don't like, even if they were worth hundreds of millions before, as long as they have no use value, then for Crocodile. Also to be destroyed. Please wait, boss, Ms. hurriedly said all Sunday just as Crocodile was about to kill. Crocodile looked at her. Ms. walked up to Cobra all Sunday, looked at Crocodile and said, he has a lot of important information. I can make the most of it. Crocodile stared sullenly at Ms. all Sunday. The other party's deep eyes were equally incomprehensible. Crocodile then scorned Isho and said, okay. Do with him as you please. Anyway, Pluto is in my hands, and no one can stop me. Crocodile's purpose is to gain the position of Hades. For this purpose, Crocodile has swallowed up the most important message for so many years. After saying that, Crocodile's body turned into sand again, and brought a whirlwind. He turned into a sandstorm and flew out. Ms. All Sunday turned to look at Cobra after confirming that the other party had left. She crouched down and looked directly at Cobra. Your Majesty, do you know what the real name of that ancient mighty force is? Ms. All Sunday said. I don't know, Cobra said dully. It seems that this has been buried a lot with history. But I can see it when I see it myself. At least even if this piece of historical text is incomplete, it can be collected in the future. Ms. Kwan Sunday said. She then took out a needle and a tube of medicine from her clothes. She injected Cobra with a new one, just like the psychedelic drug she had injected before. Okay, Your Majesty, thank you for the information. This is the antidote. You'll be back to your senses soon, Ms. All Sunday said. Ms. stood up all Sunday. She was ready to get out of here. She's going to the Nefertiti royal tombs north of Arubana to find historical texts. In fact, one of the information about Pluto can be directly learned through Cobra. The other is from historical texts. And since Crocodile Doll directly learned the location of Hades from Cobra's mouth, then he does not need to read historical texts. But all Sundays were different for Ms. Her coveted goal was finding historical texts. In addition to Pluto, there are ancient secrets that are enough to change the world. The secret that is enough to subvert the world government, the secret that makes the world's most powerful world government terrified. And that secret is what Ms. is going to reveal all Sunday anyway. Because that secret made her carry too much darkness. Above the abandoned town, a cloud of sand and dust suddenly flew into the sky. And kept getting bigger and faster. Bell, who was in the sky, saw this scene very seriously, and he understood that Crocodile came out in this situation. Crocodile's incarnation rises into the sky. Not only Bell, Rog and Zoro who entered the abandoned town, but also Sanji and Luffy and Vivi, Gaka, Smoker, Hina and Ace, and countless king officers and soldiers all saw this scene. Chapter 327 Rescue Cobra. What's this? What's going on? Gaka said, looking at the sky-high sandstorm. It must be Crocodile, Vivi said. Rog looked to the sky, and the huge sandstorm swirled and moved rapidly. Crocodile is going to shoot himself, Rog said. Zoro saw Crocodile appear and whispered, I really don't know how powerful it will be. Looked at the sandstorm that Crocodile had turned into and said, it's unbelievable. This guy is the big bad guy. Wow, that's spectacular, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Usopp and Chopper also saw the crocodile transformed into a sandstorm. God, he shot, Usopp said in fear. It's spectacular, Chopper said with emotion. Furox and Zeros of CP3 looked at the huge sandstorm in the sky. Is this really Crocodile incarnate? Zeros said in shock. Although he has seen many powerful people, but it was the first time he had seen Crocodile moving through the sky like a sandstorm. Furox stroked his graceful long beard. About the next report to Gorosei, 5 elders. I need to be more cautious. Especially Crocodile is stronger than we thought, Furox said. For Furox, as the chief of CP3, this report is not an exaggeration. Just because there is such a powerful enemy, the Alabasta crisis is naturally difficult to resolve. Cobra's kidnapping is also confessed in the past. Nami had been hiding behind Sanji for a long time, and she was still observing this magnificent scene. Colonel Hina looked up at the magnificent scene and said, even if the opponent doesn't have the strength of Marine Admiral, they are getting close. Smoker was staring intently at the huge, moving sandstorm. Looks like I need to catch up with him. Smoker's knees Vivi bent. White smoke launcher. The body then turned into smoke and pulled up. Smoker quickly soared into the sky, chasing the sandstorm that Crocodile had turned into. Smoker pulled a long trail of white smoke in the sky, chasing after the huge moving sandstorm. In the abandoned town, Ace and Luffy are now together. The two saw Crocodile leaving the abandoned town. Crocodile turned into a huge dust storm and started to leave here. Wow, that's spectacular. This is Crocodile, Luffy said, looking at the giant sandstorm. Ace looked at the huge sandstorm and saw Smoker pull out a long trail of white smoke to pursue. Luffy, I also need to use my skills. I haven't been flying in the sky for a long time, Ace said. Luffy looked at Ace strangely and said, huh. Fire Dragon soars to the sky. Ace's entire body turned into flames, and then the flames were pulled up and turned into a fire dragon that shot straight into the sky. The dragon quickly went after Crocodile too. In the eyes of everyone on the ground, behind the huge sandstorm, there was a trail of white smoke and a trail of flames pulled by a fire dragon. Rog looked up at the sky, and the spectacular view was simply unforgettable. By the way, we have more important things. Roger suddenly remembered. Crocodile did not fight the crowd directly, but went away. However, everyone still needs to rescue King Cobra. Vivi and Gaka also recovered quickly. We need to continue to hurry up to rescue the king, Vivi said. Yes, Your Majesty Vivi, Garka said. After the initial shock, everyone hurried to find Cobra in the abandoned town. In the old house that was empty except for Cobra, Cobra is now gradually regaining his sanity. Cobra looked around, his body was still bound. Cobra recalled something. He had just revealed to Crocodile that elusive ancient secret. He knows. Cobra bowed his head in pain. His body was shaking too, and he could not wait to beat the ground with his hands. At this moment, he suddenly felt the rope on his body loosen. Not as tight as before. Cobra struggled to break free, but actually broke free of the rope. Cobra tossed the rope away. He recalled what happened just now, the woman with deep eyes. That is, the woman next to Crocodile, the core member of the Baroque Works room, and even Crocodile's confidant, seems to have saved him at a critical moment. Later, he also helped him inject antidote and loosen ropes. Then left here. What the hell is going on? Cobra questioned. But now he immediately thinks of Vivi again. The sound of cannons and shouts of killing just now indicated that Vivi and the others were here. Vivi. Cobra quickly stood up. He rushed out the door of the old house. Cobra dashed into the street, now the bright sun was shining on him. Everything is like seeing the light of day again. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. It's His Majesty the King. Cobra was spotted by 3 King's cavalrymen patrolling the abandoned town. The 3 King's army cavalry rushed over quickly, and then all dismounted. Your Majesty, are you all right? Said one of the cavalrymen. Hurry up and tell His Majesty Vivi and Lord Gaka, said another cavalryman. The 3rd cavalry hurriedly said, yes. He quickly got back on his horse and rushed to inform Vivi and Gaka. Cobra looked up at the sky, and could vaguely see the huge sandstorm that Crocodile had turned into receding. Cobra felt extremely sad at this time. His heart was filled with pain and despair. But he quickly thought of Vivi again. After a while, Vivi, Gaka, and a group of people rushed over. Vivi rode on the horse and saw Cobra. Seeing Cobra safe and sound, Vivi wept with joy. Father! Vivi dismounted from the horse and charged quickly towards Cobra. Vivi! Cobra opened his arms to embrace Vivi. Vivi and Cobra hug each other. Rog and Sanji also came here. Everyone saw the reunion of Vivi's father and daughter. This situation is very touching. Unlimited emotion. Seeing this scene, Usopp said moved. I am so moved. Chopper also wiped away his tears, and said moved to death. Zoro and Rog still had complex expressions on their faces. How is the situation now? Crocodile actually turned into a huge sandstorm and walked away without a fight, presumably because he got the important information he wanted. Luffy said happily, Vivi and her father are reunited again. For example, Sanji and Nami came to Arubana in advance and met Cobra. But Rog, Luffy and Zoro along with Usopp and Chopper were seeing Cobra for the first time. Chapter 328 Courage in Desperation. Vivi hurriedly finished releasing his emotions, then walked to Rog and the others and introduced, Father, these are my friends. It is up to them to be able to get in here this time. Except for Sanji and Nami that I mentioned earlier, those outside friends are them. Quote. Cobra looked at Rog and Zoro and their new faces, and said gratefully, I'm really grateful. I am Vivi's father, Neferutali Cobra. You can help Alabasta out of the crisis, I really don't know what to say. It doesn't have to be like this, my name is Roger. Please take care, Roger said in a firm but friendly tone. I'm Zoro, Zoro said directly without much words. I'm Luffy, and Vivi is our friend. It's right to help friends. Luffy said happily. Me, it's Captain Usopp. Crocodile will let me down. Usopp pointed his thumb to himself proudly. I'm Dr. Chopper. Please don't take offense. Chopper said modestly. I am the King of Ninjas, said the King of Ninjas. I am Izumi Water Goddess. Izumi Water Goddess said. Them were only new friends to Roger and Luffy. Not to mention Cobra, it was the first time they met even Vivi. Cobra's eyes swept to Hina again. Why, Marine is here too, Cobra said. Vivi quickly explained. This is Hina, you should know her. She is willing to help us. Cobra naturally knew Hina. Hina was working here as Marine's mediator before. Cobra's eyes turned to the CP3 members in black suits again. Vivi went on to explain. This is CP3. It is the intelligence agencies of the world government who are also willing to help us. Furox and Zeros looked at each other. CP3 is completely exposed to the sun now, said Furox. It's nothing, anyway, it's all about defending justice in the sun and in the dark. Isn't it, sir? Zeros said. Cobra looked at everyone, although they were all from different forces. But both are helping him and Alabasta out of the crisis. Thinking of Vivi going overseas, it has gained so many powerful partners. Let Cobra feel infinite feelings in his heart. However, after thinking about it, Cobra frowned. Now, Crocodile has mastered an amazing secret. The power to completely destroy Alabasta and the world may be mastered by Crocodile. Everyone, you come from all over the place, but what we are facing today is about the fate of the world. Cobra said very solemnly. Everyone has a bad feeling. Everyone is listening carefully. Crocodile, who has left here now. He has obtained the secret of the location of the ancient weapon Pluto. Once this Pluto is activated, it will destroy the world. Cobra's brief words were filled with unprecedented solemnity. Hearing this, almost everyone felt a sigh of relief for a while. A world-destroying weapon has been known to Crocodile. How terrifying it would be for that weapon to be captured by Crocodile. North of the abandoned town, countless king's armies here saw a huge sandstorm swept over. Look, it's so spectacular. What is this? Is it Crocodile? The king's army was shocked and terrified at the same time. Although they were full of hatred for Crocodile, they were also full of fear. The name of Shichibukai, under the dignified king, is not for others to hear. And Crocodile has always been rumored to be able to master the power of the desert. Crocodile's incarnation swept through the army of the king's army. Many people in the royal army were too late to dodge and suffered heavy casualties. Crocodile, who turned into a huge sandstorm, did not deliberately kill or injure the king's army, but just accidentally hit the road. Crocodile was so happy that he was going to the 3 ancient pyramids in the northwest region of Arubana to open the ancient mysterious weapon. Once Pluto is activated, my world is coming. Crocodile's voice echoed faintly in the huge sandstorm. The huge sandstorm that Crocodile transformed into passed over the king's army and behind it. Smoker turned into white smoke pulled out the trail and chased continuously. Long Yi, the fire that Ace turned into, has been chasing after this huge sandstorm. Smoker, who was flying, looked at the fire dragon that Ace had turned into, and said, why did he come? The fire that Ace transformed into. Long Yi looked at Smoker and said, can transform into smoke. I seem to have heard others say this Marine. A white smoke and a fire dragon kept chasing behind the huge sandstorm. And on the desert that passed by, there were heavy casualties of the king's army everywhere. In addition to Smoker and Ace, Bell, who had been circling the sky to investigate, also quickly chased after him. Bell spread his wings and chased behind the huge sandstorm. He will always use the phone bug to report information to Vivi and the others. Hey, is that His Majesty Vivi? I'm Bell. How is His Majesty Cobra? Bell asked while flying. Bell, Father has been rescued by us. Vivi said on the other end of the phone bug. It's great, Bell said happily. Bell, Crocodile has left the abandoned town. Please keep an eye on him, Vivi said. Okay, I'm monitoring him. I'll keep you informed of his position and movements, Bell said. Then it's up to you. Bell, Vivi said. Don't worry, Bell said. Bell ends the phone bug with Vivi. Bell is flying in the sky and continues to chase the huge sandstorm. Vivi and others who were in the abandoned town were further informed about the terrifying nature of Pluto and the location of Pluto. Yes, the real purpose of Crocodile is actually Hades. Once that weapon is restarted, the world will perish. Cobra said in a very heavy tone. Everyone present had a bad look on their faces. But now is not the time to be depressed. Father, don't be disheartened now. After all, who wins or loses has not yet been decided. Vivi said with a serious face. Cobra looked at the strong princess and said, Vivi, you're right. Everyone, now is a critical moment of life and death. We must stop Crocodile from gaining control of Hades as soon as possible. So we must do our best to stop him. Vivi said to everyone with determination. Rog and Usopp and the others all looked at them and nodded to each other. Yes, stop Crocodile. Everyone said in unison. Chapter 329 Target, Ancient Pyramid. Vivi burst into tears when she saw how brave everyone was. After all, among these people, Rog and Zoro were just friends and risked their lives to help her and Alabasta. With such friends, Vivi must persevere even out of friendship and bravely fight against strong enemies. Thank you everyone, Vivi said to the crowd, bowing. Thank you all so much, said Cobra, bowing too. Now both Vivi and Cobra are grateful to everyone beyond words. This simple action doesn't just represent them. It also represents the hope of countless creatures in Alabasta. Rog said quickly, don't be like this. Let's go. Okay, said Vivi, full of fighting spirit. Everyone was in high spirits, and they all mounted their horses to chase Crocodile according to the intelligence. Rog, Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, Sanji, Izumi Water Goddess, King of Ninja, Colonel Hina, CP3 people and Vivi as well as Cobra and Gaka are all on horses go to the ancient pyramids on the northwest side of Arubana. This is no longer the battle to decide Alabasta's fate. It has become a battle to decide the fate of the world. In the skies of Arubana, countless citizens and soldiers were in extreme unease. Although the civil war in Alabasta has been going on for a long time, the valiant king has always guarded the place all these years. However, recent events are still spreading through the grapevine. It became a rumor in the city of Arubana. For a time, people in Aruba were panicking, and many people were guessing the fate of the country in the future. The soldiers of the Royal Army who were patrolling the city of Arubana suddenly saw a huge dust storm flying over. The huge dust storm spun at high speed and began to fly over the city. Tens of thousands of people and soldiers walked out of their houses to watch the huge sandstorm in the sky. Arubana is an ancient city built on a huge cliff. It can be said to be pulled up. It is rarely affected by sandstorms on weekdays. But now this huge dust storm is passing over the ancient city. The sandstorm is spinning fast and moving fast. It seems to be on the way. Others saw three things chasing behind the huge dust storm. One is a white smoke trail, one is a long dragon-like flame, and the other is a giant falcon. Many people recognize the giant falcon. It was Belle, one of the ministers of protection of the Alabasta kingdom. Belle transformed into a giant falcon countless times under the sun, soaring in the sky of Arubana. A huge dust storm just flew over the ancient city. There is no intention to spoil the place in the slightest. Crocodile is now eager to get to the three ancient pyramids in the northwest region of Arubana. Have no intention of doing anything else at all. Ace, Smoker and Belle also flew in the sky together and continued to chase him. North of the abandoned town, Vivi, Cobra and Gaka, as well as Rog and Zoro, S-men led swiftly and galloped out of the abandoned town. Vivi and Cobra, who were riding on their horses, saw that the desert was full of heavy casualties and soldiers of the king's army. When the sandstorm of Crocodile's incarnation swept through here just now, it caused astonishing collateral damage. Vivi felt a strong heartache after watching it for a while. Cobra looked at these soldiers in disgust, and said to Gaka, Gaka, order someone to treat them quickly. As ordered, Garka said. He quickly ordered several accompanying officers to bring people to treat these dead and wounded king's soldiers. The situation is now critical and there is no room for delay. The group hurriedly accelerated towards the ancient pyramid. Riding on a horse, Roger looked around. At the same time, it constantly checks some of its own plant weapons that can be used. Officially fight with crocodile. People must do their best. Rog himself has to fight to the death. Zoro and the Ninja King were the fastest on horseback and rushed to the front. The two of them paved the way for a group of people like left and right pioneers. Over Arubana. Crocodile turned into is finally out of here. The sky in this ancient city finally regained its calm. Crocodile transformed into continued to travel and began to march towards the three ancient pyramids in the northwest region of Arubana. Ace, Smoker and Bell are in hot pursuit. Crocodile also found the trio in motion. What? There are still people chasing me. Crocodile's voice echoed in the sandstorm. He saw this white smoke, a flame, and the giant falcon before him were chasing him. Crocodile turns into wants to attack each other. After all, these three enemies are still annoying. But now the situation is urgent. Crocodile still needs to continue on the road. So he refrained for the time being, and continued to maintain the sandstorm form to go to the location of the three ancient pyramids. Smoker and Bell were all chasing Crocodile behind the huge sandstorm. One of the three is from the Whitebeard Pirates, one is from the Marine Headquarters, and the other is from the King Alabasta Army. Three very different people are trying so hard to chase Crocodile. Both Crocodile and the three of them were flying, so the speed was very fast, and finally they gradually flew to the three ancient pyramids in the northwest region of Arubana. Crocodile's incarnation has come close to the three ancient pyramids. In front of you are three ancient pyramids standing between heaven and earth. The three ancient pyramids are all magnificent structures up to 300 meters high. After countless years of wind and rain, there are various traces of damage everywhere that has been eroded. But these buildings still stand above the vast desert. It seems to tell people about their long years. These three ancient pyramids also have many stories. Witnessed many major events in Alabasta. But after the years of the horse farm, they still exist and become the most mysterious buildings in Alabasta. According to the historical records of Alabasta, these three pyramids were built by unknown mysterious forces more than 800 years ago. They are also considered mausoleums. But some people enter here and find that the three pyramids are actually empty. Why the three pyramids suddenly appeared in Alabasta in ancient times, and who built them, has remained a mystery. Crocodile had visited Alabasta many years ago when it was time to start planning. It is to be shocked by these three magnificent ancient pyramids. Therefore, the industrial headquarters building he built in Udi was also built in imitation of these ancient pyramids. Chapter 330 Crocodile vs Ace. Is it here? Crocodile looks at the ancient pyramid in the middle. Beneath the ancient pyramid in the middle is where Cobra said Pluto was located. Once he can master Hades, the world will fall into his hands. Pluto can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and is the supreme super weapon in ancient times. But more than 800 years ago, around the time the world government was established, this once powerful super weapon has disappeared without a trace. And the world government is very afraid of this ancient super weapon for some reason. Find ways to strictly obliterate any information about Hades. However, the existence of Hades was discovered through the generations passed down by countless people and some extremely rare historical books. Only a small group of people in the world know Akatsuki. What's more, I want to find the Pluto. Crocodile is one of them. For this purpose, Crocodile does not hesitate to cooperate with the world government he once hated so much. Becoming a Shichibukai under the king is just to provide an identity as a cover. Over the years, Crocodile has accumulated strength and intelligence. Now is finally the time when the dream can come true. However, there are still some humble flying insects that I need to kill first. Otherwise, they will cause trouble for me. Crocodile wanted to deal with Smoker, Ace and Bell behind him. Crocodile is very powerful. The next step is to enter the mysterious pyramid in the middle to explore ancient secrets. It cannot be disturbed by anyone. Crocodile's avatar began to stop and turn to attack the rear. Smoker and Bell saw that, who were chasing in the sky, the huge sandstorm ahead suddenly turned and rushed towards them. "Ah, that's spectacular," said Smoker. "Those who dared to challenge Daddy Whitebeard back then had a second chance," Ace said. "You need to quickly distance yourself," Belle said. Crocodile who turned to attack, the three quickly flew away in three directions. The huge sandstorm that Crocodile transformed into roared like sand for a while. This behemoth then pursued Ace after making a choice. The huge sandstorm first attacked Ace. Ace found out that Crocodile was targeting him, he hurriedly flew away. A fire dragon pierced the sky. "I am so attracted to hatred," Ace said strangely. As Luffy's righteous brother, Ace is actually pretty cynical at heart. It's just because he's older, he looks calmer than Luffy. While Ace was flying, Crocodile was in hot pursuit. Crocodile roared for a while, and the giant sandstorm kept chasing the dragon. After flying for a while, Ace suddenly wanted to fight back. "You are really powerful, but I can fight back too." Ace decided to fight Crocodile. Ace stopped and continued to escape, turned around a few hundred meters in the air, and began to concentrate his fists. The incarnation of Ace's flames, with amazing flames gathered on his right fist. Fire Fist. Ace's right fist instantly burst out the power of a few sentences, creating a powerful flame. As soon as Fire Fist came out, the powerful flames made the sun in the sky look inferior. This blow was enough to destroy 10 ordinary 3-masted sailing ships and a 100-meter-long heavy marine warship. A mighty flame pierced through the sky like a giant fist. In the end, it hit the huge sandstorm that was chasing heavily. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the huge sandstorm of Crocodile's incarnation was hit by a huge flaming fist. The flames began to explode violently, and the dust storm was also blown away. Crocodile, which was moving fast, was now forced to stop. His body began to shrink, rapidly shrinking from a huge sandstorm, and finally swirled and fell onto the vast desert below. Crocodile stood on the desert and turned back into human form. He raised his head and said in a fierce tone, "If you want to fight, just come down. Happy to accompany you." Ace landed quickly, and the fire fell from the sky to the desert more than 10 meters away in front of Crocodile. Ace is now also in human form. A full-faced Madara, a vigorous young man with strong muscles. Crocodile across from him. Crocodile looked at Ace with gloomy eyes. After looking at the young man repeatedly, he said slowly, "Are you from Whitebeard?" "Correct," Ace said calmly. Crocodile continued, "I've been following Whitebeard's information. Ever since I was defeated by him, I've hated him to the core. You seem to be the so-called Fire Fist, a senior cadre under his command. I don't know why you're blocking me, but now I'm going to get rid of anyone who gets in my way. And it's a real joy to get rid of Whitebeard." Ace looked at Crocodile and said cynically, "Dad always likes to talk about his old rivals. You were also mentioned by him. But today, you are stronger than I thought." "That's right, why couldn't the opponent Father Whitebeard be able to be one of those vulnerable nobodies?" Hearing Ace's disrespectful and sarcastic remarks, Crocodile's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I'll make a corpse for Whitebeard right now." Crocodile's right arm changed, gathering strength. His right arm waved. Desert Sword. The enormous force split the desert in front of Crocodile. Ace's body quickly became elementalized by flames, but it was also split in half from head to toe. In the desert below, there was a huge ravine more than 30 meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide. After the elementalization, Ace quickly returned to his original state. He looked at the gully below and sighed, "Is it a good strength?" Crocodile's right arm slashed horizontally again. Ace's body quickly became elemental, and the flames were cut in half. But Ace still recovered quickly. Crocodile attacked 5 times in a row, all of which temporarily smashed the elementalized Ace. But Ace quickly returned to normal. It turns out to be elementalization. And it's flame. It's really powerful like this. Crocodile looked at Ace and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Ace said. Crocodile raised the going hook on his left arm again. He put the going hook in front of him. This going hook is his ace weapon. Going hook is named Sasori Poison Needle. It is a seemingly ordinary but extremely powerful weapon. It is mainly to cooperate with Crocodile's ability to be able to exert its powerful power. Ace looked at Crocodile's weapon. He looked at Crocodile's aura again, and it was obvious that there was something unusual in this weapon. But Ace has always loved to mock his opponents psychologically. Chapter 331 Sasori Poison Needle and Armament Hockey. Oh, you use this going hook. This kind of hook is seen a lot among pirates. You lived in the desert country for a long time, and I didn't expect to like wearing it so much. As expected of the King Shichibukai, I will never forget it. I'm still a pirate, Ace said sarcastically. Crocodile didn't change his face. He aimed the Sasori poison in front of him and said, "Really? You'll soon realize that this weapon is unusual." Ace looked at Crocodile. If the other party dares to say so, he must have an unimaginable ability. This Sasori needle may really have some kind of powerful ability. At this time, Smoker and Bell were also watching the battle in the sky. They also all wanted to see how powerful Crocodile really was. Crocodile, who is as powerful as a god in the desert, and the other is Fire Fist Ace. The battle between the two must be very spectacular. Crocodile had a sneer on his face, and the surface of the Sasori needle on his left arm quickly began to turn black. A unique power is attached to it. After seeing this scene, Ace suddenly realized that the situation was not good. Intuition from years of fighting gave Ace a strong sense of danger. Go, Sasori Poison Needle. Crocodile's body didn't move, but the Sasori Poison Needle on the top of his left arm that turned into sand had completely changed from going color to black. Fly under the buoyancy of the sand. Ace quickly dodged, his body turned into flames and prepared to move away. But the black Sasori needle quickly pursued him under the flying effect of the sand. Could it be? Ace finally realized the problem when he was only 2 meters away from the Sasori poison needle. Exactly, Crocodile said triumphantly. The black Sasori needle hooked Ace's abdominal muscles. Ace felt a sharp pain in his abdomen for a while. His body elementalized into flames, but he still did not avoid the attack. Crocodile's Sasori needles hooked into his abdomen. At this time, Ace moved suddenly. His belly was ripped open, but he got rid of the dreaded Sasori needle. Ace finally fell to a position more than 30 meters away. He gritted Kiba's teeth, and the pain in his abdomen followed for a while. Ace looked at his abdomen, and saw blood flowing from his abdomen, and a blood hole was hooked. The terrifying all-black Sasori needle just now not only touched his elemental body, but also seriously injured his abdomen. It can also kill elemental bodies. The only weapon in this world that has been trained is armament hockey. Ace said to Crocodile. Crocodile had already retracted the Sasori needle on his left arm. You must know the hockey thing. There are so many people over at Whitebeard who can use this thing, Crocodile said. Just now Crocodile used one of the most powerful fighting skills in the world, hockey. Armament hockey is what makes covered flesh and weapons hard as steel. And can compete with the devil fruit ability. Some elemental bodies are also capable of being killed with weapons and punches covered by armament hockey. The body covered by armament hockey and the weapon can touch the entity of the Logia devil fruit. Once the armament hockey is used, it will bring the user's combat effectiveness to a new level. Those who can attack and defend can also restrain those with devil fruit abilities. Ace looked at Crocodile and said, "It's really suitable for you to use your own sandification ability to combine this armament hockey." Crocodile was originally capable of elementalizing into sand and flying. Now that the Sasori poison needle is covered with armament hockey, the attack is more flexible, and it can attack wherever it wants. Crocodile's fighting style is not head-to-head, but rather adept at assassinations and surprise attacks. Hidden in the dark, deliver an unexpectedly powerful blow to the enemy. This is the fighting style that Crocodile is best at. These are fully confirmed on the Sasori needle. Crocodile pointed the Sasori needle on his left arm at Ace and said, "Okay, let's try my Sasori needle again." Crocodile's Sasori needle flew up again quickly and attacked Ace. Ace quickly dodged his body. He quickly left his original position and kept moving. But Sasori's poison needle is also constantly chasing. Ace continued to distance himself. "What if there is armament hockey? I have a way to stop it." Ace crossed his arms across his chest, and a swirling circular flame Uzumaki began to appear in front of his arms. Flame, Aegis. Crocodile Sasori like a shield. The forces of both sides cancelled out almost at the same time. Crocodile's Sasori needle was deflected back. The flame shield also dissipated. Crocodile's face became a little surprised, and he didn't expect to be blocked. Ace released his arms from the crossed state again. "Your attack is very strong. My Aegis of fire may not be able to penetrate even a few shells," said Ace. Ace's fire Aegis can provide extremely high defense. Crocodile-covered armament hockey's Sasori needle attack is still very powerful. One blow is the collapse of the flame shield at the same time. If it is a normal attack, it takes a long time for heavy artillery and machine guns to destroy the flame shield. Crocodile looked at Ace and praised him rarely. "That old guy from Whitebeard is really capable. You are absolutely qualified to be his subordinate with your strength." Ace looked at Crocodile and said, "This is a battle between you and me. But I want to say that you do have strength. But you can't be on the same level as Dad." Crocodile was provoked, but his face was still gloomy. "Okay, then I'll let you taste more power," Crocodile said. This time Crocodile did not attack with the Sasori needle. He stood there physically. Quickly his body began to turn into sand and flew up. Ace clenched his fists, and rushed towards the sand that Crocodile had turned into. Fire fist burst punches. Ace's fists continued to punch violently for a while, and the speed was comparable to a small shoulder-mounted artillery. Every punch was filled with flame, no less than the bombardment of a cannonball. Crocodile is continuously attacked. However, some of the sand was broken up, but the sand formed by Crocodile was still floating. This time the sand quickly gathered behind Ace. A burly figure transformed into a human form. Exactly Crocodile. Look at the boxing. Ace's burning left fist hit Crocodile's head behind him. Clang. With a loud bang, Ace's fiery fist hit Crocodile in the head. Chapter 332 Ace's Strength and Awe. But this punch is like hitting steel. Ace looked behind him and saw that Crocodile's body was indeed transformed back into a human form. But the head and body are all black. Like the previous topical Sasori needles, this time Crocodile's whole body is covered with armament hockey. This hardness surpasses that of steel. "You're still strong. It didn't hurt me, but it still gave me a shock," Crocodile said. At the same time, Ace felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Crocodile covered armament hockey's Sasori needle and hooked his left shoulder. Ace suddenly felt unbearable pain. Crocodile body is already armament hockey covering the whole body. In this case, Crocodile's body is as hard as steel. Ace's attack is almost impossible to break through. And armament hockey can withstand special types of attacks such as heat and cold. Ace's flaming fist not only can't effectively hurt the opponent, but also can't even burn the opponent. "What's the matter, can't fight back?" Crocodile asked. His right arm quickly grabbed Ace's neck again, making Ace even more unable to escape. Ace's left arm was injured, and his right arm was aimed at the ground. Mirror fire. Ace shot out an astonishing flame from his right arm, and quickly set up a huge wall of fire on the desert ground below. In addition to the high temperature, this fire wall has an amazing impact. The wall of fire slammed Ace and Crocodile away. Crocodile's whole body, armament hockey, was also unstoppable, and was pushed far away. Crocodile, who had lifted armament hockey, looked at the fire wall. "Really powerful," Crocodile sighed at Ace. Ace finally got out of trouble. Now look at the wall of fire that has not subsided. He was panting heavily and felt persistent pain in his left shoulder and abdomen. But Ace immediately smiled. I can't bear the pain, how can I be Luffy's brother? Ace said. Ace wiped the blood from the wound, then put it to his mouth and licked it with his tongue. The huge wall of fire is finally dissipated. Crocodile on the opposite side also appears. But he was already armament hockey with his whole body removed. Crocodile looked at Ace, and suddenly felt the man's aura grow stronger. That look is even more fierce, full of fanatical flames. Just the fire in those eyes seems to be enough to burn everything in the world. Crocodile, now it's my turn. Ace said. Crocodile looked at Ace with great attention. He is powerful, but Ace is also an unquenchable flame. Ace's 2 index fingers crossed each other in a cross shape. Aiming at Crocodile, a beam of light was aimed at Crocodile's chest. Jujika crossfire. Quote. Ace's crossed forefinger flickered for a moment, and flames shot along the light toward Crocodile. Crocodile's body burned quickly. Crocodile sanded quickly to avoid the attack. It's not over yet. Ace quickly turned into flames and jumped to the top of Crocodile. Ace's body twirled, and an amazing flame gathered in his arms. These flames eventually swirl with Ace's body to form an astonishingly huge fire Jinchuriki column. Flame ring. Fire Jinchuriki column. Ace attacked the sky-high Jinchuriki column downwards. The sky-high fire Jinchuriki column hit the bottom and produced a stunning explosion. This huge explosion is enough to destroy everything. The desert ground below exploded and burst into flames for a while. Smoker and Bell, who were watching the game, were shocked in their hearts. Ace is also very strong. Being able to wield such a powerful flame, Ace is like the god of fire. Crocodile below has disappeared. After the flames that burned the earth subsided, Ace fell to the ground. Trace of Crocodile around now. Even in the attack just now, the sandy Crocodile couldn't escape. Have you solved it? Ace said, looking around. There are also sporadic sparks flying around on the ground. Ace suddenly felt a bulge suddenly appear somewhere on the ground. A group of sand then burst out from the deeper sand. The mass of sand once again turned into a human form. Exactly Crocodile. Crocodile sighed in relief after returning to his human form. It's really dangerous. Crocodile's face was full of rebirth. Obviously, the blow just now was dodged. But Crocodile is also dangerous. Ace looked at Crocodile and asked, your vitality is so tenacious. My trump card is nothing but you. Fire Jinchuriki column just cast is one of Ace's ace tricks. Crocodile looked at Ace and said, I was able to dodge because I hid in the depths of the desert below in time. If I were on ordinary land, I couldn't dodge at all. In that case, you already won. Ace looked at Crocodile and said, that's why you have been in Alabasta. The desert in this desert country can make the best use of your abilities. In the desert, your strength can be used like clouds and water. Crocodile looked better and said, people have to live in their own suitable environment. You know, since I was defeated by Whitebeard, I have been practicing my skills in the depths of the Alabasta Desert. In the desert area, I have almost undead strength. Of course, the price. I've been away from the sea I love for many years. Ace looked at Crocodile and said, you love the sea. As a person who lives in the desert, it can be said that you are naturally hostile to water. Of course, the sea can restrain anyone with the ability of devil fruit. Crocodile looked at Ace, and his eyes became much more respectful than before. Crocodile has always been arrogant in his bones. Ignore other people. As long as he can get his admiration, he must be a powerful person. Although he hated Whitebeard very much, Crocodile had some respect for Whitebeard. The foundation of awe is strength. Crocodile is the fear of anyone who can kill him. Although Ace failed to kill him just now, his final strength is still not as strong as his. But he already has the ability to kill him. Even threatened his life. If it weren't for Crocodile to give full play to his strength and strengths in this vast desert, even Ace might have succeeded in killing him. Crocodile looked at Ace and said, "You're powerful. So I need to block everything to beat you." Ace's eyes became more serious, and he was about to face Crocodile with a full blow. Crocodile radiated power this time around. Huge forces continued to gather together. This time, Ace could feel that the desert ground below was shaking. The countless sands of the desert began to converge towards Crocodile. Chapter 333 Desert Giant. Accompanied by the accumulation of a surprising amount of sand, Crocodile was completely covered in sand. However, the sands continue to gather in the past. Finally, like a mountain of sand, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. The sand grew bigger and bigger, and began to have vague outlines like a giant. This behemoth of sand envelops Crocodile and grows wildly. Those sands all come from this vast and boundless desert. Ace looked up at this amazingly huge sand giant that had grown rapidly. The giant keeps getting bigger and bigger. It finally reached 100 meters and continued to grow. And more importantly, the higher the ratio, the bigger the ratio. After another period of absorbing the sand in the desert, the giant reached 200 meters again. "My God, how huge he would become," said Belle, who was soaring in the sky. The size of the giant swelled further. Continued to grow from 200 meters. In the end, the height actually reached the same height as the three nearby ancient pyramids. 300 meters high. The giant formed of the sand that wrapped Crocodile was 300 meters high. The outline of this giant is further clarified. Strong muscles and torso are further revealed from the basic human form. The head continued to change, becoming like a human face. Or like Crocodile's face. Smoker used his smoke ability to fly to the top of the middle of the three ancient pyramids. After falling here, watch this nearby giant from here. The other party is already basically formed. The massive body formed from the sand is tall enough to rival the three ancient pyramids. Is that what he's really capable of? Smoker said in shock. A giant as tall as a pyramid formed of sand is finally taking shape. A burly and strong body, resembling the head of a crocodile. At this time, the crocodile-like head made a sound. "Okay, it took me so much effort. My grandest move is shown to you. This is the strongest move I've developed in Alabasta, Desert Giant." This sound is enough to shake the world, not like a human being. It was like the voice of an ancient evil god. Ace looked up at the huge desert giant as if he were looking at the sky. Observe this shocking desert giant in Belle's sky. Smoker stands on top of the ancient pyramids to watch the giants of the desert that rival the pyramids. Crocodile was wrapped in sand in this desert giant, or he manipulated this desert giant inside. Desert giants were created from the desert. Crocodile really created a god this time, but it was just a god. Smoker looked at the staggeringly large desert giant. The huge sphinx before was a small pet dog compared to this desert giant. Crocodile once created all creations with a certain ability to fight autonomously. But this desert giant was operated by Crocodile himself. Perhaps Crocodile was also able to incorporate its terrifying abilities into the desert giant. Ace looked at the desert giant that was enough to make people look up to the sky. What a terrible monster, Ace sighed. Crocodile is so powerful, it seems that since he was defeated by Whitebeard, he has been secretly practicing new fighting abilities. The desert giant lowered his head, looking down at Ace like a mountain looking down at a human. "Come on, fight with me." The voice of the desert giant, or the crocodile, shook the world. Although it was said by Crocodile, it was spoken by the desert giant. It sounds like the sound of the desert. Ace looked up at the desert giant. He took a deep breath. "Okay," Ace said. Now Ace felt like he was fighting the desert. Crocodile personally operated in front of him was really as powerful as the evil god. However, Ace's reckless character will not admit defeat. "Look at me stomping on you, the little ant who plays with fire." Crocodile, earth-shattering voice came from the mouth of the desert giant. The desert giant raised its huge feet and stepped on Ace. It's really like a person stepping on an ant. Ace quickly elementalized his body, turned into flames and avoided it. That won't kill you. Crocodile's voice continued to come from the desert giant. The desert giant swung a huge fist, this time leaning over and hitting Ace. The body of this 300-meter-high behemoth is as flexible as a human being. A huge fist hit Ace. Ace didn't run away again this time. His right fist concentrated all the strength of the whole body, and quickly burned into a strong flame. Fire fist. Ace's voice growled. Ace's right punch went out. It quickly turned into a huge flame enough to destroy the marine warship. This huge flame is still in the shape of a fist. The huge fist flame collided fiercely with the punching desert giant fist. Boom! Dazzling fire flickered, and a violent explosion occurred. Ace's fire fist spread out. The huge fist of the desert giant broke through the flames and hit his position. When Ace saw something was wrong, he quickly elementalized his body and produced a very strong impulse. Fire dragon soars to the sky. Ace's body flew up like a fire dragon, flying all the way to the sky. Boom! The fist of the desert giant hit the desert ground hard. Immediately, the desert earth shook like an earthquake. The desert giant withdrew his fist and stood up again. Ace flew above the sky like a fire dragon, reaching a height of nearly 300 meters that was level with the desert giant's head. The desert giant looked at Ace. In front of Ace is the head of a huge desert giant. This head is simply an imitation of Crocodile's head. HMPH, ants can fly and they are just flying insects. Crocodile's voice came from the mouth of the desert giant. Ace looked at the desert giant's head. He quickly clenched his fists. Then both fists are clasped together. Now the flame power in his body is gathered in his arms and fists. Both arms were on fire. Ace then spread his arms horizontally. Fire! Schwanglong! Ace's two flaming arms quickly turned forward. Two fire dragons flew out of the arms quickly. Each fire dragon is as thick as a wooden barrel and extremely fast. The two fire dragons flew directly to the position of the two eyes on the desert giant's head. Boom! Rumble! The two eyes of the desert giant were hit by two fire dragons. Suddenly a violent explosion occurred, and the sand on the desert giant's head was flying everywhere. Even the huge head of the entire desert giant is slightly tilted back. Chapter 334 Asymmetrical Combat. Ace took a breath in the sky and said, "It finally works." At this moment, the desert giant who was hit suddenly slammed his arms forward. Ace was caught off guard and was hit by two huge palms. Boom! Earth-shattering noise. The two giant hands of the desert giant actually hit Ace like slapping flying insects. Smoker and Belle, who were watching the battle, were dumbfounded. God, what a terrifying attack power! Belle, who was flying in the sky, said in shock. It's not an attack at all, it's an absolute crush, said Smoker, standing on top of the ancient pyramid. But the desert giant did not destroy Ace. Although it caught Ace by surprise. But Ace had already elementalized his body, and flames flew out of the desert giant's fingers. The flames that flew out once again transformed into a human form in the air, forming Ace. Fortunately, escape from death. Ace said with a sigh of relief. The desert giant's attack just now was really too fast. It's like killing flying insects by one person. Fortunately, Ace's body can be elementalized. Just dodged. Now I saw that the desert giant's eyes were partially restored. It quickly returned to its original state. Sure enough, like the previous Sphinx, it is also able to recover by itself. The recovered desert giant looked at Ace, and the voice of Crocodile continued. Your little circus won't hurt me much at all. Crocodile's voice sounded earth-shattering. Ace looked at the desert giant. The other party is huge in size and can recover by itself. Even if the head is severely injured, it can be recovered. It just feels impossible. The desert giant waved his palm and slapped Ace again. Ace ran away quickly. Flying insects. You can't escape. Crocodile's voice came from the mouth of the desert giant. Ace kept dodging, but this was not the way. Now the desert giant is so huge, and it can still recover. To defeat this behemoth requires unimaginable attacking power. If there is more damage to the desert giant, then it may have some effect. Ace kept pulling away, like a flying insect being chased and beaten by a person. There's no way to go on like this. Ace is in a mess right now. Ace flew to a higher place again. The desert giant is more than 300 meters long, and Ace is more than 600 meters above. Here, even if the desert giant stretches his hands up, he cannot attack it. Okay, here it is. The strength of Ace's whole body is condensing. There is a surprising amount of power in his arms. His entire body was also spinning rapidly. Flame ring. Fire Jinchuriki column. Ace's arms and body shot down the amazing Fire Jinchuriki column. The Fire Jinchuriki column this time far surpassed the previous attack on the ground. The huge Fire Jinchuriki column that shone down from the sky hit the desert giant's head. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The desert giant's head exploded violently like a crater. Swarms of dust and flames sprayed around. Ace, above the desert giant, sees chaos below. After the dust and flames dissipated, the desert giant's head was completely blown off. The desert giant became a huge headless body. But it still stands on the desert land. Ace, who was in the air, looked at the headless desert giant. Ha, ha 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 ha. Ace took a breath and laughed. What he attacked just now was really enjoyable. Although it consumes a lot of power. But it succeeded in destroying the desert giant's head. The previous flame, Sangyang, just wounded the eyes of the desert giant. This time, the Fire Jinchuriki column successfully destroyed the huge head of the desert giant. Ace landed, standing on the shoulders of the desert giant and looking aside. The desert giant's head has disappeared. Continue to recover if you have the ability, Ace said mockingly. At this time, a huge voice sounded. You are so optimistic. Crocodile's voice sounded. Although the sound was missing the desert giant's head, it still came from this huge body. Ace looked at the huge body under his feet. This is, Ace said suspiciously. Crocodile's voice sounded again. Boy, are you strong. You can even destroy the desert giant's head. It's a pity that the desert giant is actually one with the desert, just like me. You are actually fighting the desert. Even the strong can't match the power of the desert. Even if you are the incarnation of fire. Crocodile's voice echoed between heaven and earth. As if not only from this huge body. It also came from the boundless desert. The desert giant's head quickly recovered, and the swarms of sand gathered again. Soon a huge head resembling Crocodile's face returned. The huge face turned to Ace. Like a person turning his head to look at the flying insect on his shoulder. Ace also looked at the desert giant's face. This crocodile-like giant face also seems to have some evil smiles on it. Is it really indestructible? Ace said. At this moment, the mouth of the desert giant suddenly opened. A powerful desert storm spit out. Huge desert storms are enough to blow houses into the sky. Ah! Ace was blown far away by the desert storm. In the end, Ace lost his direction and landed heavily on the desert land below. Boom! Ace slammed into the desert below. Before Ace stood up again. The huge soles of the desert giant's feet just fell from the sky. The huge soles stomped down quickly. Boom! The entire desert earth trembled violently. The desert giant then lifted his feet up. The desert below was stepped out of a huge bunker. At the bottom of the bunker is Ace. Ah! Ace opened his eyes diligently and looked up at the sky. I saw a huge desert giant above. Under the sun, on this desert land. The desert giant is the largest. Got it. Boy, you can't win against me. Just like humans can't win the desert. Crocodile's voice came from among the desert giants. Ace jerked his body up. But the desert giant's feet stepped down again. Boom. Ace was trampled under again. Continuing like this, the desert giants attacked frantically. Ace was so overwhelmed that he couldn't help himself. The desert giant's attack was so powerful that Ace couldn't fight back. Chapter 335 Powerful Trick. Smoker, standing on top of a nearby ancient pyramid, looked at the enormous desert giant. The battle just now, Smoker is also very careful. The fight Smoker watched very seriously. The size of the desert giant's body has not changed. And after the head was destroyed just now, the body did not shrink in proportion. The desert giant is directly absorbing the sand from the desert ground below. Smoker concluded. Once the previous Sphinx was injured, even if it was restored to use, it was its own sand. So the total is limited. The current desert giant absorbs sand directly from the desert ground below to restore its body. This is because the previous Sphinx was created by Crocodile using a limited amount of power. And now the desert giant, it is Crocodile directly inside. So we have Crocodile, the source of power, as the core. The desert giant can directly and continuously replenish sand from the desert ground below. So the only way to really bring down the desert giant is to find a way to kill Crocodile, Smoker said. The desert giant continues to attack Ace with its huge feet. Ace was so crushed that he almost lost his strength to fight back. I hate these troublesome ants. Crocodile's voice kept coming from among the desert giants. It was at this time that Smoker was gathering power from the top of the ancient pyramid. His body turned into smoke and rose into the air again. A white smoke shot straight into the sky, then quickly changed direction and dived down. Smoker's avatar flew towards the desert giant at a rapid speed. Smoker's body went down, and the whole person spun. Like a huge bow and arrow turned into white smoke. White smoke. Bow and arrow. A huge plume of smoke turned into a swirling bow that hit the side of the desert giant's leg. Boom. Smoker turned into a missile and the white smoke bow and arrow penetrated the desert giant's leg, and then the desert giant's leg burst for a while. What? Crocodile's voice came out of the desert giants in shock. The desert giant looked at the white smoke trail in shock. Smoker flew up quickly. His upper body is also restored to human form. Stinky pirate, do you think you can be invincible by hiding in this desert giant? Smoker scoffed. The desert giant's injured right leg quickly began to recover. He quickly recovered his legs by sucking sand from the desert below. Smoker was already flying close to the desert giant's head. At this time, the two huge hands of the desert giant suddenly slapped over. Just like attacking Ace before. Boom. The two giant hands clapped together, causing a shocking shock. But Smoker is still flying. The trail of white smoke behind him continued to pull away around the desert giant. The attack just now failed. Come again. Smoker defiantly. The desert giant swung several attacks in a row. Every time, he was quickly dodged by Smoker. Crocodile, who controls the desert giant, found that Smoker was not only faster than Ace's previous flight, but also more agile. Even Smoker is better at aerial attacks and combat. Continued slapping fails, and the desert giant is also unable to take the Smoker. Smoker suddenly inserted into the battlefield. Ace reluctantly stood up from the bunker. Ah, that is. Ace looked up at the sky. I saw that the desert giant was constantly attacking a white smoke. He recognized it at a glance. This white smoke was the Smoker from before. I didn't expect to be saved by him once. Ace said with emotion. Now see the desert giant being pinned down. Ace decided to take this opportunity to attack with all his strength. Ace concentrated all the power in his body. Now in a bunker. Suddenly, with him as the center, a circle of flames appeared. Initially a circle of flames with a diameter of 3 meters. Then a 6-meter circle of flames, then a 9-meter circle of flames, and then a 12-meter circle of flames. And the circle of flames keeps increasing. And every time you add a circle, the previous one also exists. It keeps increasing from the inner layer to the outer layer. In the end, there were a full 10 circles of flames. Ace looked around. The power of the body exploded further. The flames of the 10 circles rose rapidly upwards. In the end, it turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. Immediately after, this huge fireball was lifted by Ace from the center of the circle. Like a Vulcan holding up a miniature sun. The desert giant who was at war, Smoker, and Belle, who was flying higher, also saw this scene. This, Smoker said in shock. What is this? Belle in flight said in shock. The desert giant looked down, and Crocodile inside suddenly felt that the situation was not good. Crap, Crocodile realized that it was too late. Dai Enkai, Ente. Ace's voice resounded through the ground. At the same time, he raised the little sun's arm and threw it. The little sun slammed into the desert giant. The little sun hit the desert giant's belly. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light flashed. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. Quote. Earth-shattering explosions. The surrounding earth trembled. A huge flame rose into the sky and spread to the surroundings. Even Smoker, who was in flight, quickly flew up into the sky. I saw a trail of white smoke climb straight into the air for thousands of meters. The surrounding desert land was enveloped in flames. Ace was also engulfed in flames. Of course he wasn't afraid of that. Ace, who is a flame himself, is not afraid of any flames, especially the ones he created. Amid the flames, Ace looked forward without changing his face. Smoker, who flew more than 1,000 meters in the air, finally stopped and turned his head to look down. I saw an astonishing flame raging and rolling on the desert land below. This power is enough to destroy a town inhabited by several thousand people. What a terrible power this is. Smoker said with emotion. This is Ace's ace trick, Dai Enkai. Ente. The power is so huge that even the most powerful people will be hit a lot. However, due to the need for a strong preparation stage to accumulate strength. So it needs to be used at the right time. The fierce fight between Smoker and the desert giant just now succeeded in containing the opponent. Give Ace time to perform this attack. In this way, Ace was able to use this trump card attack. It took several minutes for the huge flames surging on the ground to dissipate. Looking down from the sky, I saw that the bottom was already shining brightly. Much of the sand is burned into glass-like objects. Chapter 336 in Spoken Agreement. Ace was still standing on the desert below. Smoker descended quickly. A white smoke pulled out a trail from the sky and landed on the desert near Ace. Smoker didn't look at Ace either, but wanted to see if the desert giant just now had been completely destroyed. At this moment, Ace suddenly asked, "Hey, your attack just now was enough time." Smoker turned his head and said, "I'm just going to beat Crocodile. Don't overthink it. We still each have a purpose." "Of course I know that," Ace said calmly. Whether it's Smoker or Ace, they don't want to act like they're being helped. The more people who love fighting, the less willing they are to be helped. But both parties understand this. So even if they actually help each other, it is deliberately saying that. Smoker continued to move forward, only to see the remnant Mukuro of the desert giant on the desert in front of him. The big explosion just now destroyed most of the desert giant. However, the desert giant's head, chest and half of his left arm have been preserved. Seeing this scene, Smoker thought to himself that Ace's strength was terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, suddenly the desert earth trembled again. I saw that the desert giant that had been destroyed was getting up again. A large amount of surrounding sand also gathered towards the remnant body of the desert giant. The body of the desert giant began to grow taller and became more perfect. "It really is," Smoker said. "Is it difficult to destroy?" Ace said. The desert giant quickly rose again. The desert giant recovered quickly, and gradually grew to a huge body 300 meters high. That crocodile-like face also quickly recovered. Ace and Smoker looked up at the behemoth. The desert giant is fully recovered. The desert giant looked down at the two of them. You can't kill desert giants. Crocodile's voice came from among the desert giants. The desert giant raised its huge feet again and stepped on Smoker and Ace. Smoker quickly turned into white smoke and flew away. Ace's body turned into flames and flew away. Boom! The giant feet of the desert giant stepped on the desert. Smoker is flying again, constantly flying up the altitude. Suddenly, the desert giant's hands quickly slapped over like flying insects. Smoker quickly accelerated and turned, dodging the attack. The desert giant suddenly opened his mouth. Mouth is aimed at Smoker, and a powerful desert storm is quickly shot out. A powerful desert storm blew Smoker into the air and flew far away. What a mighty desert storm! Smoker struggled to control the speed. The opponent's blowing power is so great that it blows Smoker out of control. At this time, Ace got behind the desert giant. Ace fell to the desert ground and looked up at the desert giant. It's my turn to help you this time. Ace clenched his arms, and the power in his body quickly gathered. Flames appeared around Ace's body. The flames were only as slender as snakes at first. Then it's quickly thickened and becomes more and more solid-like. In the end, it turned into 9 fire dragons. Kowloon Fire Array. The 9 fire dragons roared for a while, then flew out from around Ace's body. 9 fire dragons quickly surrounded the desert giant, entwining its attacks. Violent explosions were constantly generated on the desert giant's body. The desert giant was suddenly forced to stop moving. 9 fire dragons are still entangled on this behemoth. Smoker, who had been flying in the sky, also slowed down. He changed direction quickly. At the same time, Smoker's body flew towards the desert giant's head. Smoker spins rapidly when flying at high speed. White smoke. Bow and arrow. Smoker shoots the desert giant's head like a giant white smoke bow. The desert giant suddenly looked at him with its head, and opened its mouth again. This severe desert storm is spitting out again. The desert storm was extremely violent, directly impacting the white smoke bow and arrow that Smoker turned into. But how could the white smoke bow and arrow turned into by Smoker be blocked by desert storm? The white smoke bow and arrow shot directly into the mouth of the desert giant. Boom! A loud explosion sounded for a while. The white smoke bow and arrow penetrated the desert giant's head. Smoker looked back after dashing out from behind the desert giant's head. I saw the desert giant's head tilted back due to the impact just now. It's not over yet. Ace's fist on the ground behind the desert giant has gathered amazing power. Fire fist. Ace's right fist gathered amazing power and punched it out. Quickly a huge flaming fist hit the desert giant's right leg. Boom! The flaming fist hit the desert giant's right leg. The explosion of distance produces. The force of the explosion slammed the desert giant's right leg forward. This one up and down, one front and one back attack. The desert giant lost his balance. The desert giant quickly fell backwards. Ace quickly dodged. The desert giant fell heavily on the desert ground. Suddenly this desert was like an earthquake for a while. Dust is also raised a lot. Smoker landed again. He is standing on the desert ground. Smoker glanced at Ace. Ace shot back. Although the two did not cooperate verbally, they helped each other to save face. Belle in the sky saw the fallen desert giant below. These two people are really powerful and unimaginable, Belle said with emotion. Smoker Hunter Smoker and Fire Fist Ace, 2 Logia Devil Fruit powers, 2 strong men fighting against desert giants at the same time. The battle was spectacular and exciting. After the desert giant was knocked down, he stood up again, and at the same time used the sand from the desert to restore his body. The desert giant has regained a huge body again. Crocodile's voice was heard again from among the gigantic desert giants. You guys are fantastic. Don't try to beat me even if you are 2 against me. But I'll enjoy fighting with you. Crocodile's voice was earth-shattering. Although Ace and Smoker were 2-on-1, Crocodile still had the upper hand. "Oh, it looks like we're going to continue fighting hard," Ace said. "What an undefeated guy," Smoker said. "The desert giant is changing for a while at this time." The two huge arms of this behemoth began to change. The desert giant's astonishingly large right arm began to change, and finally transformed into an astonishingly huge machete. The desert giant's left arm also began to change, and finally turned into a huge shield. Chapter 337 10 Hands. Belle in the sky saw this amazing sight. "My God, what a horrible thing this is," Belle said in shock. Now the desert giant has a scimitar in his right arm and a shield in his left arm. Like a huge desert warrior. Huge desert warrior with huge shield and machete. Ace and Smoker looked at the desert giant. Now the desert giant has become armed. According to the way the desert giant can change its shape, it must be able to change more weapons. Crocodile's voice came from the desert giants again. "Now, I'll show you the real desert machete." Crocodile's voice resounded throughout the desert. The desert giant waved the huge desert machete on his right arm and raised it high. This huge desert machete is comparable to many large sailboats. Suddenly, a huge desert machete chopped down. Ace and Smoker quickly dodged. One of the two turned into flames, the other turned into smoke, and flew away quickly. But the desert machete is extremely fast. Boom! The desert machete hit the desert ground. Huge sand and dust rose into the sky. The desert giant raised his right arm again. I saw a bottomless ravine that was hundreds of meters long and 5 meters wide. The appearance of such ravines in the desert looks as terrifying as an earthquake. Deep in the ravine, the fire flickered below for a while. Then a flame flew up. The flame quickly turned back into a human form. A white smoke also flew up quickly and turned into a human shape. "Is this the terrorist attack of the desert machete?" Ace said in shock as he looked at the huge ravine beside him. Smoker looked at the huge ravine that had just come out, and didn't dodge even at his speed just now. Fortunately, both of them are body elements, so they can avoid this direct attack. The two looked at the huge desert giant above. The huge desert machete held by the desert giant is extremely powerful and fast. Seeing the behemoth, Smoker then said, "That's not going to work. It has to be active." Smoker quickly elementalized his body into smoke again, soaring into the sky. Smoker flies quickly, ramping up to maximum speed. This flight speed can even compete with Belle's speed. Smoker flew towards the desert giant's head again. The huge desert machete in the desert giant's right arm waved, slashing towards the flying Smoker. Not only is this massive desert machete powerful, it also packs an astonishing amount of punch. The air was torn apart by giant desert machetes. The huge impact will also spread to Smoker. Although only the aftermath, Smoker's body lost his balance. "Hold on." Smoker bit down on Kiba and continued flying over the desert giant's head. Smoker flew quickly to the desert giant's head. Smoker finally landed on top of the desert giant's head. It is 300 meters high here. Smoker took the 10 hands out of his back. "Hey, Crocodile, it's no use hiding in there. Don't you dare to fight with me, coward," Smoker said aggressively. The desert giant also has no more obvious movements now. Smoker stood on top of the desert giant and defied him. "Really, is there no seed?" Smoker said contemptuously. At this moment, a mass of sand suddenly bulged above the desert giant's head. Then quickly transformed into a human form. Smoker looked at each other. It was Crocodile. Crocodile looked gloomily at Smoker. "Marine, you have the skills. You got here," Crocodile said. Smoker looked at his opponent and said, "Crocodile, fight me if you can. Don't keep hiding among this desert giant. I also want you to taste the power of my Sasori needle," Crocodile said with the going Sasori needle on his left arm. Smoker also aimed 10 hands at Crocodile. Crocodile's scissory needles quickly turned black, and with the same metallic luster. Armament hockey covers scissory poison needle. Go. Crocodile's left arm becomes sand, and the scissory needle floats towards Smoker. Smoker sees the scissory needle flying head-on. Scissory flew away quickly. Finally, it went around to the back of Smoker's head. Scissory needle was about to hook into the back of Smoker's head. Armament hockey's ace weapon is covered with sharp hooks enough to pierce the head of an elemental devil fruit. At this moment, Smoker blocked Scissory's poisonous needle with his 10-handed backhand with astonishing speed. Chang! Smoker's 10 hands blocked the scissory needle from the side. Taking this opportunity, Smoker's body elementalized and scattered. Elementalization also depends on the degree of dispersion. If it becomes elemental but basically maintains its shape, it is still dangerous. But if it's very scattered, even getting hit by armament hockey weapons is a slight injury. So Smoker's body disperses after being smoky. Even in this case, it won't be too serious to be killed. Smoker's elementalization. Crocodile's scissory poison needle is no longer able to attack more effectively. Crocodile's left arm sand hurriedly brought the scissory needle back to his body. But this time, Smoker's body suddenly appeared behind Crocodile. He turned back into a human form, and the arms clasped 10 hands and hit Crocodile's back. Crocodile body quickly elementalized. Boom! Crocodile's body was hit by Smoker's 10 hands and quickly flew out more than 10 meters. Crocodile quickly regained shape, and Scissory's poison needle returned. But even so, Crocodile was hit hard by the blow just now. Asshole! Crocodile stood up again. He looked at Smoker, eyes full of anger and doubt. Crocodile's gaze rested on the 10 hands in Smoker's hands. The feeling of being hit just now was a feeling of déjà vu. A special ore that can take away the power of devil fruits. Marine, isn't your weapon made of sea stone? Crocodile asked. Smoker glanced at the 10-hand weapon in his hand and said, exactly. My 10-hand is made of sea stone. No wonder, Crocodile said. In this world, there is a devil fruit, the incarnation of the power of the sea. It contains all the wonders of the world. But since there is power, there is something that can restrain it. Seawater is able to weaken and restrain the ability of devil fruit ability users. Seastone is a special mineral in the sea that can take away the power of devil fruit. Swords and various weapons made of seastone to deal with enemies with devil fruit abilities. Even the elemental devil fruit ability person can't escape. Chapter 338 Flexible Attack. Smoker looked at Crocodile and said, it is precisely because there are many pirates and bad guys with devil fruit abilities that do evil. So I specially asked someone to help me make this 10 hands made of seastone. Crocodile looked at Smoker's 10 hands, and the expression on his face changed from anger to smugness. I see, but I also have a way to make your weapon less wiggle room. Crocodile said sinisterly. Smoker looked at the sinister foe and said, huh. Crocodile stood there, his body rapidly changing. A layer of black power covered his body. Has a metallic luster. It was just the scissory needle on the left arm, the partial armament hockey. Now Crocodile's entire body is covered in armament hockey. Crocodile remains the same, but the whole body is black metallic luster. It's almost like a metal sculpture. Smoker looked at Crocodile, and the armament hockey was all in trouble. Okay, Marine, come on, Crocodile said. Smoker looked directly at Crocodile, then clasped 10 hands in his. Okay, let's take it. Smoker said. White fist. Smoker's arms and legs quickly smoky. His body flew away quickly. Fists and feet fly around the crocodile. The initial attack of these fists and feet played a role in disrupting the line of sight. A fist hits Crocodile head-on. Boom! Smoker's fist slammed into Crocodile's head. But it hits like steel. Crocodile's body was not harmed in the slightest. Smoker's feet kicked Crocodile in the waist from either side of his body. Boom, boom. These 2 feet are like kicking on steel. 1 punch and 2 kicks failed to hurt Crocodile. Then, Smoker clenched his last hand and stabbed Crocodile in front of Crocodile's chest quickly and hard. Clang. A loud bang. Smoker's 10 hands collided violently with armament hockey on Crocodile's chest. Crocodile's body covered armament hockey. The strength was astonishingly huge. Even Crocodile fell quickly. Smoker's body snapped back into shape again. He looked at the fallen Crocodile. The blow just now only knocked down Crocodile, but it didn't hurt Crocodile. Crocodile stood up again. He looked at Smoker with a gloomy face. With armament hockey Crocodile, although he was not hurt, he was also hit and fell. Armament hockey itself is capable of resisting the attacks of devil fruits. At the same time, the devil fruit person who has mastered this ability can also resist the attack of the sea stone weapon once he uses armament hockey. You're still very strong, Crocodile complimented Smoker. Smoker looked at Crocodile and said, "You're powerful. Not completely invincible, though. I've also seen people stronger than you've used armament hockey. Thank you for the compliment. But there is no absolute invincibility in this world. So you often need some assistance. And the auxiliary power needs the master in your own hands. It's like this desert giant. Because the human heart is the most unreliable," Crocodile said. Smoker waved 10 hands and said, "Keep fighting." Smoker's body moved quickly. In the blink of an eye he disappeared from his place. Crocodile's eyes wondered. But he felt an enemy attacking from above. I saw that the Smoker above quickly flew down from top to bottom. And the arms clasped the 10 hands. Don't think you're the only one who can use that skill. Suddenly, Smoker's 10 hands clasped in both hands were also quickly filled with black power and metallic luster. Crocodile looked at Smoker in shock. Armament hockey. Smoker also uses armament hockey. Smoker pours armament hockey on top of 10 hands. Armament hockey covers 10 hands. Now the 10 hands have become more rigid on the basis of the original. Armament hockey's general training level is harder than steel. If you hit different weapons, the effect will be different. For example, hitting on the spear is more aggressive than focusing on the body. Just imagine, spears can also pierce armor. Smoker is now, with his 10 hands covering armament hockey, stabbing down like a spear. The armament hockey on Crocodile is just a pair of steel armor. Under this strength and speed, and with the sharpness of 10 hands, Crocodile armament hockey will definitely be pierced. Not good. Crocodile's body quickly bulged out, a cloud of sand wrapping his body. Don't try to escape. Smoker's 10 hands have been stabbed down with his body. The mass of sand was attacked by a huge force and exploded into a cloud of dust. But inside Crocodile has disappeared. Smoker landed on top of the desert giant's head below. Looking around now, Crocodile is still missing. Crocodile was almost attacked just now. He quickly hid among the desert giants. After all, he can turn into sand himself, and it is easy to hide in this desert giant. Damn, where is it? Smoker kept looking around. At this time, behind Smoker, Sasori needles emerge individually from the sand below. And quickly covered armament hockey. The assassination weapon flew quickly towards Smoker's back. Not good. Smoker's combat instincts quickly realized that there was a sneak attack. He fled to dodge. His back was already caught by the hook of Sasori's poison needle. For a while, the pain came, and Smoker didn't have time to think about anything else. Feet quickly stomped on the sand below. A shave is to move Smoker's body away. Smoker is also the shaved one of the Master Rokushiki. It can step on the ground dozens of times in an instant and move quickly. Smoker's S body quickly moved to a position several meters away. Only now can he catch his breath. No, the current crisis is not over. Sasori's poison needle continued to fly over. Smoker's 10 hands quickly covered armament hockey. At the same time, the 10 hands spun like a windmill. Chang! The incoming Sasori needle was blown away by Smoker's spinning 10 hands. Smoker could feel the excruciating pain behind him. His back was hooked with a large wound. Blood was flowing, and blood kept pouring out of the wound. Smoker's white marine uniform was dyed fresh Yuhi. Chapter 339 Fist and Sasori Needle. Ah, Smoker said, biting Kiba. At this time, Crocodile emerged from among the desert giants. Smoker saw Crocodile look at him with a stern look. Ah, you're injured. My Sasori needles still work. Crocodile said gloomily and slowly. HMPH, you have this desert giant to my advantage, Smoker said. Crocodile looked at Smoker and said, you said I took advantage of the desert giant. That's the law of victory and defeat. How can a man win if he doesn't take advantage of the conditions in his favor? And, speaking of which, Crocodile's tone suddenly became more somber, and seemed a little crazy. Do you know why I came near these ancient pyramids? Crocodile pointed to the nearby ancient pyramids. Smoker said, what's going on? Smoker wasn't sure that Crocodile was targeting Hades. When he went here in Crocodile, he immediately pursued it. Crocodile looked at the ancient pyramid in the middle. There used to be a super powerful ancient weapon sleeping in this country. Under the ancient pyramid in the middle is the sleeping weapon. That is the legendary Hades. Crocodile said ambitiously. Smoker's eyes twitched when he heard the word Hades. Although Smoker is not a person like the CP Intelligence Agency, Grandmaster has all kinds of rumors about this world. But I also learned some relevant information from years of experience. He had heard the legend of Hades from some captured pirates. Crocodile moved his gaze to Smoker again and said, Pluto does exist in history. And this ancient weapon can destroy an island with one shot. It is an extremely powerful weapon. After years of lurking and accumulating information, it is to find the location of Hades. Once I have it, then I can form more forces with it as a backing. First to capture Alabasta and surrounding areas. Then the major countries on the Great Route. Finally, the 4 seas. Even the world government will eventually be subverted and replaced by me. I will break through this desert and change from the king of the desert to the real king of the world. Quote. Crocodile even spoke his thoughts a little fanatical. Crocodile is such a fanatical expression of his evil plans. Smoker was stunned when he heard it. He has seen many ambitious people a lot. What to be a pirate captain, dominate the Great Route. Some even claim to be One Piece, king of pirates. But Crocodile actually figured out to rule the world. Let all the people in the world submit to him. What an evil plan, Smoker said. He looked at the ancient pyramid in the middle at the same time. Not to mention Crocodile's evil thoughts. But is there really that terrifying ancient weapon under the ancient pyramid in the middle? That way, Smoker is going to stop Crocodile anyway. Crocodile looked at Smoker's expression and said proudly, okay, let's continue the fight. Then I'll clear everyone in the way. It's time to wake up Hades. Then I have to stop you too. Smoker was suddenly filled with the will to fight. Smoker clenched his left fist, then covered the armament hockey topically. Smoker's left fist became full of black metallic sheen. Immediately afterwards, Smoker's left arm began to smoke. Crocodile with his left fist. White snake. Smoker's left fist was fired like a cannonball. A long trail of white smoke was drawn from behind armament hockey's metal-like fist. With armament hockey towards Crocodile. Crocodile quickly localized the Sasori needle on the left arm into armament hockey again, and then turned the left arm into sand. His Sasori needle also flew out, towards Smoker. Both of them were staring at their fists and Sasori's poison needle. The black fist quickly approached the black Sasori needle. Chang. The two collided violently. It is also a flexible long-range attack, and Smoker is slightly stronger in strength and speed. But Crocodile is also not left behind. The two were basically tied, and the fist and Sasori poison needle separated and attacked each other. But each time they attacked, both sides had to pull back the fists and Sasori needles they had fired. This covered armament hockey, fists and Sasori, poisonous needles in a constant fierce battle. Chang, 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 Chang. Smoker, fist and Crocodile, Sasori needle clashed fiercely. Sparks splashed, but the two deities calmly manipulated their body parts to fight. After a fierce battle, the two were evenly divided. But let's really talk about the strength of both sides. Crocodile still has the upper hand in overall strength, but Smoker has the upper hand in melee combat. Just as Smoker and Crocodile were fighting fiercely above the desert giant's head, Bell has been watching the battle from the sky. He really sighed what a real strong man is. You don't even need to move your body, you only need a part of your body to fight over a long distance. Ace stood under the desert giant and looked at this huge behemoth. It's hard to see what's going on above here. However, it is now certain that the desert giant will not move for the time being. Crocodile with all their strength are different from the previous sphinxes. Although the desert giant is as powerful as the evil god, but it takes Crocodile to manipulate it himself. Now Crocodile is fighting Smoker. Crocodile comes out of the desert giant. This made the desert giant also stop moving. The desert giant is now like a majestic giant sand sculpture, which looks very intimidating, but does not move. If that's the case, then I'll strike. Ace's arms and body quickly gathered strength again. Ace's arms burned, and the power in his body was constantly concentrated on his arms. Ace's body is also running. He rushed under the desert giant's left leg. Here, Ace's arms and body twirled violently. The powerful strength of his whole body began to explode. Flame ring. Fire Jinchuriki column. Ace's power burst out from his arms and rose from under the desert giant's left leg. An astonishingly huge fire Jinchuriki column lifted the huge left leg of the desert giant into the sky from below to above. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. Explosions continued to occur. The desert giant's left leg began to collapse and explode. With the left leg being destroyed, the desert giant began to shake violently. Smoker and Crocodile, who were fighting over the desert giant, felt the vibrations around them. What's going on? Crocodile said in shock. Could it be him? Smoker thought of Ace below. Chapter 340 People's Help. The desert giant fell like a collapsed building. Crocodile quickly retracted the Sasori needle and turned it into sand into the desert giant. Smoker turned into white smoke and flew away. Ace, who was on the ground, was covered in sweat, and when he saw the desert giant's left leg and part of his body were destroyed, his face became joyful. The attack just now was much more powerful than the previous fire ring. Fire Jinchuriki column. Enough to inflict heavy damage on the desert giant. The heavily wounded desert giant continued to fall. In the end, he couldn't hold back and fell heavily. The desert earth suddenly trembled. Like an earthquake. Smoker, Bell and Ace looked at the fallen desert giant, knowing that it would stand up again. Sure enough, the desert giant got up again, quickly absorbed countless sands from the desert, and recovered again. The behemoth stood up again. After the desert giant regained his footing, he looked at Ace below and Smoker in the air. Bastards! I'm going to chop you to pieces. Crocodile's earth-shattering voice rang out. The desert giant immediately swung a huge desert machete and slashed towards Ace below. Ace quickly dodged. Be prepared this time. He directly elementalized into flames and quickly flew into the higher air. In the air, Ace and Smoker surrounded the desert giant with flames and white smoke. The two attacked separately. White smoke, bow and arrow. Smoker's body flew at extreme speed, spinning like a giant bow and arrow. Fire fist. Ace gathers strength in the air to fire fire fist. Huge white smoke bows and arrows and huge flaming fists attacked the desert giant. A burst of explosions sounded, and the sand on the desert giant was blown up. However, Crocodile is constantly using power to mobilize the sand on the desert land to replenish the desert giant's body. This is a 300-meter-high behemoth constantly wielding that terrifying huge desert machete. The desert machete was swung continuously, although it was not able to kill the two of them. But there was a strong impact. Many places on the ground were affected. The ground is full of huge desert ravines. White smoke and flames are the constant explosions surrounding the desert giant. Belle in the sky kept watching the battle. The scene paled in comparison even to Desert Storm. Soaring over the desert land of Alabasta all the year round, but it is the first time Belle has seen such a spectacular sight. Just as the battle was in full swing, in the southern direction of the ancient pyramids, a large group of men and horses came galloping on their horses. These were all cavalry units, and they all rushed forward at the fastest speed. These were Vivi and Cobra and Roger and Zorro. Rog and Zorro, Vivi and Cobra, and Luffy and Usopp were all heading this way together. Now everyone can see the scene of the ancient pyramid. Everyone pay attention, it's almost here. Vivi said happily. It's there, said Cobra, seeing the ancient pyramid. Everyone saw 3 ancient pyramids standing on the desert land. These are the 3 mysterious ancient pyramids. It is the most mysterious mystery in the land of Alabasta. What is that? Usopp exclaimed suddenly. Rog and Zorro looked towards some places to the east of the ancient pyramid. I saw a gigantic giant moving. This giant is also a behemoth of sand. This guy, wouldn't be. Chopper said in shock. Created by Crocodile. Everyone said in unison. I saw a giant formed of sand that was comparable to those of the ancient pyramids was fighting. What the giant was fighting seemed to be a flame and a white smoke. Sure enough, Smoker and Ace, Zorro said after observing. Look, that's Belle, Garca said suddenly. I saw a giant falcon hovering in the sky. The giant falcon kept making a sharp whistling sound. Rog looked at the desert giant and said, since we are all here, let's deal with the enemy together. Luffy and Usopp also said excitedly, yes. Let's kill him together. The crowd shouted together. The group and the elite cavalry of the royal army who were escorting them quickly began to enter the battle area. Cobra quickly commanded at this time. Yaka, Vivi and you lead the cavalry to guard the ancient pyramid in the middle. Cobra ordered. Gaka glanced at the others and the desert giant and said, okay. Now the situation is urgent, and some people need to divide the labor to fight. The desert giant is so powerful that the king's cavalry is also difficult to deal with. So it was only left to Rog and Zorro to go. After all, too many other people will add to the chaos. At this moment, Vivi suddenly said to Cobra, I want to fight. Father. Cobra looked at Vivi for a few seconds. Go, be careful, said Cobra. Vivi nodded happily and said, okay. Cobra saw that toughness in Vivi's eyes. Vivi isn't that kind of weak girl. She is a brave princess who is willing to sacrifice for the country and the people. Vivi rode his horse to attack with Rog and the others. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the sky for a while. Belle, who was flying at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, flew down. Quickly flew to Vivi's side. Belle, Vivi said. Your Majesty, don't say anything. Hurry up to my back. Are you going to fight? Belle said directly. Vivi was a little surprised, then said, okay. She quickly jumped straight to Belle's back from the horse. Belle looked at Gaka again and said, Your Majesty Cobra, you are here to protect. There must be no problem. Don't worry, Gaka said boldly. The two looked directly at each other. Belle and Gaka are more than mere ministers of protection of the kingdom. Also like brothers. Belle carried Vivi on his back, but because he was worried about the lack of weapons, he quickly asked the cavalry for a shoulder-mounted artillery and shells. We're flying up. Vivi said to others. Belle picks up Vivi and constantly soars higher into the sky. Luffy looked at Belle and Vivi, who flew into the sky, and said, "It's good to be able to fly." Chopper also said enviously, "I want to fly up too." Nami took the opportunity to rush to Cobra's side and said, "Your Majesty, I think I'll be with you." Cobra said, "Okay." Nami knew that her fighting power was insufficient, so it was better to hide behind her. Belle picked up the Vivi and kept flying up the altitude. Vivi sitting on Belle's back and Belle below both recalled the past. When Vivi was young, Vivi always soared in the sky on Belle's back. At that time it was for fun. Now it's for fighting. For the future of Alabasta and the world. Chapter 341 The Power of Desert Giants. Vivi took the Belle to constantly soar. Finally, it was more than 1,000 meters in the air. Here Vivi aimed the shoulder-mounted artillery at the desert giant. The desert giant is fighting a fire and a white smoke. Now the desert giant is in a fierce battle with Smoker and Ace. Smoker and Ace were fighting to the death with their full strength. However, the huge desert giant is very durable. During long-term consumption, the desert giant can continuously replenish sand through the desert ground below. On the desert land, Rog and Zoro, Luffy and Usopp together drove strong horses towards the desert giant. As they get closer, everyone can see the more detailed shape of this desert giant more clearly. The 300-meter-high desert giant held a 100-meter-long desert machete and a huge circular shield with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The huge face is very similar to Crocodile. "Wow, that's shocking," Luffy said with emotion after seeing the behemoth. "It's a moving mountain," Chopper said in shock. Seeing this giant desert giant as huge as a mountain, Usopp also pretended to be mysterious and said, "This is the first time that Captain Usopp has seen such a huge monster. And it's made of sand. Crocodile actually created such a huge monster." Sanji sighed. "To defeat it, there are challenges," Zoro said with a desire to fight. "Let's go together," Roger said. "In this case, I have to show my skills," Colonel Hina also said. "Unexpectedly, find its weakness like a ghost, and kill it," the Ninja King said. "Let it taste the magic of magic," said the water goddess Izumi. "Now everyone needs to work together to destroy this huge monster." Usopp took the lead in pulling off the goggles on his head and carefully observed the specific condition of the desert giant. The more you observe Usopp, the more emotional he becomes. "It's a giant. It's like a real giant," Usopp said. "Crocodile are literally the difference between humans and ants." This behemoth is also constantly wielding its huge desert machete to attack Ace and Smoker. Ace and Smoker, the two Logia powerhouses, fought fiercely against the desert giants. Rog looked at the desert giant who was constantly fighting. The difficult question now is how to destroy this behemoth. The desert giant is so huge, of course, the strength of everyone is not weak. Crocodile inside the desert giant also felt that the battle was a bit costly. Although he is very powerful, it is in the desert area that his abilities are maximized. But even that has limits. To maintain a desert giant, and a desert giant with such a powerful combat power, actually requires a lot of strength. And the desert giant's constant need to make up for the damaged body further erodes Crocodile's power. Crocodile also decided to take out opponents with more powerful attacks. The desert giant opened his mouth and aimed at Ace who was flying. Ace glanced at the desert giant, and his fists quickly gathered flames. "Looks like you haven't eaten my fist enough." Ace's right fist gathered an amazing flame again. Fire fist. Ace slammed his right fist out, and a huge flame shot out from his right fist for a while. The huge fist flame flew to the desert giant's head. At this time, an amazing attraction suddenly appeared in the mouth of the desert giant. This attraction sucked all the flame fists. Although the original direction of the flaming fist was also aimed at the head of the desert giant, it is now clearly deviated under this attraction. "What the hell is he doing?" Ace looked at the desert giant strangely. "I don't know what the crocodile inside is doing." The flaming fist was drawn towards it, and then the desert giant suddenly raised a huge circular shield. The huge circular shield was just in front of the flaming fist that was sucked in. The flaming fist hit the huge circular shield. Boom! An amazing explosion sounded. Flames and explosions flew above the circular shield. But the attack was successfully blocked. That's how it is, Ace said after seeing this result. It turned out that Crocodile manipulated the desert giant to use the attraction to change the direction of Fire Fist's attack so that it could be blocked with its own defense. This is like the opponent shoots a bow and arrow, but you can change the direction of the bow and arrow. Make the bow and arrow hit your shield in the direction you plan. For the opponent's attack, if it cannot be stopped, it is also possible to block it by changing its orientation. This is how Crocodile enhances the desert giant's abilities. After all, Crocodile itself is located inside the desert giant, so you can always enhance the desert giant. Oh, the desert giant turned the fire just now. Smoker noticed, too. Crocodile's voice suddenly came from among the desert giants. Ah ha 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 ha, you guys, you will soon experience despair. The desert giant then opened its huge mouth again, and then a powerful attraction continuously sucked everything outside from this huge mouth. The desert giant's mouth first aimed at Ace. Ace was sucked towards the mouth of the desert giant. It's a powerful attraction. Ace felt that it was hard to break free even when he flew with all his strength. Ace's body was quickly sucked into the mouth of the desert giant. But at this moment, the desert giant suddenly waved the huge desert machete in his right arm. A knife cuts through. The huge desert machete hit Ace heavily. Ah! Ace was slashed by a desert machete. The whole person flew out. The huge impact of the desert machete knocked Ace out. In the end, Ace fell heavily on the desert land. Boom! Ace hit the desert land like a cannonball. Luffy also saw this and shouted in surprise, "Ace!" Luffy galloped on his horse to where Ace fell. Rog and the others all looked at the desert giant, attracting the smoker in the sky again. Smoker dodged quickly. But the powerful attraction in the mouth of the desert giant drew Smoker. A white smoke could not advance or retreat in the sky. Just keep shaking. The desert giant's mouth made a powerful pull behind Smoker. Smoker broke free in the sky. But still can't fly. Damn it, don't do it again and again. Smoker twirled his body quickly this time. The speed is also added to the fastest. Bai Yan, Bow and Arrow. Chapter 342 Joint Attack. Smoker's body almost turned into a giant whirling bow of white smoke. But this time Smoker did not continue to attack. Instead, it simply turned around and attacked the desert giant's head and mouth. Smoker will be extremely fast this time, and is in an attacking state. Finally, Smoker rushed into the mouth of the desert giant. Crocodile, who manipulated the desert giant, also found that Smoker rushed into the mouth of the desert giant. Oh, you think you can deal with me like this? Crocodile is the manipulative desert giant again. At this time, Smoker is already in the mouth of the desert giant. Smoker had previously entered the body of the Sphinx to wreak havoc while fighting against the Sphinx created by Crocodile. Now Smoker wants to fight in the desert giant's body. This is the inside of the desert giant. It's just right here, Smoker said, looking around. At this moment, the mouth of the desert giant suddenly spun as violently as in a desert storm. Although the scope of the storm was only within the mouth of the desert giant, it caused Smoker's body to be turned upside down, left, right, and back. This must be Crocodile. Smoker felt a swirl around him. His body will also be damaged here for a long time. Smoker hurriedly aimed his body at the mouth of the desert giant. There is the bright world outside. Smoker's body picked up speed and swooped toward the exit. The desert giant's mouth is about to close quickly. Smoker hurriedly accelerated, and finally slammed out of the desert giant's mouth. But just rushing out of the mouth of the desert giant, Smoker was slashed by the oncoming desert machete. Ah! Smoker was hit by a desert machete. The whole person lost direction and fell. At this time, Rog and Luffy were at Ace where they were beaten. Ace also stood up at this time, and saw that Smoker was also beaten down. A final rumble, Smoker crashed into the nearby desert landscape. Ace looked at Smoker and said, "The opponent is too strong." The desert giant did not stop moving at this time, but took a shocking pace and kept walking towards the crowd. "Okay, everyone, come on," Roger said. "There's no way, come on," everyone said. Zoro and the Ninja King took the lead and rushed over quickly. Zoro clenched Shuigo and Goosh in his hand, and held the words Hidao in his mouth. The pirate swordsman quickly rushed to the desert giant's left leg. Zoro aimed at the opponent's ankle and started to attack. Three-knife flow, tornado. Zoro's body spun, and the three katana swords spun and slashed out powerful sword energy. The sword energy like a tornado began to violently attack the desert giant's left ankle. A lot of sand was knocked off the ankles. The King of Ninja also rushed near the desert giant's right leg, and he aimed at the desert giant's right ankle and also attacked. The ninja took out 3 bamboo tubes of explosives from the furoshiki at his waist. These bamboo canisters contain surprisingly powerful chemical explosives. 3 bamboo tube explosives were placed on the right ankle of the desert giant by the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninjas distanced themselves, and the 3 bamboo canisters exploded. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The violent explosion blew the sand away like an avalanche. This is not over yet, the King of Ninjas is to strengthen the killing again. He quickly took out a few specially made explosive shuriken from the bag in his waist. The exploding shuriken was quickly thrown by the King of Ninjas to the right ankle of the already battered desert giant. There were several more explosions, and the desert giant's right ankle was further injured. Under the coordinated attack of the two people, the desert giant was also forced to stop going. However, at this time, large tracts of sand began to gather at the 2 ankles of the desert giant. Zoro and the Ninja King watched helplessly as the desert giant's ankles quickly recovered. "What a powerful resilience," Zoro said. "Our firepower is still not enough," said the Ninja King. At this time, Rog and Luffy also rushed forward. The stake air cannon on Rog's left arm was fully charged. He aimed the stake air cannon at the desert giant's left foot. Shoot! A huge stream of air shot out from the stake air cannon. Finally hit the desert giant's left foot. The desert giant's left foot exploded rapidly, and a large amount of sand was blown away. Rubber, tempest. Luffy quickly rushed to the desert giant's left foot. His arms quickly extended and punched dozens of punches in a row to attack the desert giant's left foot. The desert giant took a double blow to his left foot. Lots of sand scattered. But it was quickly replenished from the desert land below. At this time, the Izumi water goddess also used the silver axe. Izumi water goddess raised the silver axe above her head. She whispered an ancient magic spell in her mouth. Frost quickly appeared on the silver axe. Then snowflakes, then ice. In the end a huge ice ball formed. "Go on, hockey." Izumi shoots the puck out. The puck finally hit the desert giant's left foot. After the violent explosion, the desert giant's left foot was quickly covered with more ice. This left foot is enough to flatten a mansion. But the puck froze the entire left foot. The frozen left foot also directly supported the action of the desert giant. "Come on now everyone," Roger said. "Okay, take the opportunity to fix it," Sanji said. "I'll take this guy with a black spear," Colonel Hina said. Rog fired the stake air cannon, Luffy threw a violent rubber fist, Zoro slashed with a powerful sword, and Akoku the ninja took the ghostly movement to the desert giant's leg and knee position for more intense destruction. Sanji also approached the desert giant's legs. Although this enemy is staggeringly large, but Sanji still found some spots to attack. Kick against etiquette. Superlative ground meat. Sanji kept attacking the desert giant with various kicks. Colonel Hina also gave full play to her ability to produce black spears. Colonel Hina turned his arms towards the desert giant. Immediately, 2 huge black spears with the thickness of the arms appeared on her arms. Black spear. Hina shot 2 black spears from both arms. Hit the desert giant in the leg. Under the fierce attack of the crowd, both legs of the desert giant were severely injured. But when the 2 legs of the desert giant began to collapse, Crocodile once again mobilized the power to absorb the amazing sand from the desert below to repair the 2 huge legs of the desert giant. Chapter 343 Desperate Fight. The 2 legs of the desert giant were restored under the power of Crocodile. After the desert giant's legs recovered, the behemoth continued to take giant strides going. Damn, how come you can't kill him? Usopp said anxiously. The desert giant is like an unshakable mountain to everyone. At this time, everyone felt unsupported. But Ace also stepped forward. Everyone, find a way to contain this monster. I'm going to use the most powerful move, Ace said. Rog, Zoro and Luffy all looked at Ace. Now this flame-like young man can be said to be an extremely important warrior for everyone to defeat the behemoth in front of them. Okay, leave it to us. Rog, Zoro and Usopp and Luffy worked together to attack the desert giant. Ace took this opportunity to quickly gather the power in his body. The fierce battle of attrition just now had already cost Ace a lot of power, but now was a very important time. The success of this attack is very crucial. Ace gathered the strength in his body. At the same time, he was positioned a little further back. Rog and Zoro hurriedly attacked hard. A circle of flames appeared around Ace's body again. These flames continue to expand from the inside out. Ace unleashed the power in his body to the maximum. The flames rose up. A huge spherical flame quickly formed from the ground. Ace lifted the huge spherical flame. It's like a Vulcan holding up a little sun. Dai Enkai, Entei. The little sun in Ace's hand was thrown at the desert giant. The little sun was thrown onto the body of the desert giant. But at this moment, the shield on the desert giant's left arm suddenly blocked it. A huge circular shield blocked the little sun. Boom rumble. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the little sun had an amazing explosion on the huge shield. The fire of the explosion is really like the sun. The huge shield in the desert giant's hand was hit by Ace's ace trick, Dai Enkai. Entei. The violent explosion destroyed the huge shield. The consequential damage is to kill the huge left arm of the desert giant. After the earth-shattering explosion, Ace looked at the severely injured desert giant. Most of the desert giant's left arm was blown off now. Rog and Usopp also saw this spectacular scene. This spectacular scene shocked everyone deeply. It's unimaginable destructive power, Usopp said in shock. The shield just now was actually extremely hard, but it was still destroyed. Is this the power of fire? Rog also said in shock. Although the body of the desert giant is formed of sand. But after being transformed by the power of Crocodile, the body of the desert giant is comparable to the hardness of a strong beast. The huge shield and the desert machete in his hand are comparable to the hardness of steel. Ace's trump card attack has been used twice in total. The first time was just hitting the huge body of the desert giant. One blow blew up most of the desert giant's body. The second time was the blow just now. Although not destroying the desert giant too much, but destroyed the giant shield of the desert giant. It's really powerful. Crocodile, who was inside the desert giant at this time, was shocked. Ace panted and looked at the desert giant. The desert giant suddenly swung the huge desert machete on his right arm and slashed over. Damn it! Get out of the way! Sanji said. The huge desert machete slashed down quickly. The crowd hurriedly avoided. A random blow right now is terrifying. Boom! The desert machete of the desert giant slashed the desert ground. The huge impact threw everyone up and then fell heavily to the surrounding desert land. Give me all to die. Crocodile's angry voice came from among the desert giants. The desert giant wields a huge 100-meter-long desert machete to continuously hack and slash. In this constant attack, the desert giant attack is getting stronger and stronger. The desert land was hit by the severe attack of the desert machete, and there were huge ravines all over the place. Vivi on his back both saw the fierce battle in front of him. Belle, it's our turn to take action. Even if we can't defeat the opponent, we can give him some damage. At least divert the opponent's attention. Vivi said to Belle. Okay, Your Majesty Vivi. Belle is well aware of Vivi's strong will to fight now. Belle lowered his altitude to about 500 meters in the air. Vivi aimed the shoulder-mounted artillery at the desert giant in battle. Although he is now flying, Vivi has been flying in the sky of Alabasta on Belle's back since he was a child. Vivi can still complete the aiming under this flight movement. The sight of the shoulder-mounted gun was aimed at the eyes of the desert giant. Crocodile, this shot isn't just about supporting friends. It's about punishing you for what you did to Alabasta, Vivi said. Her fingers squeezed the trigger. Boom. A cannon rang, and a small shell with a diameter of 20 centimeters was fired from the muzzle of the shoulder-mounted artillery. This cannonball full of revenge and justice hit the desert giant in the left eye. After a while of explosion, the desert giant's left eye was enveloped by fire. The desert giant stopped wielding the desert machete and attacked Rog on the ground. The behemoth's attention was indeed caught by a cannonball fired by Vivi. Vivi, who was standing on Belle's back, saw this and said happily, "Sure enough, the enemy's attention was attracted. The desert giant isn't just attention-grabbing." Crocodile, the behemoth began to raise the huge desert machete on his right arm. It turned out to be Princess Vivi. "You die with that bird." Crocodile growled in an earth-shattering voice. Then the behemoth threw the huge desert machete clenched in his right arm at Princess Vivi and Belle, who was flying with her on his back. "My God! Belle, watch out!" Vivi shouted urgently. "Your Majesty Vivi, hurry up!" Belle shouted urgently. Vivi threw the shoulder-mounted gun in his hand and quickly grabbed Belle. Belle flew at an extremely fast speed, and the speed was accelerated by more than 10 times in a short period of time. Sky wings. Belle flew at a very high speed. This powerful speed made Belle quickly fly to another direction. It was almost a second away from the huge and fast desert machete. Vivi's eyes saw the desert machete whirling past the side and rear. The behemoth was about to hit Belle and her. Chapter 344 Unable to fight. After dodging the attack, Vivi saw that the huge 100-meter-long desert machete was still spinning and flying towards the desert land in the distance. The desert machete finally fell heavily on the desert ground. The 100-meter-long desert machete was inserted into the desert dozens of meters deep. There is also a huge handle and part of the blade exposed on it. But by leaving the desert giant, he also lost the support of the crocodile power. Soon, this huge desert machete collapsed into a pile of sand. Vivi looked at the huge desert machete that dissipated with lingering fears. "Belle, thanks to you." Vivi appreciated. Belle's flying speed is now back to normal. The sky wing was used just now, allowing him to increase his speed extremely quickly in a short period of time. The sky wing needs to be in a high-speed flight state to be able to use it. Fortunately, Belle had been flying at high speed just now. Then used this ace flying ability in time. Succeeded in getting him and Vivi out of danger. "Your Majesty Vivi, it's my duty to keep you safe. And I'm fighting alongside you now. A knight without a horse isn't a good knight, is he?" Belle asked. Vivi listened to Belle's words and regained a strong smile on her face. "Yes, Belle." Vivi nodded. Belle was at Vivi's side when he was young. Belle often transforms into a giant falcon, taking Vivi around the vast skies of Alabasta. Vivi is naturally very happy, and often talks with Belle to discuss life issues. Belle was able to understand the truth every time, telling Vivi very useful truths. "Okay, Belle, let's work hard, together with other partners. Down with Crocodile," Vivi said imposingly. "Okay." Belle said, full of fighting spirit. Belle took Vivi to continue the flight, this time first in the direction of the ancient pyramid. Because of the dodging just now, Vivi threw the shoulder-mounted artillery and shells down. Now need to replenish new weapons. In front of the pyramid at the center of the ancient pyramids. Cobra and Gaka and 1,000 elite cavalry guard here. The last line of defense against Crocodile. Yaka, this desert giant is unimaginably powerful, Cobra said after observing the battle for a while. Gaka on the side was also very worried and said, Your Majesty, the opponent is strong against the sky. Our hopes are all on the group of Vivi's partners. Nami was hiding far behind. From time to time, I use binoculars to observe the fierce battle on this desert land. Fortunately, I hid in the back rationally. Nami sighed after observing the battle. To be honest, she couldn't tell whether Rog and Zoro and Luffy could finally win the battle. Crocodile is too powerful after all. At this time, Nami suddenly turned her gaze to the ancient pyramid behind her. This pyramid is very majestic. It is covered with traces of heavy weathering left by the years. Seeing this ancient building, Nami also wondered if there was any treasure in it. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the sky for a while. Cobra and Gaka, as well as the elite cavalry of the king's army, looked up. I saw Belle flying over with Vivi. Belle quickly fell to the ground. Vivi jumped down quickly and said, Yaka, hurry up and get more weapons. We need supplies. Okay, hurry up and prepare weapons for His Majesty Vivi. Gaka ordered quickly. The elite cavalry of the king's army quickly gave Belle and Vivi the portable artillery and some bombs they were carrying. Thank you all. We keep fighting. Vivi said, quickly getting back on Belle's back. Your Majesty Vivi, stand firm. Belle flew up again quickly. This time the pair carried more weapons. Not only Vivi has to fight, but Belle has to fight more powerfully. Cobra doesn't say much now. Vivi and her comrades, together with Gaka and the rest of the king's army cavalry. Although Vivi brought respite to the people fighting on the ground. But Rog and Zoro are still fighting very hard. The desert giant was restored by Crocodile's ability again. Now wielding giant desert machetes and giant circular shields for battle. So powerful, it's an invincible existence. Sanji gasped. Don't be so discouraged, curly your eyebrows, Zoro said with a sweaty face. Don't worry, you have persevered, Chlorella. Am I not good enough? Sanji asked disdainfully. The two rushed over again and started a fierce battle with the desert giant. It is no problem for two people to fight thousands of troops. But the war of attrition with the desert giant is painful. Every time it feels that it has successfully destroyed a part of the other party, it is quickly restored by using the sands on the desert land. Is there really no way? Usopp asked Roger. After Rog went through the battle, the walnut-heavy armor was also scarred. Now we are almost completely in trouble. Rog is also very tired. Although the crowd was still full of fighting spirit, they were powerless. The physical and mental consumption of everyone is huge. Gradually become more and more passive in battle. The crowd was already a little overwhelmed. Ace is also very tired of fighting. He has spent a lot of strength fighting the desert giant before. When everyone's support arrived, he was finally able to breathe. But now the desert giants have the upper hand in the battle. It is only a matter of time before this is defeated. After another fight, Ace gasped and said, is there really no way? Can't say no. A mighty voice sounded. Ace looked nearby, where Smoker stood. Smoker looked at Ace and said, what do you mean by that? Smoker looked at him too, and at the enormous desert giant. Have you experimented with combo skills? Smoker asked. Ace's face became serious after hearing this, and he said, you mean that the two attack each other together? This kind of attack often needs to be coordinated between the devil fruit users to be effective. Exactly. You're fire, I'm smoke. The two fight each other. But they're indistinguishable. What if they were combined? What would that look like? Smoker said. Ace fell into thought after listening to Smoker's words. Smoker was clearly kicking them out to fight each other. It is even said to be a combination of combat skills. Ace came into contact with many powerful devil fruit abilities in the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, a phoenix of the same level as him, used ability attacks in combination with him in a battle. As a result, just 2 people wiped out a fleet of 10 large pirate ships. Powerful devil fruit abilities combine to use ability attacks. It is completely a powerful attack that destroys the world. Chapter 345 Pyrotechnics. Super Sword. Ace looked at Smoker and said, "Okay." Smoker said with anticipation, "Okay, let's do our own tricks." The current situation is also that there is no other way except for the two to join forces. In the face of a strong enemy, there is nothing that cannot be overcome. Leading Jinchuriki column members of the powerful Whitebeard pirates, and Smoker is a well-known smoker hunter in the Marine headquarters. But in the face of Crocodile's powerful strength, the two chose to cooperate. "Leave it to us," Ace exclaimed. "Don't worry, everyone," Smoker exclaimed. Rog, Zoro, and Sanji looked back at the two of them. "This is," Sanji said. Not only Sanji, but Hina was also very surprised. "Smoker, are you going to fight with the pirates?" Hina said. In Hina's view, Smoker, who hates pirates, can't possibly join forces with pirates. That was simply fantasy. But now Smoker has joined forces with Ace for the sake of the bigger picture. Rog looked at the two of them. Since they were like this, there must be a way to unleash a powerful attack. "It's over to you," Roger said. Smoker and Ace continued to move forward. Rog and Zoro and others all withdrew one after another. The desert giant continues going, and in the crocodile inside, Ace and Smoker are found in action together. "What the hell are they doing?" Crocodile wondered. Ace on the ground quickly became elemental. His body turned into flames and flew into the sky. Smoker's body also turned into smoke and flew into the sky. Ace and Smoker flew into the air more than 200 meters in one breath. Here it is just flush with the desert giant's chest. In the sky, Ace reverted back to human form. Smoker also reverted to human form. Ace clenched his right fist and pulled it back. All the flame power in his body was concentrated on his right fist. The right fist burned with an amazing flame. Smoker clenched his right fist and pulled it back. The power in his body is concentrated on the right fist. "White smoke," quote. Smoker growled. His right fist slammed forward. Smoker's fist shot out, turning into an astonishingly huge plume of smoke. "Fire fist." Ace also roared. The right fist slammed forward. A huge flaming fist shot out. White smoke and fire fist fly towards the desert giant. All of them, whether it's Ace and Smoker, or Belle and Vivi in the sky, or Rog and Zoro on the ground and Sanji and Luffy, all saw flames and white smoke flying violently towards the desert giant. Crocodile among the desert giants saw the white smoke and fire fist attacking from the front and felt that the power was far more powerful than before. He quickly manipulated the desert giant to use a 100-meter round shield to block his chest. But it's not just the end. White smoke and fire fist swirl in the air, and finally they are constantly approaching, and together. The two fused powerful forces spun alternately, stabbing the desert giant like a pyrotechnic sword. Firework combination. Super sword. Ace and Smoker shouted in unison. The super giant sword that combines fireworks into one is far more than the original two combined. The power of this super giant sword is not only twice the original, but more than 10 times more powerful. The super giant hit the desert giant's shield against his chest. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion occurred on the shield of the desert giant. This explosion made the world feel inferior. Rog, Zoro, Sanji and others were all shocked by this earth-shattering explosion. Belle in the sky and Vivi in the back both saw this amazing landscape from a high altitude. "This is... what a powerful force," Vivi said in shock. The powerful force that destroys the world. Belle said in shock. Under the attack of this powerful force, the shield of the desert giant began to shatter. Under the power of Crocodile, this huge shield was made as hard as steel. But even so, a supergiant sword that combines white smoke and fire fist smashes the shield to pieces. With a harsh sound, the huge shield was shattered. The debris then turned back into sand and landed on the desert ground. However, the super sword's attack did not end. The power of the supergiant sword continued to attack the body of the desert giant. The desert giant's body is far less hard than a shield. Crocodile is in the depths of the desert giant. But the mighty desert king also felt fear. If the desert giant is the evil god, then the supergiant sword is the power to kill the god. The supergiant sword hit the desert giant's body, piercing it. Then the huge explosive force began to spread with the desert giant as the center. The explosion of the pyrotechnic combination spread to the surroundings. Mixed with soaring dust. Zoro on the ground were forced to lie down in order to avoid the impact. However, in this way, everyone was also sent flying by the shock wave. Belle and Vivi in the sky looked at the unimaginable explosion. Ace and Smoker attacked with all their strength. They watched the earth-shattering destructive power. Both of them didn't say a word, just looked at the explosion of flames, smoke and sand. The power of fire and smoke combined, with infinite destructive power. The power of the two can be counterbalanced, but together they can also destroy a strong enemy. On the other side of the ancient pyramid, Cobra and Gaka, as well as the cavalry of the king's army, all looked at this scene in shock. Crocodile has the power to control the desert, but the world also has power to compete with it. The amazing explosion produced amazing flames and smoke and sand. After the explosion, the shadow of the desert giant disappeared without a trace. However, it took a long time for the large amount of flames and smoke and dust to gradually dissipate. On the desert land, Rog and Zoro were hit and flew far away. In the desert, Rog stood up hard for a while. A little dizzy. The strong explosive impact just now threw Rog away, but the damage caused was not much. Even aside from the walnut-heavy armor, this desert land is soft enough to keep the human body from harm. Rog stood up again and shook the sand off his body. Zoro and others also stood up one after another. Now everyone is relieved. In Rog's mind, the terrifying explosion just now still exists. The kind of shock that destroys the world. Enough to make everyone feel the tremor of the heart. I didn't expect Smoker and Ace to have such a powerful attack after joining forces. Smoker and Ace also fell. Everyone walked to the position of the desert giant just now. Chapter 346 Desert Homogeneity. When they got to the place where the desert giant was, everyone watched it together. This is, Usopp said in shock. I saw a huge pit in the place where the desert giant was just now. The explosion just now actually blew up a large pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The pit is not very deep, but there are also dozens of meters. But Crocodile and the desert giant disappeared without a trace. The desert giant was destroyed, no doubt about it. But is Crocodile really dead? Have we eliminated him yet? Zoro said, looking at the enormous bunker. I'm afraid it's hard to say. Roger said worriedly. Although the explosion just now was powerful, it was inconclusive whether or not Crocodile was really wiped out. After all, Crocodile can elementalize the body. And here is a desert. Crocodile can be said to be invincible when fighting in the desert. Crocodile is extremely survivable in the desert. Great, is Crocodile dead? Luffy asked. It would be a miracle if he could die, Sanji said. In fact, everyone felt that even with such a powerful attack, they couldn't really kill Crocodile. Sanji was just speaking out from the hearts of everyone. Now everyone is wondering how Crocodile is hiding. I have to admit, you guys are amazing. Crocodile's voice came from the desert. Crocodile is not dead. Rog, Zoro and Sanji observed the surrounding desert. Ace and Smoker looked around. Suddenly, a huge sand dune bulged out from under everyone's feet. This huge dune is getting bigger and bigger. Everyone was bounced off by the dunes. What? Sanji said. The dunes are getting taller and bigger. Everyone distanced themselves from the dunes and saw that the dunes kept getting bigger. In the end, the dunes became like a hill. This is. Usopp looked at the dunes in surprise. It's unbelievable, Sanji said. Dune became more and more like a human head. That's crocodile. The dunes are tens of meters high. Crocodile's head is the same as that of the previously destroyed desert giant. Just no body now. This huge crocodile-like head opens its mouth. It seems that you were really far beyond my imagination, forcing me to this point. Now I will give you a taste of my ultimate ability to surpass myself. Crocodile's voice kept growling. Desert giants were destroyed by you. But I don't plan to create them again. Now I use my abilities beyond myself. Desert One. Crocodile said angrily. Desert Oneness. Rog and the others looked at the dune in shock. The huge crocodile face on the dunes continued to speak. Yes, my body is completely the same as the desert land. Now all you see is my imitation head. But you can destroy it. This desert land is my body. Crocodile introduces his ability to transcend himself, the Desert One. Rog and Zoro also knew the meaning of the Desert One. That is, this desert land is crocodile, and crocodile is this desert land. If so, the surroundings are in danger. Before, even a desert giant could judge the direction of its attack. Now crocodile can strike from anywhere. Ace saw that crocodile wasn't destroyed, though to be expected. But crocodile is so arrogant. Ace was furious. He stepped forward and gathered his right fist into flames again. Asshole! Ace punched out again, and a huge flaming fist flew over. A huge flaming fist hit the dune-like crocodile's head. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, blowing the dune into a cloud of raised dust. Ace looked at the sand angrily. But he also knew that crocodile couldn't be wiped out like that. Ace! Luffy rushed over and said to Ace. Ace looked at Luffy and said, it's my inability to beat crocodile. Don't be afraid, just knock him out. Come on, Luffy said. Yeah, we can't be discouraged, Chopper said this time. Suddenly, the desert ground beneath everyone's feet trembled for a while. There was also a burst of laughter. Ahahaha, you still want to beat me. Crocodile sounds came from below the earth. After the tremor was over, a group of small sand dunes that were rising suddenly appeared from around the crowd. This is. Sanji looked around vigilantly. Those things, Zoro said, clenching the katana in his hand. Hundreds of small sand dunes appeared around, and they rose and gradually formed the outline of a humanoid. The outline eventually became clearer and clearer. Transformed into a group of burly sand warriors with spears. We're surrounded. Chopper looked around in surprise. Crocodile used his abilities to create hundreds of spear warriors from the desert land. After the spear warriors took shape, they waved their spears again and roared angrily. These people have the appearance of people, but they are not wild warriors with the breath of beasts, wielding spears to attack everyone at any time. Now you are just a bunch of bugs on my body. I can take care of you as you like. Let's take care of these spear warriors first. Crocodile's voice came from the desert below again. Ooh! The spear warriors roared wildly. Seeing these spear warriors, Roger said, let's fight together. Zoro waved his katana sword and said, I am tired of playing with big guys. So I just happened to play with these guys. Sanji moved his ankle. Although he suffered some injuries just now, his fighting spirit was still high. Okay, let these guys taste my legs and feet, Sanji said. Being able to hit these guys again, Luffy said excitedly. No matter how much, I will burn you all, Ace said. War of attrition, Crocodile is really not too annoying. Smoker said, clenching his hands. I didn't perform well just now, and now I want to fight as much as I can. Hina said. I want to fight like a man. Chopper's reindeer form, full of fighting will. Captain Usopp. Guru, will kill you all, Usopp said nervously, clenching his slingshot. Crocodile will fail, said the Ninja King. Magic can punish you sand monsters, said Izumi, the water goddess. Although everyone had gone through the previous battle, their fighting spirit was high. This is not only a confrontation of strength, but also a confrontation of will. Chapter 347 Hordes of Spear Warriors. Hundreds of spear warriors formed of sand attacked the group with their spears. Ooh! The spear warriors wielded their spears to assassinate Zoro. This swordsman can't wait. Zoro waved Shuego and Goosh with his arms clenched tightly, and the word Hidao was tightly clenched in his mouth. 3 swords. Ghost slash. Zoro slashed with his arms crossed, dashing forward at the same time. A spear warrior was slashed to pieces in the face, and then crumbled into sand. 2 more spear warriors charged at Zoro with their spears. Zoro's body rotates this time. Double knife flow. Rhinoceros. The 2 katana swords clenched in both arms slashed to the sides. The heads of 2 spear warriors were beheaded. The body of the spear samurai who lost his head quickly disintegrated into sand. Zoro slaughtered 3 spear warriors in one go, and then 5 spear warriors rushed over. 5 spears slashed towards Zoro. Zoro jumped up quickly. Then swiftly slashed the spear samurai with a katana sword. While Zoro was fighting fiercely, Rog also fought fiercely with the spear warriors. Rog swung the iron birch sword with his right arm and slashed at a spear warrior. PFF'd. The head of this spear warrior was chopped off. The rest of the body quickly disintegrated into sand. Another spear warrior stabbed Rogue with a spear. Chang. The spear stabbed Roger's chest armor. But the spear only left some scratches on Roger's walnut-heavy armor. Roger quickly aimed the spear samurai with the stake air cannon in his left arm. Go to the west. The stake air cannon on Rog's left arm shot a powerful airflow. The airflow hit the spear warrior on the head. Boom! Under the violent explosion, the head of the spear warrior was blown to pieces. The entire body of the spear warrior quickly disintegrated and turned back into sand. Chopper also showed great attacking power in battle. Chopper ate the lamble. Corner strengthening. Chopper climbed down like a reindeer. His pair of reindeer antlers are exaggerated. Chopper ran fiercely. The reindeer antlers knocked the spear warriors down one by one. Usopp saw the momentum and jumped on Chopper's back. Captain Usopp and War Deer Chopper attacked together. Usopp shouted excitedly. Chopper charged and knocked away countless spear warriors. Usopp was not idle either. He shouted cheering slogans. While using various weapons. Slaying. 3 stars of flame. Usopp fired 3 incendiary projectiles made of gunpowder in succession. All 3 projectiles hit the spear samurai in the head. Although these projectiles are small, they have been enhanced by Usopp. Every shot is as powerful as a grenade. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by 3 explosions. The heads of the 3 spear warriors were blown to pieces. The spear warriors who received the fatal blow all collapsed into sand. Seeing his perfect victory, Usopp laughed happily. Ha ha ha, this is Captain Usopp's marksmanship. Usopp patted his chest and said. Luffy is jumping around like a monkey. He jumped up and punched the 4 spear warriors below. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy's fists went down hard. The dozen or so punches were all aimed at the 4 spear warriors. Every spear warrior was hit in the head several times in a row. The heads of the 4 spear warriors were smashed and their bodies crumbled into sand. Sanji made full use of his legs and feet. After Sanji killed more than a dozen spear samurai in a row, he jumped up again, and then fell from the sky. Skewer. Sanji turned his left leg parallel to the ground. The right leg spins like a drill. Sanji's body finally smashed heavily on top of a spear samurai. Sanji's spinning right leg smashed the spear samurai into sand. On the battlefield at this time, Colonel Hina also fought hard. Her fists are also very strong. Colonel Hina smashed the head of a spear samurai with one flying kick. The spear warrior quickly disintegrated into a pile of sand. Black gun. Hina stretched out a black spear from her arm. She wielded her spear as a weapon and fought fiercely with spear warriors. Sanji looked at Hina during the battle. The attack of the pink-haired marine is really powerful. Sanji said with love. At this moment, a spear samurai suddenly attacked from behind Sanji. Sanji dodged quickly, then a side kick smashed the head of the spear samurai. Sanji then continued to observe Colonel Hina's battle. Although attracted by beauties, Sanji still maintains the vigilance of fighting. The Ninja King acts like a ghost among the spear warriors. Whenever the spear warriors assassinated, they were avoided by the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninjas escaped a few shuriken from the bundles around his waist. Exploding shuriken. The King of Ninjas threw the explosive shuriken one by one. The exploding shuriken hit the spear samurai in the head. There was a roar of explosions, and the heads of the spear warriors were blown to pieces. The bodies of these spear warriors crumbled into sand. The Ninja King also took off the ninja sword on his back. From time to time, he stabbed the opponent in the neck during his actions. Under the attack of the Ninja King, the spear warriors were wiped out in large numbers. Izumi Water Goddess is showing great strength. With magic, the Water Goddess Izumi wiped out hordes of spear warriors. Izumi Water Goddess raised the silver axe. The ancient incantation was lightly recited in his mouth for a while. Ice formed around the silver axe. Ice ice. 10,000 swords. Silver axe. Dozens of ice pick-like ice swords were fired. The ice swords hit the spear warriors in droves. The bodies of the spear warriors quickly freeze into ice blocks after being hit. Ace used Fire Fist to target dozens of charging spear warriors and punch him. Fire Fist. Ace mixes with an angry Fire Fist and blows up the spear warriors. Dozens of spear warriors were annihilated with one punch. Smoker, after the body is smoked, attacks these spear warriors flexibly with fists and feet. In addition to the people fighting bravely on the ground, Belle and Vivi in the sky also lowered their heights. Vivi on Belle's back aimed at the spear samurai with a shoulder-mounted gun and fired. Boom, boom. The shells hit the spear samurai on the ground and blasted them to sand. Under the blows of the crowd, hundreds of spear warriors were quickly wiped out and completely turned into sand. Under the powerful attack, hundreds of spear warriors are simply not enough for everyone. This is only to consume some physical strength. This desert land will soon return to quiet. Crocodile on the desert land sounded again. You are very powerful, but I will make you feel terrified right away. Chapter 348 Fight the Desert. Crocodile's voice finished. The ground below shook for a while. What's going on here? Usopp said, looking around. Rog looked at the shaking desert ground beneath his feet and said, "We are fighting the desert now. The enemy that everyone is facing now, Crocodile, is integrated with the issued desert land. It can be said that now everyone is fighting the desert." The desert earth shook constantly. Finally, suddenly 4 huge arms stretched out from the desert ground. These arms attack the crowd. Each arm is enough to crush a cow. My God! These big hands! Usopp yelled. The 4 huge arms grabbed the crowd. Ace jumped first, his body turned into flames and rushed towards a huge arm. Boom! Ace's body collided with the huge arm. During the explosion, flames and dust flew up. Ace's body flew over the devastated huge arm like a fire dragon. One of the 4 huge arms was destroyed. Zoro dashed quickly towards a huge arm. Zoro only clenched a katana this time, and he held Kazuo Jimin in both hands. The blade of the samurai sword was aimed at the huge arm that was hitting in front of him. One knife flow. Ai. Lion song song. Zoro's body leapt over a huge arm between the lightning and flint. His words of harmony have been inserted back into the scabbard. The huge arm broke off in half and fell. There are also two huge arms, of which Rog rushes to one. Smoker rushed to the other. Rog rushed towards a huge arm, first using the stake air cannon in his left arm to concentrate his astonishing force. Shoot! Rog aimed the wooden stake air cannon on his left arm at the half section of the huge arm, shooting out an amazing airflow. The powerful airflow hit half of the huge arm like a cannonball. There was a violent explosion, and half of the huge arm was badly damaged. After Rog finished using the stake air cannon, he used the iron birch greatsword in his right arm to slay him halfway. The huge arm broke off, and then quickly turned into sand and scattered in the desert below. The third huge arm was destroyed. Smoker was quick to deal with the last huge arm. The last huge arm hit Smoker. Smoker's body was hit but quickly elementalized. Then he reverted back to human form on his arm. Smoker stands on a giant sand-formed arm. He quickly enlarged his body. Smoker's body became larger, and finally became a full 10 meters high, looking like a fetish of white smoke. White smoke. God. Smoker turned into a god of white smoke and swung his fist at the arm formed by the huge sand, which was a punch. Boom. The giant sand-formed arm was broken by Smoker's punch. The arm was also destroyed. Crocodile's four massive arms extending from the desert ground below were all destroyed. Usopp and Chopper and Luffy all look at Smoker. I didn't expect that he would have such a powerful ability. Usopp said in shock. He's so handsome, Chopper said with bright eyes. Wow, the smoking man has transformed, Luffy said excitedly. When the arms formed by the four huge sands were all destroyed, the desert land below produced a sound for a while. It's not over yet. The next ones are harder to deal with. Crocodile's voice came from the desert ground below. The desert ground below shook violently for a while. Then suddenly a huge python stretched out from under the desert earth. This is a huge python made entirely of sand. The python is lifelike, even the snake Kiba and its tongue are extremely realistic. Seeing this huge python, Usopp was very scared. Wow, I'm afraid of snakes, Usopp said tremblingly. The huge python opened its big mouth and made a sound. Just one bite is enough to swallow a person. The python swooped towards Usopp and Chopper. At this moment, Zoro rushed over from the side, and his hands quickly turned into double knives. Eagle wave. Zoro slashed with two swords. Two-sword chi flew towards the giant python. Just when the sword energy was about to hit the giant python suddenly stopped. At this time, two-sword chi hit the python's body. But after a while, a harsh rubbing sound rang out. It was as if Zoro's sword energy had hit the steel. The King of Ninja also took the opportunity to attack quickly. He threw out 3 explosive shuriken and hit the giant python. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive shuriken violently exploded 3 times. But the python remained motionless, and its body was not damaged. At least not significantly damaged. Rog took advantage of this time to replenish the stake air cannon on his left arm again. Boom. A powerful airflow shot out from the stake air cannon. This powerful airflow hit the giant python. The python was still not damaged much. Damn, this guy. Luffy also hurried to attack, hitting the python with his fist. But after a while of fist attack, the giant python was still made of steel. The python then resumed its activities and continued to try to attack Usopp and the others. At this time, a puck flew over and hit the giant python. It was the Izumi water goddess who used the magic attack. The python was attacked and froze into a giant ice snake. At this time, Rog and Zoro attacked together. Zoro's hand and the iron birch greatsword in Roger's hand chopped down this ice snake together. Chang. A harsh voice sounded. Neither Zoro's samurai sword nor Rog's iron birch greatsword did not cut off the ice snake, but only smashed the ice block from the python. The python roared for a while, and it became active again and quickly changed its attack direction, attacking Zoro. At this time, Zoro sharply aimed two katana swords in front of him, and then stabbed them in quick succession. Cow needle. Zoro stabbed quickly with his two knives, hitting the attacking giant python. The python was held back by a powerful attack. Zoro took the opportunity to jump away. Izumi in the distance looked at the giant python formed of sand in shock. "How is that possible?" said Izumi, the water goddess. Rog quickly gathered a huge amount of power in the stake air cannon. Roger aimed the stake air cannon at the python. Another blast. The python's body was hit hard by the airflow. When this hit the python's body also stiffened. Roger observed this and understood the problem with this sand-formed python. The giant python formed of this sand cannot become hard while moving. But it can stay still, and the body becomes as hard as steel. This is how you can defend. Chapter 349 Power of the Desert. It turned out to be like this, Roger said. Now he has discovered the weakness of the python. Although the opponent is crocodile made of sand, similar creatures can soften their bodies and move, but if they strengthen their body defenses, they must keep their bodies still. In this case, the python can be said to have many weaknesses. Rog first clenched the iron birch sword and chopped at the python. Chang! With a harsh sound, the iron birch sword slashed the python's body heavily. The python's body also became as hard as steel at this time. Of course, the python's body also stopped. Rog deliberately stopped the attack, but went behind the python. But the stake air cannon on Rog's left arm accumulated a lot of energy. The python has resumed its activity again. It's now. The stake air cannon on Rog's left arm shot out quickly. Before the python became as hard as steel again, it hit the python in the head. This cannon is powerful. Boom! Under the violent explosion, the python's head was blown to pieces. The python's body then turned into sand. Rog was also a little surprised that he actually succeeded. Pythons are made of sand and can be as hard as steel. But once it moves, it is about the same hardness as an ordinary animal. In this case, one attack is enough to destroy the python. It was actually wiped out. Rog said in surprise. Good job, Roger, Usopp exclaimed happily. After successfully eradicating the giant python. In the desert below, Crocodile's voice came out again. Okay, more attacks will make you overwhelmed. The desert ground beneath everyone's feet trembled for a while. Then there were three behemoths protruding from the desert below. These are three huge beast-like monsters. Three gigantic monsters quickly took shape, then turned into three gigantic sassories. Each sassori is 30 meters long and very huge. Sassori made of these sands. Ace geared up. Okay, leave it to me. Ace took the initiative to fight. The three giant sassories rushed over to see Ace. Ace did not evade, and directly mobilized the power in his body. With Ace as the center, a circle of flames ignited. Eventually the flames began to burn upwards. Seeing this scene, Rog and the others quickly distanced themselves. Finally, the flames around Ace formed a huge fireball. Ace lifted the fireball like the god of fire lifted a small sun. Flame ring. Big Entei. Ace threw the raised small sun with a diameter of several dozen meters towards the three giant sassori. The little sun hit the sassori suns. Boom! The ground-shattering explosion rang out today, and three sassori were blown to dust in the astonishing explosion. Even the surrounding desert was blasted into a big hole. Ace looked forward. The enemy had already been eliminated. For these enemies, Ace did nothing else and used the most powerful attack directly. Crocodile's attacks were thwarted in succession. Okay, you guys try this. If you can withstand it, you are invincible. Crocodile, the desert land below, sounded again. Immediately after, a huge object protruded from the desert. The object was nothing but a giant sassori needle resembling Crocodile's left arm. It is a giant pirate hook made of sand. No way. Zoro was a little surprised when he saw it. He actually fights with this kind of thing. Rog said puzzled. Crocodile actually created a huge weapon similar to Sasori's poison needle. If you can deal with my giant Sasori needles, you will win. Crocodile's voice came from the desert. The giant Sasori needle created by Crocodile is 5 meters in diameter. But also connected to the desert below. Can rely on dust to fly. That hook is enough to hook an elephant. Crocodile's giant Sasori needles begin to fly. The huge weapon was the first to fly towards Ace. When the giant Sasori poisonous needle approached Ace's body quickly turned into flames, avoiding the attack. Ace can elementalize to avoid attacks, others are not so good. Giant Sasori needles fly towards Luffy. When Luffy saw the situation, he ran for his life quickly. It's scary. Luffy ran desperately. Luffy, despite being a rubber man, is terrified of spiked weapons. Although rubber is not afraid of projectile weapons and hand-to-hand combat, it is extremely afraid of spiked weapons. Giant Sasori needles are chasing after them. Luffy kept running away, but the giant Sasori needle quickly caught up. Seeing that things were not good, Rog quickly used the stake air cannon to save energy. Aiming the stake air cannon at the giant Sasori needle, Roger opened fire. A powerful air current shot at the giant Sasori poison needle. Boom! There was a loud explosion after the giant Sasori needle was hit. But the giant Sasori needle was not damaged in the slightest. Damn, there is no damage. Rog said. Zoro rushed towards the giant Sasori needle. Zoro clenched the words in his hand. One knife flow. Aye. Lion song song. Zoro's body swept through the giant Sasori needles like lightning bolts. Giant Sasori needle was cut with a slash. But it recovered quickly. Zoro looked at the giant Sasori needle in flight and said, "It's hard enough." Zoro's strongest slash with all his might was enough to cut through steel, but it could only cut through the giant Sasori poisonous needle. Sasori needle was quickly recovered again. Giant Sasori needles are simply indestructible. Seeing this, Ace flew over quickly. For Ace, Luffy is his brother-in-law more than blood. He had to protect Luffy from harm no matter what. Ace gathered a lot of flames in his arms. These flames solidified into power. God Fire, Shiranui. Ace threw 2 spears formed of solidified flames with both arms. The flame spear stabbed the giant Sasori needle. But after injuring the giant Sasori needle, the large weapon quickly recovered. Ace quickly gathered his strength again. Amazing flames gathered in his arms. The body also became like a flying flame. Flame Vulcan. Ace took the form of a giant flame-like giant. Like a Vulcan with huge fuzzy arms. The original human form is basically invisible. Flame Vulcan quickly grabbed the giant Sasori needle. In this case, the giant Sasori poisonous needle could not break free. The flames on Ace's incarnation of the fire god of fire became more and more intense. The flames scorched everything, even the giant Sasori needle. Chapter 350 Gods Combined Attack. Giant Sasori needle was melted by the high temperature of the flame, and finally turned into a liquid. Even sand can become liquid at high temperatures. Giant Sasori poisonous needle turned into liquid, it fell to the desert ground below. Ace reverted back to human form from the giant flame of Vulcan. Ace used such an incomparably powerful ability to melt the giant Sasori poisonous needle abruptly. After successfully destroying the giant Sasori needle, Ace looked at Luffy. Luffy looked at Ace and shouted, "So handsome. Ace." Ace also smiled helplessly. Luffy really didn't know what danger was. Giant Sasori needle just now could indeed kill him. Soon as the danger was lifted, Luffy was jumping up and down again. However, Ace's powerful skills just now shocked everyone on the battlefield. Crocodile was also shocked, and he couldn't believe his giant Sasori needle would be destroyed like this. Ace looked at the surrounding desert again. "Okay, Crocodile, You said just beat your giant Sasori needle. We win, Ace said. After a long time, a voice came from the desert land. Indeed, you exceeded my expectations. But I am with the desert land. You cannot overcome the desert, so you cannot overcome me. Humanity will die with the years. But the desert is eternal. Crocodile's confident voice sounded. Whether it was Ace or Smoker or Luffy and Sanji, they all felt that there was something in this voice. It can be clearly heard. That's tiredness. Crocodile's voice was calm and confident though. But there is a kind of exhaustion from long-term battles. No matter how strong you are, there are limits. Crocodile is now one with the desert earth. But does this look like there is no consumption? It can even be judged that the consumption is enormous. Driving several square kilometers of desert land requires a lot of consumption. Smoker and Ace naturally thought of this too. This time, Ace took the initiative and said to Smoker, "Okay, do it again." "No problem," Smoker said. Both of them gathered the strength in their bodies. Flame Vulcan. White smoke. God. A cloud of flames shot into the sky, and a cloud of smoke shot into the sky. A Vulcan made of a huge flame, a god made of white smoke. Two Logia devil fruit powers incarnated into two gods. The fire god of fire and the god of white smoke accumulate power together. The two flew together. "Everyone, leave quickly." Ace's voice came from the fire god of fire. Rog, Sanji and others also hurriedly left. In the sky, the fire god of fire and the god of white smoke gathered amazing powers. Ace and Smoker gathered almost all the power in their bodies. Vulcan Fury. White smoke. Combined. Ace and Smoker is combined. A huge mixed energy spiral formed enough to destroy dozens of warships. The huge flames and white smoke meet above. The two confront each other and merge with each other. The huge power really fell from the sky like a god. This force went vertically downward, hitting the desert ground below. The power runs through the desert land, constantly penetrating the land. The surrounding desert earth for several kilometers trembled violently. There seemed to be a period of painful mourning. Under this powerful force, an amazing light was produced. Jinchuriki columns swirling alternately with flames and smoke from the sky overshadowed everything around him. Cobra, who was in front of the ancient pyramid, saw this amazing scene and said in shock, "It's really a power like a god." Belle and Vivi in the sky saw this incomparably powerful force. "It's really powerful, that's it." Vivi was shocked at first and then delighted. Because such a powerful force can defeat Crocodile. Belle's eagle eye can see more clearly, and now many details of this power can be seen clearly. "It's a rare powerful force in the world." Belle sighed. Logia devil fruit is very powerful. The combination of Smoker and Ace is really as powerful as the gods. Crocodile is the evil god entrenched in the desert, then Smoker and Ace are the gods of justice who can punish him. A powerful fusion of fire and smoke power traverses the desert landscape. Crocodile, which was integrated with the desert earth, was extremely painful, and the tremor of the desert earth was actually the crocodile who was hit hard. The combined attack of the flame god of fire and the god of white smoke in the sky finally came to an end. In the end, the desert ground below shook and exploded astonishingly. The shock wave almost caused astonishing dust in the desert for several kilometers. Rog and Sanji, who were standing in the distance, both saw this earth-shattering scene. More shocking than the previous desert giant. In the sky, the flame god of fire and the god of white smoke began to dissipate, returning to the size of the original human shape. Ace and Smoker began to descend. The two fell to the ground below like a flame that was about to go out and a very thin smoke. As soon as they landed on the ground, Ace and Smoker saw the admiration in the eyes of everyone. "It seems that we succeeded," Ace said with a strong smile. "Even Crocodile couldn't dodge the blow," Smoker said. "No one will deny that now. Crocodile is the same body as the desert earth, then the blow just now is a blow to the desert earth." But suddenly Ace suddenly fell to his knees on the ground. "Ah," Ace said in pain. Ace, what's wrong with you? Luffy quickly stepped forward to help Ace. Ace took Luffy's hand and said, "Good brother, don't worry about me. I'm just tired." Smoker didn't show any obvious discomfort, but his face was shaking. He was clearly holding out. "Okay, you all hurry up and rest," Hina said. Ace and Smoker are not trying to be brave either, they also need to rest. The attack just now actually consumed all the power in their bodies. At this time, suddenly Usopp noticed that there was still movement on this desert land. "What is that?" said Usopp, pointing to a location. Everyone saw a small desert storm spinning in that position. And this little desert storm kept moving. This small desert storm eventually took shape and turned into a human. Exactly, Crocodile. Ace and Smoker looked at him too. "Still survived," Ace said. "But at least he was hit hard," Smoker said. Rog, Sanji and Usopp looked at Crocodile together. I saw Crocodile's body very tired. His face was still gloomy, but there was extreme tiredness in his eyes. That momentum has been seriously attenuated.